Prologue. The sun is always just about to rise. Mercury rotates so slowly that you can walk fast enough over its rocky surface to stay ahead of the dawn, and so many people do. Many have made this a way of life. They walk roughly westward, staying always ahead of the stupendous day. Some of them hurry from location to location, pausing to look in cracks they earlier inoculated with bio-leaching metallophytes, quickly scraping free any accumulated residues of gold or tungsten or uranium, but most of them are out there to catch glimpses of the sun. Mercury's ancient face is so battered and irregular that the planet's terminator, the zone of the breaking dawn, is a broad chiaroscuro of black and white, charcoal hollows pricked here and there by brilliant white high points, which grow and grow until all the land is as bright as molten glass, and the long day begun. This mixed zone of sun and shadow is often as much as 30 kilometers wide, even though on a level plain the horizon is only a few kilometers off. But so little of Mercury is level. All the old bangs are still there, and some long cliffs from when the planet first cooled and shrank. In a landscape so rumpled, the light can suddenly jump the eastern horizon and leap west to strike some distant prominence. Everyone walking the land has to attend to this possibility, know when and where the longest sun reaches occur, and where they can run for shade if they happen to be caught out, or if they stay on purpose, because many of them pause in their walkabouts on certain cliffs and crater rims, at places marked by stupas, cairns, petroglyphs, inexuate, mirrors, walls, goldsworthies. The sunwalkers stand by these, facing east, waiting. The horizon they watch is black space over black rock. The super-thin neon argon atmosphere, created by sunlight smashing rock, holds only the faintest pre-dawn glow, but the sunwalkers know the time, so they wait and watch until a flick of orange fire dolphins over the horizon, and their blood leaps inside them. More brief banners follow, flicking up, arcing in loops, breaking off and floating free in the sky. Star, oh star, about to break on them. Already their faceplates have darkened and polarized to protect their eyes. The orange banners diverge left and right from the point of first appearance, as if a fire set just over the horizon is spreading north and south. Then a pairing of the photosphere, the actual surface of the sun, blinks and stays, spills slowly to the sides. Depending on the filters deployed in one's faceplate, the star's actual surface can appear as anything from a blue maelstrom to an orange pulsing mass to a simple white circle. The spill to left and right keeps spreading, farther than seems possible, until it is very obvious one stands on a pebble next to a star. Time to turn and run. By the time some of the sunwalkers manage to jerk themselves free, they are stunned, trip and fall, get up and dash west in a panic like no other. Before that, one last look at sunrise on Mercury. In the ultraviolet, it's a perpetual blue snarl of hot and hotter. With the disk of the photosphere blacked out, the fantastic dance of the corona becomes clearer. All the magnetized arcs and short circuits, the masses of burning hydrogen pitched out at the night. Alternatively, you can block the corona and look only at the sun's photosphere and even magnify your view of it until the burning tops of the convection cells are revealed in their squiggling thousands, each a thunderhead of fire burning furiously, altogether torching 5 million tons of hydrogen a second, at which rate the star will burn another 4 billion years. All these long spicules of flame dance in circular patterns around the little black circles that are the sunspots, shifting whirlpools in the storms of burning. Masses of spicules flow together like kelp beds threshed by a tide. There are non-biological explanations for all this convoluted motion, different gases moving at different speeds, magnetic fields fluxing constantly, shaping the endless whirlpools of fire, all mere physics, nothing more. But in fact it looks alive, more alive than many a living thing. Looking at it in the apocalypse of the mercurial dawn, it's impossible to believe it's not alive. It roars in your ears. It speaks to you. Most of the sunwalkers over time try all the various viewing filters and then make choices to suit themselves. Particular filters or sequences of filters become forms of worship, rituals either personal or shared. It's very easy to get lost in these rituals. As the sunwalkers stand on their points and watch, it's not uncommon for devotees to become entranced by something in the sight, some pattern never seen before, something in the pulse and flow that snags the mind. Suddenly the sizzle of the fiery cilia becomes audible, a turbulent roaring. That's your own blood, rushing through your ears. But in those moments it sounds just like the sun burning, and so people stay too long. Some have their retinas burned, some are blinded, others are killed outright, betrayed by an overwhelmed spacesuit. Some are cooked in groups of a dozen or more. Do you imagine they must have been fools? Do you think you would never make such a mistake? Don't you be so sure. Really, you have no idea. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You may think you are inured, that nothing outside the mind can really interest you anymore, as sophisticated and knowledgeable as you are. But you would be wrong. You are a creature of the sun. The beauty and terror of it seen from so close can empty any mind, thrust anyone into a trance. It's like seeing the face of God, some people say. And it is true that the sun powers all living creatures in the solar system, and in that sense is our God. The sight of it can strike thought clean out of your head. People seek it out precisely for that. So there is reason to worry about Swan Er Hong, a person more inclined than most to try things just to see. She often goes sunwalking, and when she does, she skirts the edge of safety, and sometimes stays too long in the light. The immense Jacob's ladders, the granulated pulsing, the spicules flowing. She has fallen in love with the sun. She worships it. She keeps a shrine to Sol Invictus in her room, performs the Pratasamdaya ceremony, the salute to the sun, every morning when she wakes in town. Much of her landscape and performance art is devoted to it, and these days she spends most of her time making Goldsworthys and Abramoviches on the land and on her body, so the sun is part of her art. Now it is her solace, too, for she is out there grieving. Now, if one were standing on the promenade topping the city Terminator's great dawn wall, one would spot her there to the south, out near the horizon. She needs to hurry. The city is gliding on its tracks across the bottom of a giant dimple between Hesiod and Kurosawa, and a flood of sunlight will soon pour far to the west. Swan needs to get into town before that happens, yet she still stands there. From the top of the dawn wall, she looks like a silver toy. Her spacesuit has a big, round, clear helmet. Her boots look big and are black with dust. A little booted silver ant, standing there grieving when she should be hustling back to the boarding platform west of town. The other sunwalkers out there are already hustling back to town. Some pull little carts or wheeled travois, hauling their supplies or even their sleeping companions. They've timed their returns closely, as the city is very predictable. It cannot deviate from its schedule. The heat of coming day expands the tracks, and the city's undercarriage is tightly sleeved over them, so sunlight drives the city west. The returning sunwalkers crowd onto the loading platform as the city nears it. Some have been out for weeks, or even the months it would take to make a full circumambulation. When the city slides by, its lock doors will open and they will step right in. That is soon to occur, and Swan should be there too. Yet still she stands on her promontory. More than once she has required retinal repair, and often she has been forced to run like a rabbit or die. Now it will have to happen again. She is directly south of the city and fully lit by horizontal rays, like a silver flaw in one's vision. One can't help shouting at such rashness, useless though it is. "Swan, you fool! Alex is dead! Nothing to be done about it! Run for your life!" And then she does. Life over death. The urge to live. She turns and flies. Mercury's gravity, almost exactly the same as Mars, is often called the perfect G for speed, because people who are used to it can careen across the land in giant leaps, flailing their arms for balance as they bound along. In just that way, Swan leaps and flails, once catches a boot and falls flat on her face, jumps up and leaps forward again. She needs to get to the platform while the city is still next to it. The next platform is 10 kilometers farther west. She reaches the platform stairs, grabs the rail and vaults up, leaps from the far edge of the platform forward into the lock as it is halfway closed. Swan and Alex. Alex's memorial ceremony began as Swan was straggling up Terminator's great central staircase. The city's population had come out into the boulevards and plazas and were standing in silence. There were a lot of visitors in town as well. A conference had been about to begin, one that had been convened by Alex. She had welcomed them on Friday. Now on the following Friday they were holding her funeral. A sudden collapse, and they hadn't been able to revive her. And so now the townspeople, the diplomat visitors, all Alex's people, all grieving. Swan stopped halfway up the dawn wall, unable to go on. Below her, rooftops, terrace patios, balconies, lemon trees and giant ceramic pots. A curved slope, like a little Marseille, with white 4-story apartment blocks, black iron-railed balconies, broad boulevards and narrow alleys, dropping to a promenade overlooking the park. All crowded with humanity, speciating right before her eyes, each face intensely itself, while also a type. Olmec spheroid, hatchet, shovel. On a railing stood 3 smalls, each about a meter tall, all dressed in black. Down at the foot of the stairs clustered the sunwalkers who had just arrived, looking burnt and dusty. The sight of them pierced Swan. Even the sunwalkers had come in for this. She turned on the stairs and descended, wandered by herself. The moment she had heard the news, she had dashed out of the city onto the land, driven by a need to be alone. Now she couldn't bear to be seen when Alex's ashes were scattered, and she didn't want to see Macquaret, Alex's partner, at that moment. Out into the park, therefore, to wander in the crowd. All of them standing still, looking up, looking distraught, holding each other up. There were so many people who had relied on Alex, the lion of Mercury, the heart of the city, the soul of the system, the one who helped and protected you. Some people recognized Swan, but they left her alone. This was more moving to her than condolences would have been, and her face was wet with tears. She wiped her face with her fingers repeatedly. Then someone stopped her. "You are Swan Er Hong? Alex was your grandmother?" She was my everything. Swan turned and walked off. She thought the farm might be emptier, so she left the park and drifted through the trees forward. The city speakers were playing a funeral march. Under a bush, a deer nuzzled fallen leaves. She was not quite to the farm when the great gates of the dawn wall opened, and sunlight cut through the air under the dome, creating the usual horizontal pair of yellow, translucent bars. She focused on the swirls within the bars, the talcum they tossed up there when they opened the gates, colored fines floating on updrafts and dispersing. Then a balloon rose from the high terraces under the wall, drifting west, the little basket swaying under it. Alex, how could it be? A surge of defiance in the music rumbled up out of the bases. When the balloon entered one of the yellow bars of light, the basket blew apart in a poof, and Alex's ashes floated down and out of the light, into the air of the city, growing invisible as they descended, like a shower of virga in the desert. There was a roar from the park, the sound of applause. Briefly, some young men somewhere chanted, "Alex, Alex, Alex." The applause lasted for a couple of minutes, and arranged itself as a rhythmic beat that went on for a long time. People didn't want to give it up. Somehow that would be the end. They would at that very moment lose her. Eventually they did give it up, and lived on into the post-Alex phase of their lives. She needed to go up and join the rest of Alex's family. She groaned at the thought, wandered the farm. Finally she walked up the great staircase, stiffly, blindly, pausing once to say no, no, no for a time. But that was pointless. Suddenly she saw anything she did now would be pointless. She wondered how long that would last. Seemed like it could be forever, and she felt a bolt of fear. What would change to change it? Eventually she pulled herself together and made her way up to the private memorial on the dawn wall. She had to greet all those who had been closest to Alex, and give Macquaret a brief rough hug, and withstand the look on his face. But she could see he was not home. This was not like him, but she could fully understand why he might depart. Indeed, it was a relief to see it. When she considered how bad she felt, and then how much closer Macquaret had been to Alex than she had been, how much more of his time he spent with her, how long they had been partners, she couldn't imagine what it would feel like. Or maybe she could. So now Macquaret stared at some other reality, from some other reality, as if extending a courtesy to her, so she could hug him and promise to visit him later, and then go mingle with the others on the highest terrace of the dawn wall, and later make her way to a railing and look down at the city, and out its clear bubble to the black landscape outside it. They were rolling through the Kuiper quadrant, and she saw to the right Hiroshige crater. Once, long before, she had taken Alex out there to the apron of Hiroshige to help with one of her Goldsworthies, a stone wave that referenced one of the Japanese artist's most famous images. Balancing the rock that would be the crest of the breaking wave had taken them a great number of unsuccessful efforts, and as so often with Alex, Swan had ended up laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Now she spotted the rock wave, still out there. It was just visible from the city. The rocks that had formed the crest of the wave were gone, however, knocked down by the vibration of the passing city, perhaps, or simply by the impact of sunlight, or fallen at the news. A few days later, she visited Macquaret in his lab. He was one of the leading synthetic biologists in the system, and the lab was filled with machines, tanks, flasks, screens bursting with gnarled, colorful diagrams. Life in all its sprawling complexity, constructed base pair by base pair. And here they had started life from scratch. They had built many of the bacteria now transforming Venus, Titan, Triton, everywhere. Now none of that mattered. Macquaret was in his office, sitting in his chair, staring through the wall at nothing. He roused himself and looked up at her. "Oh, Swan, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. That's all right. How are you doing?" "Not so well. How about you?" "Terrible," Swan confessed, feeling guilty. The last thing she wanted was to add to Macquarit's load somehow. But there was no point in lying at a time like this, and he merely nodded anyway, distracted by his own thoughts. He was just barely there, she saw. The cubes on his desk contained representations of proteins, the bright false colors tangled beyond all hope of untangling. He had been trying to work. "It must be hard to work," she said. "Yes, well." After a blank silence, she said, "Do you know what happened to her?" He shook his head quickly, as if this was an irrelevance. "She was 191. I know, but still." "Still what?" "We break, Swan. Sooner or later, at some point, we break." "I just wondered why." "No. There is no why. Or how, then?" He shook his head again. "It can be anything. In this case, an aneurysm in a crucial part of the brain. But there are so many ways. The amazing thing is that we stay alive in the first place." Swan sat on the edge of the desk. "I know. But so... What will you do now?" "Work." "But you just said..." He glanced at her from out of his cave. "I didn't say it wasn't any use. That wouldn't be right. First of all, Alex and I had 70 years together, and we met when I was 130, so there's that. And then also, the work is interesting to me, just as a puzzle. It's a very big puzzle. Too big, in fact." And then he stopped and couldn't go on for a while. Swan put a hand to his shoulder. He put his face in his hands. Swan sat there beside him and kept her mouth shut. He rubbed his eyes hard, held her hand. "There'll be no conquering death," he said at last. "It's too big. Too much the natural course of things. The second law of thermodynamics, basically. We can only hope to forestall it, push it back. That should be enough. I don't know why it isn't." "Because it only makes it worse," Swan complained. "The longer you live, the worse it gets." He shook his head, wiped his eyes again. "I don't think that's right." He blew out a long breath. "It's always bad. It's the people still alive who feel it, though, and so..." He shrugged. "I think what you're saying is that now it seems like some kind of mistake. Someone dies, we say why. Shouldn't there have been a way to stop it? And sometimes there is, but..." "It is some kind of mistake," Swan declared. "Reality made a mistake, and now you're fixing it." She gestured at the screens and cubes. "Right?" He laughed and cried at the same time. "Right," he said, sniffing and wiping his face. "It's stupid. What hubris, fixing reality." "But it's good," Swan said. "You know it is. It got you 70 years with Alex, and it passes the time. It's true." He heaved a big sigh, looked up at her. "But things won't be the same without her." Swan felt the desolation of this truth wash through her. Alex had been her friend, protector, teacher, step-grandmother, surrogate mother, all that, but also a way to laugh, a source of joy. Now her absence created a cold feeling, a killer of emotions, leaving only the blankness that was desolation. Sheer, dumb sentience. Here I am. This is reality. No one escapes it. Can't go on. Must go on. They never got past that moment. So on they went. There was a knock at the lab's outer door. "Come in," Macquarie called a little sharply. The door opened, and in the entry stood a small, very attractive in the way smalls often were, aged, slender, with a neat blonde ponytail and a casual blue jacket, about waist-high to Swan or Macquarie, and looking up at them like a langur or marmoset. "Hello, Jean," Macquarie said. "Swan, this is Jeanette, from the asteroids, who was here as part of the conference. Jean was a close friend of Alex's and is an investigator for the League out there, and as such has some questions for us. I said you might be dropping by." The small nodded to Swan, hand on heart. "My most sincere condolences on your loss. I've come not only to say that, but to tell you that quite a few of us are worried, because Alex was central to some of our most important projects, and her death was so unexpected. We want to make sure these projects go forward, and to be frank, some of us are anxious to be sure that her death was a matter of natural causes." "I assured Jean that it was," Macquarie told Swan, seeing the look on her face. Jeanette did not look completely convinced by this reassurance. "Did Alex ever mention anything to you concerning enemies, threats, dangers of any kind?" the small asked Swan. "No," Swan said, trying to remember. "She wasn't that kind of person. I mean, she was always very positive, confident that things were going to work out." "I know. It's so true, but that's why you might remember if she had ever said anything out of keeping with her usual optimism." "No, I can't remember anything like that." "Did she leave you any kind of will or trust, or a message, something to be opened in the event of her death?" "No." "We did have a trust," Macquarie said, shaking his head. "It doesn't have anything unusual in it." "Would you mind if I had a look around her study?" Alex had kept her study in a room at the far end of Macquarie's lab, and now Macquarie nodded and led the little inspector down the hall to it. Swan trailed behind them, surprised that Jeanette had known of Alex's study, surprised Macquarie would be so quick to show it, surprised and upset by this notion of enemies, of natural causes, and its implied opposite. Alex's death, investigated by some kind of police person. She couldn't grasp it. While she sat in the doorway, trying to figure out what it could mean, trying to come to grips with it, Jeanette made a thorough search of Alex's office, opening drawers, downloading files, sweeping a fat wand over every surface and object. Macquarie watched it all impassively. Finally, the little inspector was done, and stood before Swan, regarding her with a curious look. As Swan was sitting on the floor, they were about eye level. The inspector appeared on the verge of another question, but in the end did not say it. Finally, "If you recall anything you think might help me, I would appreciate you telling me." "Of course," Swan said uneasily. The inspector then thanked them and left. "What was that about?" Swan asked Macquarie. "I don't know," Macquarie said. He too was upset, Swan saw. "I know that Alex had a hand in a lot of things. She's been one of the leaders in the Mondragon Accord from the beginning, and they have a lot of enemies out there. I know she's been worried about some system problems, but she didn't give me any details." He gestured at the lab. "She knew I wouldn't be that interested." A hard grimace. "That I had my own problems. We didn't talk about our work all that much. But," Swan started, and didn't know how to go on. "I mean, enemies? Alex?" Macquarie sighed. "I don't know. The stakes could be considered high in some of these matters. There are forces opposed to the Mondragon. You know that. But still, I know." After a pause, "Did she leave you anything?" "No. Why should she? I mean, she wasn't expecting to die." "Few people are. But if she had concerns about secrecy, or the safety of certain information. I can see how she might think you would be a kind of refuge." "What do you mean?" "Well, couldn't she have put something into your cube without telling you?" "No, Pauline is a closed system." Swan tapped behind her right ear. "I mostly keep her turned off these days. And Alex wouldn't do that anyway. She wouldn't talk to Pauline without asking me first, I'm sure of it." Macquarie heaved another sigh. "Well, I don't know. She didn't leave me anything either, as far as I know. I mean, it would be like Alex to tuck something away without telling us. But nothing has popped up, so I just don't know." Swan said, "So there wasn't anything unusual in the autopsy?" "No," Macquarie said, but he was thinking it over. "A cerebral aneurysm, probably congenital, burst and caused an intraparenchymal hemorrhage. It happens." Swan said, "If someone had done something to cause a hemorrhage, would you necessarily be able to tell?" Macquarie stared at her, frowning. Then they heard another tap at the lab's outer door. They looked at each other, sharing a little frisson. Macquarie shrugged. He had not been expecting anyone. "Come in," he called again. The door opened to reveal something like the opposite of Inspector Jeanette, a very big man, prognathous, calipagus, steatopigus, exophthalmos, toad, newt, frog. Even the very words were ugly. Briefly, it occurred to Swan that automatopoeia might be more common than people recognized, their languages echoing the world like birdsong. Swan had a bit of lark in her brain. Toad. Once she had seen a toad in an Amazonia, sitting at the edge of a pond, its warty, wet skin all bronze and gold. She had liked the look of it. "Ah," Macquarie said. "Warham. Welcome to our lab. Swan, this is Fitz Warham, from Titan. He was one of Alex's closest associates, and really one of her favorite people." Swan, somewhat surprised that Alex could have such a person in her life without Swan ever hearing of it, frowned at the man. Warham dipped his head in a kind of autistic bow. He put his hand over his heart. "I am so sorry," he said, a froggy croak. "Alex meant a great deal to me, and to a lot of us. I loved her, and in our work together she was the crucial figure, the leader. I don't know how we will get along without her. When I think of how I feel, I can scarcely grasp how you must feel." "Thank you," Macquarie said. So strange the words people said at these moments. Swan could not speak any of them. A person Alex had liked. Swan tapped the skin behind her right ear, activating her cube, which she had turned off as a punishment. Now Pauline would fill her in on things, all by the way of a quiet voice in Swan's right ear. Swan was very irritated with Pauline these days, but suddenly she wanted information. Macquarie said, "So what will happen to the conference?" "There is complete agreement to postpone it and reschedule. No one has the heart for it now. We will disperse and reconvene later, probably on Vesta." "Ah, yes. Without Alex, Mercury would no longer be a meeting place." Macquarie nodded at this, unsurprised. "So you will return to Saturn?" "Yes. But before I go, I am curious to know whether Alex left anything for me, any information or data, in any form." Macquarie and Swan shared a look. "No," they both said at once. Macquarie gestured. "We were just asked that by Inspector Jeanette." "Ah." The toad person regarded them with a pop-eyed stare. Then one of Macquarie's assistants came into the room and asked for his help. Macquarie excused himself, and then Swan was alone with their visitor and his questions. Very big, this toad person. Big shoulders, big chest, big belly, short legs. People were strange. Now he shook his head and said in a deep, gravelly voice, a beautiful voice, she had to admit, froggy, yes, but relaxed, deep, thick with timbre, something like a bassoon or a bass saxophone. So sorry to bother you at a time like this. I wish we could have met under different circumstances. I am an admirer of your landscape installations. When I heard that you were related to Alex, I asked her if it might be possible to meet you. I wanted to say how much I like your piece at Rilke Crater. It's really very beautiful. Swan was taken aback by this. At Rilke she had erected a circle of Göbekli tea stones, which looked very contemporary even though they were based on something over 10,000 years old. Thank you, she said. A cultured toad, it seemed. Tell me, why did you think Alex might have left a message for you? We were working together on a couple of things, he said evasively, his fixed gaze shifting away. He didn't want to discuss it, she saw, and yet he had come to ask about it. And, well, she always spoke so highly of you. It was clear you two were close. So, she didn't like to put things in the cloud, or in any digital form, really to keep records of our activities in any media at all. She preferred word of mouth. I know, Swan said, feeling a stab. She could hear Alex say it. We have to talk. It's a face world, with her intense blue eyes, her laugh, all gone. The big man saw the change in her and extended a hand. I'm so sorry, he said again. I know, Swan said. Then, thank you. She sat down in one of Macquarit's chairs and tried to think about something else. After a while, the big man said in a gentle rumble, What will you do now? Swan shrugged. I don't know. I suppose I'll go out on the surface again. That's my place to pull myself together. Will you show it to me? What? Swan said. I would be very grateful if you were to take me out there. Maybe show me one of your installations. Or, if you don't mind, I noticed that the city is approaching Tintoretto Crater. My shuttle doesn't leave for a few days, and I would love to see the museum there. I have some questions that can't be resolved on Earth. Questions about Tintoretto? Yes. Well, Swan hesitated, unsure what to say. It would be a way to pass the time, the man suggested. Yes. This was presumptuous enough to irritate her, but on the other hand, she had in fact been searching for something to distract her, something to do in the aftermath, and nothing had come to her. Well, I suppose. Thank you very much. Lists 1. Ibsen and Imhotep, Mahler, Matisse, Murasaki, Milton, Mark Twain, Homer and Holbein, Touching Rims, Ovid starring the rim of the much larger Pushkin, Goya overlapping Sophocles, Van Gogh touching Cervantes, next to Dickens, Stravinsky and Vyasa, Lysippus, Equiano, a West African slave writer not located near the equator, Chopin and Wagner right next to each other, equal size, Chekhov and Michelangelo, both double craters, Shakespeare and Beethoven, giant basins, Al-Jaiz, Al-Akhtal, Aristoxenus, Ashvaghosha, Kurosawa, Lu Xun, Ma Chi-yuan, Proust and Purcell, Thoreau and Lipo, Rumi and Shelley, Snorri and Pigalle, Valmiki, Whitman, Bruegel and Ives, Hawthorne and Melville. It said the naming committee of the International Astronomical Union got hilariously drunk one night at their annual meeting, took out a mosaic of the first photos of Mercury, recently received, and used it as a dartboard, calling out to each other the names of famous painters, sculptors, composers, writers, naming the darts, then throwing them at the map. There is an escarpment named Pourquoi Pas. Swan and Warham. It was not difficult to spot the Titan, standing there by the city's south lock door at the appointed hour. He was in form spherical, or perhaps cubical, as tall as Swan, and Swan was pretty tall. Black hair in tight curls like sheep's wool, cut close to his round head. Swan approached him. "Off we go," she said gracelessly. "Thank you again for this." Terminator began to glide past the platform that held the Tintoretto tram station. They walked through the lock directly into a waiting tram, along with about a dozen other people. The tram, when it departed, moved much faster than Terminator did, zipping off west on ordinary tram tracks and soon reaching a couple 100 kilometers an hour. Swan identified a long, low hill on the horizon as the outer wall of Hesiod crater. Warham consulted his wristpad. "We slide between Hesiod and Sibelius," he announced with a little smile. His pop eyes had brown irises, flecked with radial streaks of black and pumpkin. His wristpad meant he probably did not have a cube stuck in his head, and if he did, it would not be a bitch trying to ruin his day. Pauline was murmuring stuff in her ear, and when Warham got up to look out the other side of the tram, Swan muttered, "Don't bother me, Pauline. Don't interrupt me. Don't distract me." Exergasia is one of the weakest of the rhetorical devices, Pauline opined. "Be quiet." After another hour, they had a good lead on Terminator, and the tram glided up to the outer wall of Tintoretto crater, where the tracks led into a tunnel in the rugged wall of old ejecta. As they exited the tram, it announced they had 2 hours before it would return to the city. Through the vestibule of the museum, then to a long arcing gallery. The inner curve of the chamber was a single recessed window wall, giving them an excellent view of the crater's interior. It was a small but steep-walled crater, a handsome circular space under the stars. But her Saturnian did not appear to be interested in Mercury. He walked facing the outer wall of the gallery, moving slowly from painting to painting. He planted himself in front of them, each in turn, stood staring impassively. The canvases ranged in size from miniatures to gigantic wall fillers. The palette of Renaissance Italy fleshed out crowded scenes from the Bible, the Last Supper, the Crucifixion, Paradise, and so on. Mixed in was a bit of classical mythology, including a portrait of Mercury himself, with stylish gold shoes covering his feet, the shoes sporting slots through which Mercury's wings emerged. There were also many portraits of individual 16th-century Venetians, vivid to the point of breaking into speech. Most of the paintings were the originals, moved here for safekeeping. The rest were copies so perfect that it would take a chemical analysis to tell them from the originals. As with many of Mercury's single artist museums, the hope was to gather all the original paintings here and locate only copies on Earth, to take on the intense assault of the most volatile environment, oxidation, corrosion, rust, fire, theft, vandalism, smog, acid, daylight. Here, in contrast, everything was controlled, benign, safer. Or so it was said by mercurial curators. The Terrans were not always so sure. Toadman was very slow on his feet. He stood right next to the paintings for a long time, sometimes with his nose only a centimeter from the paint. Tintoretto's Paradise was 20 meters wide and 10 tall. The note said it was the largest painting ever painted on canvas, and very crowded with figures. Warham moved all the way back to the clear inner wall to look at this one for a while, then took his more usual position nuzzling it. "Interesting how he has angels' wings as being black," he murmured, breaking his silence at last. "It looks good. And look here, see how the white lines in this one angel's black wings actually form letters. C-H-E-R. See? Then the rest of the word is hidden in a fold. That's what I wanted to check. I wonder what that was about. Some kind of code?" He didn't reply. Swan wondered if this was his usual response to art. He ambled on to the next painting. Possibly he was humming to himself. He was not interested in her response to these paintings, even though he knew she was an artist. She wandered on her own, looking at the portraits. The big crowd scenes were too much for her, like epic movies all jammed into a single frame. The subjects of the portraits, on the other hand, looked at her with expressions she recognized immediately. "I am always me. I am always new. I am always me." For 8 centuries they had been saying it. Nothing but women and men. One woman had her left nipple exposed, just under the curve of a necklace. In most periods that would have been transgressive, she seemed to recall. Almost all the women were very small-breasted and big-waisted, well-fed, under-exercised, didn't nurse their own babies. Not working people, the bodies of nobles. Beginning of speciation. Tintoretto's Leda looked quite fond of the swan ravishing her, in fact was protecting the swan from an intruder. Swan had once or twice been swan to a Leda. Not violently, of course, at least not physical violence, and she recalled some of the Ledas had liked it, others not. She returned to Warham, who was again inspecting paradise, this time from as far away as he could get, thus at a slant. To Swan it still seemed a mess. "It's very crowded," she said. "The figures are in too symmetrical a pattern, and God and Christ look like doges. Indeed, the whole thing looks like a Venetian Senate meeting. Maybe that was Tintoretto's idea of paradise." He said. "You don't agree. You like it." "I'm not sure," he said, and walked a few meters away from her. He didn't want to talk about it. Swan went off to look at more Venetians. For her, art was something to make, first and foremost, and after that, something to talk about. Ineffable aesthetic responses, communing with a work. These struck her as too precious. One of the portraits glowered. Another tried to suppress a little ironic smile. They agreed with her. She was out here with a stick of a toad. Macquaret had said Alex revered this man, but now she doubted it could be true. Who was he? What was he? A low recorded announcement informed them it was time for the tram to take them back to Terminator, which would soon be catching up to their longitude, as would the sun. "Oh, no," Warham exclaimed faintly as he heard the announcement. "We've only just started." "There are over 300 paintings here," Swan pointed out. "One visit will never do. You'll have to come back." "I hope," he said. "These are really magnificent. I can see why they called him Il Furioso. He must have worked every day." "I think that's right. He had a place in Venice that he rarely left, a closed shop. His assistants were mostly his children." Swan had just read this on one of the notes. "Interesting," he sighed and followed her to the tram. On the ride back to the city, they passed a group of sunwalkers, and Swan pointed them out. Her guest roused himself from his reverie and looked. "So they have to keep moving," he said. "How do they rest, eat, sleep?" "We eat on our feet and sleep in carts pulled by companions," Swan said. "We take turns at that, and on it goes." He gave her a look. "So you have an inexorable spur to action. I can see the appeal." She almost laughed. "Do you need such a spur?" "I think everyone does, don't you?" "No, not at all." But you joined these ferals, he said. That's just to do it. To see the land and the sun. I check out things I made or do a little crack mining. I don't need to find reasons to stay busy. This was exactly backward, she realized, and shut her mouth. You're lucky, he said. Most people do. Do you think? Yes. He gestured at the sunwalkers, whom they were rapidly leaving behind. What happens if you run into an obstruction that keeps you from continuing westward? You have to avoid those. In some places, they've built little ramps that go up cliffs, or trail systems that get through chaotic terrain quickly. There are routes established. Some people stick to certain routes. Some do them all. Others like to try new terrain. It's pretty common to do a complete circumnavigation. Have you done that? Yes, but it's too long for me. I usually go out for a week or two. I see. It was pretty clear he didn't. We were made to do this, you know, she said suddenly. Our bodies are nomads. Humans and hyenas are the two predators that chase their prey down by wearing it out. I like walking, he allowed. So what about you? What do you do to occupy your time? I think, he said promptly. And that's enough for you? He glanced at her. There's a lot to think about. But what do you do? I suppose I read, travel, listen to music, look at the visual arts. He thought some more. I work on the Titan project. That's very interesting, I find. And the Saturnian League, more generally. Macquarie tells me. System diplomacy. Yes, well, my name came up in the lottery, and I had to do my time. But it's almost over now, and then I plan to return to Titan and get back to my Waldo. So, what were you and Alex working on? His pop eyes took on a look of alarm. Well, some of it she wouldn't want me to talk about. But she spoke of you often, and now that she's gone, I just wondered if she might have left you a message, or even arranged things such that you might be able to step in a bit in her absence. What do you mean? Well, you designed many of the terraria out there, and now they form the bulk of the Mondragon Accord. They would listen to you, perhaps, knowing you were one of Alex's closest confidants. So, possibly you could go out with me and meet some people. What, to Saturn? To Jupiter, actually. I don't want to do that. My life is here, my work. I traveled the system enough when I was young. He nodded unhappily. And you are quite certain Alex didn't leave anything for you? Something to give to me in case something happened to her? Yes, I'm sure. There's nothing. She didn't do things like that. He shook his head. They sat in silence as the tram slid over the dark face of Mercury. To the north, some hilltops were just sparking white with the rising sunlight. Then the top of Terminator's dome appeared over the horizon, like the shell of a transparent egg. As it cleared the horizon, the city looked like a snow globe, or a ship in a bottle, an ocean liner on a black sea, caught in a bubble of green light. Tintoretto would have liked your city, Warham said. It looks like a kind of Venice. No, it doesn't, Swan said crossly, thinking hard. Terminator. Terminator rolls around Mercury just like its sunwalkers, moving at the speed of the planet's rotation, gliding over 20 gigantic elevated tracks, which together hold aloft and push west a town quite a bit bigger than Venice. The 20 tracks run around Mercury like a narrow wedding band, keeping near the 45th latitude south, but with wide detours to south and north to avoid the worst of the planet's long escarpments. The city moves at an average of 5 kilometers an hour. The sleeves on the underside of the city are fitted over the track at a tolerance so fine that the thermal expansion of the track's austenite stainless steel is always pushing the city west, onto the narrower tracks still in the shade. A little bit of resistance to this movement creates a great deal of the city's electricity. From the top of the Dawn Wall, which is a silvery cliff forming the eastern edge of the city, one can see the whole town stretching out to the west, green under its clear dome. The city illuminates the dark landscape around it like a passing lamp. The illumination is very noticeable except at those times when high cliffs west of the city reflect horizontal sunlight into town. Even these mere pinpricks of the dawn more than equal the artificial lights inside the dome. During these cliff blinks, nothing has a shadow. Space turns strange. Then the mirrors are past. That light fades. These shifts in illumination are a significant part of the sensation of movement one has in Terminator, for the glide over the tracks is very smooth. Changes in light, slight tilts in pitch. These make it seem as if the town were a ship, sailing over a black ocean with waves so large that when in their troughs the ship drops into the night, then on high points crests back into day. The city sliding at its stately pace completes a revolution every 177 days. Round after round, nothing changing but the land itself, and the land only changes because the sunwalkers include landscape artists who are out there polishing mere cliffs, carving petroglyphs, erecting cairns and dolmens in Inuksut, and arranging blocks and lines of metal to expose to the melt of day. Thus Terminator's citizens continuously glide and walk over their world, remaking it day by day into something more expressive of their thoughts. All cities and all their citizens move in just such a way. Swan and Alex. The next day, Swan returned to Macquarit's lab. Again he was in his office staring at nothing. Suddenly Swan realized it was a relief to have something to be angry at. Macquarit roused himself. "How was your trip out with Warham?" "He's slow, he's rude, he's autistic, he's boring." Macquarit smiled a little. "Actually, it sounds like you found him interesting." "Please." "Well, I can assure you Alex found him interesting. She spoke of him pretty often. A few times she made it clear they were involved in things she thought were very important." This gave Swan a pause, as it was meant to. "Gran, can I have another look around her study?" "Of course." Swan went down the hall to Alex's room at the end, entered and closed the door. She went to the one window and looked out at the city, all roof tiles and greenery from this vantage point. She wandered around the study, looking at things. Macquarit had not yet changed anything. She wondered if he would, and if so, when. All Alex's things, scattered as always. Her absence was a kind of presence, and again grief stabbed through Swan's middle, and she had to sit down. After a while she stood and began a more methodical examination. If Alex had left something for her, where would she have put it? Swan could not guess. Alex had wanted always to keep her business offline, out of the cloud, unrecorded, live only, in real time only. But if she had done anything like this, she would have to have figured out some kind of method. Knowing her, it might be a purloined letter type of thing, a paper note, for instance, right there on her desktop. So Swan hunted through small stacks of paper on her desk, still thinking it over. If she had had information she wanted Swan to pass along, without Swan necessarily knowing what it was, if there were a lot of data, possibly it would be more than a paper note, and possibly she would want only Swan to find it. She began to wander the room, talking to herself and looking closely at things. The room's control AI would know the room was occupied by only a single person and, with voice and retina, could certainly be set to identify the person. There was a little toilet room attached to the study, with a sink and mirror, so now she went into it. "I'm here, Alex," Swan said sadly. "I'm here, if you want me." She looked into the wall mirror, then into a little oval mirror on a stand next to the sink. Sad Swan's bloodshot eyes. A jewelry box next to the oval mirror fell open. Swan jumped back into the wall, then collected herself. She looked in the box. Jewelry tray. Take it out. And under it were 3 small white paper envelopes. All had written on one side, "In case of my death." On the other sides they were marked for Macquaret, for Swan, and for Wang on Io. Hands trembling, Swan took the one marked for her and tore it open. 2 little data tabs fell out. One of them was murmuring, "Swan, Swan, Swan." Swan put it to her ear, her teeth clenched, tears starting to her eyes. "My dear Swan, I am sorry you are hearing this," Alex's voice said. It was just like hearing a ghost, and Swan clutched her hands over her chest. The little voice went on, "Very sorry, in fact, because if you're hearing this, it means I'm gone. My room AI has heard about my death, and it knows to open this box if you come in here alone. It's the best plan I could think of. Sorry to intrude on you like this, but it's important. This is kind of an insurance policy, because I've got some things going on that need to continue even if I die, and I don't want to tell anyone else here about them. And really, at our age, you can go any time, so I'm setting this up. If you're hearing this, I need your help. Please take the envelope for Wang out to Io and give it to him in person. Wang and I, and a few others, are working on a couple of very important projects together, and we've been trying to keep completely offline with him, which is very difficult to do when we live so far apart. You can help me hugely by taking him his envelope, but please keep the matter entirely to yourself. Also, if you would let your Pauline read the other chip in your envelope and then destroy the chip, that would serve as a secure backup. They both are 1 reads. I hate to do even this much, but I know you don't usually link Pauline to other cubes, and if you would keep it that way, it would be better for our plan. Wang will explain more to you, as will Waram from Titan. Goodbye, my Swan. I love you." That was it. Swan tried to listen to it again, but it was inert. She put the other tab up to Pauline's membrane, in the skin at the base of her neck. When Pauline said, "Done," she put the inert tabs and the 2 remaining envelopes into her pocket and went to find Macquaret. He was in his office, poking around in a 3D image of what looked like a protein. "Look what I found," Swan said. She explained what had happened. "That box was locked," Macquaret said. "I knew it was her jewelry, and I figured I would run into the key sometime or other." He stared blankly at his envelope, seeming in no hurry to open it, possibly even a little afraid of it. Swan let him be, went out of the room. "Pauline," she said after she left, "you got the contents of that tab?" "Yes." "What was on it?" "I am instructed to convey the information to Wang's cube on Io." "But tell me just generally what's on it." Pauline did not reply, and after a while Swan cursed her and turned her off. Both tabs were now inert. Alex's ghost had departed. Swan was not entirely sorry. The shock of hearing Alex's voice speaking to her was still causing her to tremble. She went back into Macquaret's office. He was white-faced, his mouth a little knot. He looked up at her. "She gave you something to take to Io?" "Yes. Do you know what it's about?" "No. But I do know Alex had an inner group of especially close associates. Waram was one of them, and Wang, too." And what were they up to? Macquarie shrugged. She spared me that kind of thing. But I could see she thought it was important. Something about Earth, I think. Swan thought it over. If it was important, and she was keeping things off the record, she would have known her death might cause problems, so she left us these little recordings. It was like her ghost, Macquarie said shakily. She spoke to me. Yes, Swan said, unable to say more. Well, I guess I'm going to take the third envelope she left to Io, like she told me to. Good, Macquarie said. Warham already asked me to go out there, now that I think of it, and he kept asking if she left us anything for him. Macquarie nodded. He was part of it. Yes, and that inspector, too, so I guess I'll go. But I don't think I want to tell him about these messages. Alex didn't say anything about that. He may guess just by the fact you're going. Let him guess. Now Macquarie regarded her with a sympathetic squint. You're going to have to figure things out as best you can. You may even have to step in and do some of the things Alex would have done. How can I do that? No one can do that. You don't know. Pauline will help you, and maybe this Titan of yours also. And if you have to act in Alex's place, she would have liked that. Maybe. Swan was not so sure. Alex will have had a plan. She always did. Swan sighed, lanced again by the thought of Alex's absence. These ghostly messages were not even close to an adequate replacement for her. All right, then. I'll go out to see this Wang. Good. And be ready to act. Swan found out where the off-world diplomats still in town were staying, went to the terrace where the Saturnian delegation had been housed. When she entered the courtyard of the place, she immediately came on Warham, head down as he conferred with the little police inspector, Jean Genet. The sight of the two of them together gave her a shock, and something in their body language said they were well acquainted. Co-conspirators, by the look of them. Cheeks burning, Swan approached them. "What's this?" she demanded. "I didn't know you two knew each other." Neither of them at first replied. Finally, the small waved a hand. "Fitzwarham and I often work together on various system issues. We were just now deciding to visit a mutual acquaintance." "Wang?" Swan said. "Wang of Io?" "Why, yes," the inspector said, looking up at her curiously. "Wang is an associate of ours, as he was of Alex. We were working together." "As I mentioned to you," Warham said in his low croak, "when we were coming back from Tintoretto." Yes, Swan said sharply. "You asked me to join you on that trip, without really explaining why." "Well," the Toadman's broad face was looking a little discomfited. "It's true, but you see there are reasons to be discreet." He looked down at Jeanette, as if hoping for help. "I'm going," Swan said, interrupting their glance. "I want to go." "Ah," Warham said, with another quick glance at Jeanette. "Good." Extracts 1. Take an asteroid at least 30 kilometers on its long axis. Any type will do. Solid rock, rock and ice, metallic, even ice balls, although each presents different problems. Attach a self-replicating excavator assembly to one end of the asteroid, and with it, hollow out your asteroid along its long axis. Leave the wall at least 2 kilometers thick at all points, except for your entry hole. Assure the interior integrity of the wall by coating it with a dura of suitable strength. As your assembly hollows the interior, be aware that ejection of the excavated material, best aimed toward a Lagrange salvage point to collect the salvage fee, will represent your best chance to reposition your terrarium, if you want it in a different orbit. Store excess ejecta on the surface for later use. When the interior is hollowed out, leaving an empty cylinder at least 5 kilometers in diameter and 10 kilometers long, but bigger is better. Your excavator assembly will return to the access hole and there reconfigure itself into your terrarium's propulsion unit. Depending on the mass of your new world, you may want to install a mass driver, an antimatter lightning push engine, or an Orion pusher plate. Beyond the forward end of the cylinder, on the bow of your new terrarium, attach a forward unit at the point of the long axis. Eventually, your terrarium will be spinning at a rotational rate calculated to create the effect of gravity on the inner surface of the interior cylinder, so that when you are inside, you will be pulled to the floor as if in a gravity field. This is the G equivalent, or G-equivalent. The forward unit will then be connected to the bow of the terrarium by a geared axle, to allow the forward unit not to spin, but instead to stay fixed. It will be nearly weightless in this bowsprit chamber, but many functions of the terrarium will go better without the spinning, including docking, viewing, navigating, etc. It is possible to build an interior cylinder that spins freely inside an asteroid that does not spin, the so-called prayer wheel configuration. And this does give you both an interior with G effect and a non-spinning exterior, but it is expensive and finicky. Not recommended, though we have seen some good ones. When stern and bow are properly installed and configured, and the asteroid is set spinning, the interior is ready to be terraformed. Begin with a light dusting of heavy metals and rare earths, as specified for the biome you are trying to create. Be aware that no Terran biome ever began with the simple ingredients you will be starting with on an asteroid. Biospheres need their vitamins right from the start, so be sure to arrange for the importation of the mix you want, usually including molybdenum, selenium, and phosphorus. These are often applied in puff bombs, set off along the axis of the cylindrical space. Don't poison yourself when you do this. After that, string the axis of the cylinder with your terrarium's sunline. This is a lighting element on which the lit portion moves at whatever speed you choose. The lit portion of the sunline usually starts the day in the stern of the cylinder, after a suitable period of darkness, during which any street lights overhead will serve as stars. The lit portion of the line, appropriately bright, then traverses the sunline from stern to bow, or east to west, as some describe it, taking usually the same time as a Terran day, as measured by the latitude of your biome on Earth. Seasons inside your terrarium will be rendered accordingly. Now you can aerate the interior to the gas mix and pressure you desire, typically somewhere between 500 and 1100 millibars of pressure, in something like the Terran mix of gases, with perhaps a dash more oxygen, though the fire risk quickly rises there. After that, you need biomass. Naturally, you will have in your spice rack the complete genetic codes of all the creatures you intend to introduce into your biome. Generally, you will be either recreating some Terran biome or else mixing up something new. Hybrid biomes most people call ascensions, after Ascension Island on Earth, the site of the first such hybrid, started inadvertently by Darwin himself. All the genomes for all the species of your particular biome will be available for print on demand, except for the bacteria involved, which are simply too numerous and too genetically labile to categorize. For them, you will have to apply the appropriate inoculant, usually a muck or goo made of a few tons of the bacterial suite that you want. Luckily, bacteria grow very fast in an empty ecological niche, which is what you now have. To make it even more welcoming, scrape the interior wall of your cylinder, then crumble the rock of the scrapings finely to a consistency ranging from large gravel to sand. Mixed with an edible aerogel, This then becomes the matrix for your soil. Put all the ice gathered in your scraping aside, except for enough when melted to make your crumbled rock matrix moist. Then add your bacterial inoculant and turn up the heat to around 300 K. The matrix will rise like yeasted dough as it becomes that most delicious and rare substance, soil. Those wanting a fuller explanation of how to make soil are referred to my best-selling All About Dirt. With a soil base cooked up, your biome is well on its way. Succession regimens at this point will vary, depending on what you are looking for at climax. But it's true to say that a lot of terraria designers start out with a marsh of some kind, because it's the fastest way to bulk up your soil and your overall biomass. So if you are in a hurry to occupy, this is often a good way to start. When you've got a warm marsh going, either freshwater or salt, you are already cooking good. Smells will rise in your cylinder, also hydrological problems. Fish, amphibian, animal, and bird populations can be introduced at this point, and should be if you want maximum biomass growth. But here you have to watch out for a potential danger. Once you get your marsh going, you may fall in love with it. Fine for you, but it happens a bit too often. We have too many estuarine biomes now, and not enough of the other biomes we are hoping to cook out here. So try to keep your distance at this point. Keep a depopulate marsh, or stay away from it during this part of the process. Or join a trading scheme in which you trade asteroids when they are at the marsh point, so that you come into a new one wanting to change things unattached to what's already there. With the hefty biomass created by a marsh, you can then build up land using some of your excavated materials saved on the surface of the asteroid for this moment. Hills and mountains look great and add texture, so be bold. This process will redirect your water into new hydrologies, and this is the best time to introduce new species, also to export species you no longer want, giving them to newer terraria that might need them. Thus, over time, you can transform the interior of your terrarium to any of the 832 identified Terran biomes or design an ascension of your own making. Be warned that many ascensions fall as flat as bad soufflés. The keys to a successful ascension are so many that I have had to pen another volume, How to Mix and Match Biomes, now available. Ultimately, you will need to make many temperature, landscape, and species adjustments to get to the kind of stable climax community you want. Any possible landscape is achievable. Sometimes the results are simply stunning. Always the entire landscape will be curving up around you, rising on both sides and meeting overhead, so that the look of the land will envelop you like a work of art, a Goldsworthy inscribed on the inside of a rock, like a geode or a Fabergé egg. Obviously, it is also possible to make interiors that are all liquid. Some of these aquaria, or oceanaria, include archipelagos. Others are entirely water, even their walls, which are sometimes refrozen transparently, so that in the end, when you approach them, they look like diamonds or water droplets floating in space. Some aquaria have no airspace in their middles. As for aviaries, every terrarium and most aquaria are also aviaries, stuffed with birds to their maximum carrying capacity. There are 50 billion birds on Earth, 20 billion on Mars. We in the terraria could outmatch them both combined. Each terrarium functions as an island park for the animals inside it. Ascensions cause hybridization and ultimately new species. The more traditional biomes conserve species that on Earth are radically endangered or extinct in the wild. Some terraria even look like zoos. More are purely wilderness refugia, and most mix parkland and human spaces in patterned habitat corridors, that maximize the life of the biome as a whole. As such, these spaces are already crucial to humanity and the Earth. And there are also the heavily agricultural terraria, farm worlds devoted to producing what has become a very large percentage of the food feeding the people of Earth. These facts are worth noting and enjoying. We cook up our little bubble worlds for our own pleasure, the way you would cook a meal, or build something, or grow a garden, but it's also a new thing in history, and the heart of the Accelerando. I can't recommend it too highly. The initial investment is non-trivial, but there are still many unclaimed asteroids out there. Warum and Swan. Although no doubt they were simply the result of an engineering response to an engineering problem, regarded as an aesthetic matter, the mercurial launching gyres were interesting. A maglev tube twisted in a cone set on its point, increasing in size as it rose. The tip of the cone was secured to a platform that moved in a circle, about the size of the widest part of the cone. The movement of the platform exaggerated very effectively the force of acceleration on the ferries as they were being magnetically thrown up the tube. Thus the ferry they were in had them seated sideways to the ground. But as it careened around and up, their floor became most definitely down, and then with dizzying speed they were launched into space, going so fast that if there had been an atmosphere, they would have burned to a crisp the moment they left the tube. The effect as seen from the spaceport resembled some kind of antique carnival ride. From inside the ferry it proved to be a quite serious acceleration, very near the maximum allowed in commercial travel, which was 3.5 G. Swan Er Hong had strapped herself into the seat beside Warum just before takeoff, grimacing apologetically at the cliché of her lateness. Now she leaned toward him to look out the little window at the rapidly receding craterscape of her home world. Quickly the land changed from a plain to a ball, a thin crescent of it bathed in sunlight, the gibbous night side black. Mercury was an interesting place, but Warum was not unhappy to leave. Despite the locals' best efforts to spruce it up with art, the landscape was a cindery clinker, and the truth was that when he was inside its marvelous gliding city, the sudden blink of illumination on high points to the west always reminded him of the sun, following them relentlessly, always about to burst over the horizon and torch everything. Their ferry was going to catch the terrarium Alfred Wegener, which was moving so fast that the ferry would have to make another long 3G burn to catch up. During this time, Warum shifted his seat into bed mode and endured like everyone else. Across the room, Swan groaned and curled around herself on her bed. Warum forbade himself to think about the studies that had been made on the effect of G-forces on the human brain, delicate goo that it was, trapped without much padding inside its hard prison walls. Then the Wegener caught them and reeled them in with a final little squish of G, as if to emphasize the problem. After that, Warum and the other passengers had to adjust to the sudden weightlessness and pull themselves from the ferry into the terrarium's dock, then through the neck and down broad, padded stairs to the cylinder floor. The interior space of the Wegener was pretty substantial, about 20 kilometers long and 5 across, spun to a 1G equivalent. The great majority of the interior space was park, with a few small towns scattered mostly fore and aft. The mix of savanna and pampas was very attractive, Warum thought as he walked toward the first village, looking up at the land overhead. Grass prairie and patches of forest arched like a giant Sistine chapel overhead, a Sistine on which Michelangelo had painted a version of Eden. A savanna, the first human landscape, appealing to something very deep in the mind. although terrarium topology always made Warham feel as if he were inside a map that had been rolled into a tube. As one looked along the longitude line one occupied, the land always appeared as a long U valley, with nearby trees topped by higher, more distant trees, tilting toward the valley bottom in a curve of ever-steepening parkland, up to vertical sidewalls, as in certain great glacial U-valleys, but then the walls continued up and folded over, breaking past verticality in a manner very distinct to the eye. Above that line the landscape was simply overhead, and quite undeniably upside down. As now, for instance, when beyond a cloud he saw the tops of a sheet of flocking birds, flying over the surface of a lake, hanging directly over his head. Warham went to a little Saturn house in the first town, called Plum Lake, and checked in. They kept a restaurant in the ground floor, so he signed up for kitchen duties. He liked all the simplest chores, and after showering he took a walk around the town. It was a handsome place, with a lakefront and a hill, and a tram station at its eastern end. Trams ran through parkland to the other towns. The central plaza was full of Venusians, presumably on their way home, tall, broad-shouldered young Chinese for the most part, with intent eyes and big smiles. They were working on Venus, hip-deep in dry ice, doing dangerous things. Warham engaged in similar work when he was home on Titan, but Titan had only 0.14 G, and this had often saved him from little accidents. Venus, at 0.9 G, impressed him as dangerous. At the edge of town, he came to a line of trees and a fence. He signed in at a little kiosk and read on a plaque that his new acquaintance, Swan Er Hong, had designed the biome here some 70 years before. This was a surprise. He had heard she had once been a designer, but she had shown no interest in the Wegener when they arrived. Warham took a little stun gun out of a box of them, put it in the pocket of his coat, and let himself through the gate into the park. He walked at an angle up the curve of the land. The soil was a thick black loam, with a mixed Tanzanian and Argentinian provenance. He had read at the kiosk. A stand of broad-topped acacia trees showed signs of elephant damage on their trunks. Treetops directly overhead looked like round bumps of lichen. Tall clumps of grass obscured the view beyond his immediate locality. One could see more up where the park curved over the nearby treetops. Up to his left, over the trees, a little knoll of rocks looked like a good lookout, although of course that might have occurred to a puma or a hyena, so he was careful as he approached. Most animals were wary of humans, but he didn't want to surprise anybody. You don't need danger to get your thrills, his mother used to tell him. That would be decadent, and I don't like decadence. The rest of his parents had not been so judgmental, perhaps considering that as they were all living around Saturn, their take on danger might be skewed, but his mother had made her point, and Warham was not decadent. He was continually shocked by the new, and now his heart was pounding a little. The knoll was empty, however. The rocks were spotted with actual lichen, as if sprayed with a surfacing of semi-precious stones, yellow and red and pale green. He crouched in a crack and had a look around. There were a mother cheetah and 2 cubs below him in clumps of bunchgrass. The mother's attention was focused on some pampas deer grazing in the mid-distance. Warham wondered what pampas deer made of cheetahs, whether there had been any predator that fast in South America. It seemed unlikely. He felt lucky to see cheetahs on their feet, as it seemed they were usually asleep. It looked like this mother was trying to teach her cubs how to hunt. She squashed one down with a forepaw to get it to flatten. The chiral wind was rushing down from the left, so he was crosswind to the cats. They would not smell him. Or so it seemed, although in fact many animals' senses were so sharp as to make humans seem deaf and dumb. He settled down to watch. The cubs, still brindled, were looking confused, as if they didn't even comprehend the concept of a lesson. They batted each other still, as if wanting to play. The peak point of brain growth was also the peak point of playfulness. They were downwind of the deer, who looked unruffled and were coming their way. The mama cheetah crouched in the grass, and now her cubs were doing likewise, their tails twitching uncontrollably. Then the mama was off in a burst of grass blades, and the cubs bounded after. The deer dashed away in great pronging leaps, leaving the cheetahs in the dust, but then the deer had to diverge around some trees, and the mother cheetah intercepted the last deer in one group and knocked it over in a tangle of fur that ended with her on top, teeth sunk in the spine at the deer's neck, holding on. The deer heaved up a little, and then was still. The sight of blood was its usual red shock. The cubs arrived late, and Warham wondered if their lesson had taught them anything but the need to grow up, the need to run fast. He found he was standing, and now, looking left at some motion, he saw another person. Swan. Surprised, he waved to her, and she lifted her chin as she continued to watch the cheetah kill. The mother was now teaching the kittens how to eat a deer, not that they needed much instruction there. Warham surveyed the scene. The lit part of the sun line was now far toward the fore end of the terrarium, its light slanting back with a sunset tint. Masses of grass clumps waved in the wind. It felt like an ancient moment. Swan walked over to him and ascended the knoll. It was going to be a little embarrassing to be found out here alone, which in some parks was not legal, and in general was not considered prudent. Then again, here she was, too. He nodded his greeting, formal but not unfriendly. "Unusual luck to see such a thing," he remarked as she approached. "Yes," she said. "Are you out here alone?" "I am." "And you?" "Alone, yes." She was looking at him curiously. "I'm surprised to find you out here, I must confess. I didn't know you liked this kind of thing. Mercury isn't really where you would find out." She gestured at the cats. "You aren't worried?" "They're scared of people, I find." "Well, but if they're hungry—" "But they never are, that's the thing. There's so much easy prey." "That's true, but if they have never run into people before, they'll just think of you as a kind of chimp. Very tasty, no doubt, a delicacy. You hear of it happening. They have no experience of being hunted." "I'm aware we could be prey," Warham said. "I carry a little stunner just in case." "Don't you?" "I don't," she admitted after a pause. "I mean, sometimes I do, but mostly to avoid spending a night in jail." "Indeed." She tilted her head, as if listening to a voice in her ear. She had had her cube implanted, Alex had told him, back when the idea was fashionable. "Speaking of eating," she said, "shall we get something?" "My pleasure." They returned to the perimeter fence. When they reached it, they found a little group at the kiosk. These people saw Swan and crowded around her, greeted her cheerfully. "What do you think?" they asked her. "How do you like it now that it's all grown up?" "It's looking good," she told them in a reassuring tone. "We saw a cheetah take down a pampas deer. I thought maybe there were too many deer, actually. What's that about?" One of the group said deer were high because cats were still low, and Swan asked some questions about that. Warham gathered that predator-prey populations went up and down in sine wave patterns tied together, and predators moved up or down a quarter of a cycle behind prey. There were further complications that Warham couldn't follow from what they were saying. When Swan was done with her conversation, she led him along the street back to the town. "So they knew you designed this terrarium," Warham said as they walked. Yes, I'm surprised anyone remembers. I hardly do myself. So you were an ecologist? A designer. It was a long time ago. I don't like a lot of what I did, to tell the truth. These ascensions are too small. We need all the terraria to be conserving species gone on Earth. I don't know what I was thinking, but I wouldn't say that to the people who live here. They're into this. It's their place. They hiked up the curve of the cylinder several degrees. A cloud they had seen overhead at sunset, hugging the land above like an orange shawl, had come round the cylinder and now immersed them in a diffuse fog. Things lost their shadows in the misty twilight, and the land above went invisible. A few lights on the other side like blurred stars. It seemed a different world now, an outie rather than an innie. Warham explained that he had signed up to run dishwashers in the Saturnian restaurant, so they made their way back to the Saturn house in Plum Lake and ate there. Swan hadn't signed up for any work. She seldom did, she said. As they sat there, she grew quiet and distracted, looked out the window, then around the room, always moving just a little, tapping a foot, rubbing fingertips together. They ate, and she went completely silent. No doubt she was still grieving for Alex. Warham, often pierced by the thought of the loss himself, could only wordlessly sympathize, but then she tilted her head to the side and said, "Quit talking to me. I don't want to hear you." "What's that?" Warham said. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm talking to my cube." "Can you make it so that it speaks aloud?" "Of course," Swan said. "Pauline, you can speak up." A voice coming from the right side of Swan's head said, "I am Pauline, Swan's faithful quantum computer." It sounded like Swan's voice, except as it was projected from speaker buds in her skin, a little muffled. Swan made a face and began to spoon soup into her mouth. Nonplussed, Warham focused on eating. Then Swan snapped, "Well, then you talk to him." The voice from the side of her head said, "I understand you are traveling to the Jupiter system." "Yes," Warham said warily. If Swan had just assigned her cube to do her talking for her, that did not seem like a good thing. But he wasn't sure that was what was happening. "What kind of artificial intelligence are you?" he asked. "I am a quantum computer, model series 2196A. "I see." "She is one of the first and weakest of the cubes," Swan said. "A Phoebe." Warham pondered this. Asking "how smart are you" was probably never a polite thing. Besides, no one was ever very good at making such an assessment. "What do you like to think about?" he asked instead. Pauline said, "I am designed for informative conversation, but I cannot usually pass a Turing test. Would you like to play chess?" He laughed. "No." Swan was looking out the window. Warham considered her, went back to focusing on his meal. It took a lot of rice to dilute the fiery chilies in the dish. Swan muttered bitterly to herself, "You insist on interfering, you insist on talking, you insist on pretending that everything is normal." The cube voice said, "Anaphora is one of the weakest rhetorical devices, really nothing more than redundancy." "You complain to me about redundancy? How many times did you parse that sentence? 10 trillion? "It did not take that many times." Silence. Both of them appeared to be done with speech. "Do you study rhetoric?" Warham asked. The cube voice said, "Yes, it is a useful analytical tool." "Give me an example, please." "When you say exergacia, synethroismus, and incrementum together in a list, it seems to me that you have thereby given an example of all three devices in that same phrase." Swan snorted at this. "How so, Socrates?" "Exergacia means use of different phrases to express the same idea. Synethroismus means accumulation by enumeration, and incrementum means piling up points to make an argument, so listing them does all three, yes? And what argument would you be piling up points in? Swan asked. That I was giving you too much credit in thinking you were using many different devices, when really you only have the one method, because these are distinctions without a difference. Ha, ha, Swan said sarcastically. But Warham had only just kept himself from laughing. The cube went on. One could also argue that the classical system of rhetoric is a false taxonomy, a kind of fetishism. Enough. The silence stretched on. I'm going to help in the kitchen, Warham said, and got up. After a while, she followed him in, and emptied dishwashers next to the window, looking out at the fog. There was a bottle of wine, and she poured a glass. The wet clank of kitchen work always struck him as a kind of music. Say something, she commanded at one point. I'm thinking about those cheetahs, he said, startled, hoping she was speaking to him, even though there was no one else in the room. Have you seen very much of them? No answer. They went out and washed down the tables, which took a while. Swan muttered. It sounded like she was arguing with her cube again. Once she bumped into Warham and said, Come on, move it. Why are you so slow? Why are you so fast? Of course, this kind of nervous rapidity was a notorious characteristic of cube heads, but one couldn't say that, and besides, she seemed worse than most. And possibly she was still distracted by grief and deserved a break. She did not answer him now, but merely chucked away her apron and walked out into the fog. He went to the door to look after her. She veered suddenly toward a bonfire in the center of the square, around which people were dancing. When she was no more than a silhouette against the firelight, he saw her skip into the dance. Habits begin to form at the very first repetition. After that, there is a tropism toward repetition, for the patterns involved are defenses, bulwarks against time and despair. Warham was very aware of this, having lived the process many times, so he paid attention to what he did when he traveled, on the lookout for those first repetitions that would create the pattern of that particular moment in his life. So often, the first time one did things, they were contingent, accidental, and not necessarily good things on which to base a set of habits. There was some searching to be done, in other words, some testing of different possibilities. That was the interregnum, in fact, the naked moment before the next exfoliation of habits, the time when one wandered, doing things randomly, the time without skin, the raw data, the being in the world. They came a bit too often for his taste. Most of the terraria offering passenger transport around the solar system were extremely fast, but even so, trips often took weeks. This was simply too much time to be banging around aimlessly. Doing that, one could easily slide into a funk or some other kind of mental hibernation. In the settlements around Saturn, this sort of thing had sometimes been developed into entire sciences and art forms. But any such hebephrenia was dangerous for Warham, as he had found out long before by painful experience. Too often in his past, meaninglessness had gnawed at the edges of things. He needed order and a project. He needed habits. In the nakedness of the moments of exfoliation, the intensity of experience had in it a touch of terror. Terror that no new meaning would blossom to replace the old ones now lost. Of course, there was no such thing as a true repetition of anything. Ever since the pre-Socratics, that had been clear. Heraclitus and his untwice-steppable river, and so on. So habits were not truly iterative, but pseudo-iterative. The pattern of the day might be the same, in other words, but the individual events fulfilling the pattern were always a little bit different. Thus there was both pattern and surprise, and this was Warham's desired state, to live in a pseudo-iterative, but then also to live in a good pseudo-iterative, an interesting one, the pattern constructed as a little work of art. No matter the brevity of a trip, the dullness of the terrarium, or the people in it was important to invent a pattern and a project and pursue it with all his will and imagination. It came to this: shipboard life was still life. All days had to be seized. So the next morning he left the Saturn house after breakfast and walked back to the park, and at the kiosk joined a group going out to track a little elephant herd. After a while, Swan too joined them, coming from farther in the park and looking a little flushed, as if she had been running. Their group had with them a device that shifted the elephant's subsonic vocalizations up to human hearing levels, and Swan now frowned as she listened to them talking or singing, as if she understood their language. When the elephants went silent, she asked the zoologist leading their group to explain why the sunline's twilight had gone on so long the previous evening. Quickly, Warham gathered that this biome, being equatorial, should have had a very short twilight, as on Earth the equatorial sun dropped almost perpendicularly to the horizon, no matter the season. The zoologist, surprised that Swan had noticed, explained rather defensively that they were running an experiment that placed their terrarium at a 23-degree latitude equivalent, because there were great swaths of Earth's northern hemisphere along that latitude that were now as hot as the equator had been before Earth's warming. Forests were turning into grassland. There was widespread desertification, so the assisted migration movement was investigating the possibility of relocating tropical semi-arid populations like this one up to those latitudes. In the hope of giving them some preliminary data, the sunline regime in Wegener had been adjusted accordingly. Swan did not look too satisfied with this explanation, and soon afterward she took off again on her own, ignoring the disappointment of the zoologist and the disapproval of some of the other guests. Warham saw her later that evening at his restaurant. Probably she too practiced some form of the pseudo-iterative, as she too traveled a lot, and it was a natural human impulse. Warham ate at the table next to hers, and then went to wash dishes, and though he nodded politely to her, she did not speak. When he was done in the kitchen and went back out for a drink, she had gone. Down the street the bonfire was again burning, the dancers dancing. So that second day had some elements of new habit, but the next afternoon the Wegener was making a close pass-by of Venus, using it as a gravity handle to help sling it faster out to Jupiter. Warham took a tram forward to the bulkhead, then with the help of handholds pulled through the nearly weightless passageway to the observation room that bubbled out from the forward end of the asteroid. This chamber had a steady view of the hemisphere of stars arched over them, and there, swelling visibly ahead of them, was Venus. Warham, who at home spent a fair bit of time in micro-G like this, balanced happily with one hand holding a strap, eager to watch the second planet pass under them. Swan came in just as they made their final closing, hurrying as usual to avoid being late. Venus's atmosphere was now so reduced in density from its native state that it was transparent, and even though the whole planet was in the shadow of its sunshield, and therefore in perpetual night, one could make out the dim, white, dry ice seas, and the black rock of the two continents partially blown and scraped free. Cloud patterns familiar from Earth and Mars swirled over snowy plains and the dry ice oceans, making a salt and pepper effect that could not be comprehended even with the most intense effort. The observation chamber rang with the sounds of excited and puzzled viewers. Black as high and white as low didn't work very well for the human eye, and it was not that simple anyway. Even at their closest approach it was still a mess of stippling, They angled in at it, and then Wegener shot by just above the atmosphere, maximizing the gravity sling. Below passed a cluster of lights that someone said was Port Elizabeth. Nearby there was a town called Billie Holiday, where Warham had once worked in a giant Waldo, covering the dry ice in the lowlands with foamed rock. Now they were doing similar things on Titan. Venus and Titan were really the best remaining candidates to join Mars as fully terraformed worlds, shirt-sleeve worlds, as some called them, with free atmospheres humans could breathe. The example of Mars showed what could happen, an independent new world, free from all the troubles of the old one. Swan was dancing by herself. "I want to go back," she was chanting to no one in particular, or perhaps to her cube. "I want to feel the poisoned wind slap the poisoned sea." The Venusians had debarked before the swing-by, so now Wegener was not as humanly interesting. No bonfires, no all-night dances. Warham spent most of his days in the park. It became the heart of this particular pseudo-iterative. They were trying to do a census of its birds and mammals. Often they spotted Swan out there, running by herself. She definitely slept out there, and one night in the kitchen remarked that she never slept indoors if she could avoid it, although of course the entire terrarium was indoors in a certain sense. Out in the park he saw signs that she was also trying to catch some of her food. They once found a rabbit caught in a little snare, set by the creek side that spiraled through the park. This kind of thing was illegal, and more importantly, not done. A few times they also saw the ashes of little fires, with little bones in them not fully burned, rabbit or fawn, cooked over a little fire. One would have to keep an eye out for hyenas if one did that. Surely the excellent South Indian food in his restaurant was preferable. Then one morning they came on Swan still crouched by her little fire, her face greasy and streaks of blood still on her hands, with a small mass of fur there between her feet. She looked up at them with a feral glare, very like the look one would have gotten from a hyena caught in the same moment, and for a long time no one knew quite what to say. Poaching was no more popular with the authorities than it had ever been, Warham saw with a quick glance at the zoologist, although Swan would not get hung for it, and indeed, because of her founder status here, the locals, all half her age at most, were shuffling around, trying to find a way out of the situation. "I guess this is what they meant by the phrase, getting caught red-handed," Warham said in his most jovial voice. "But please, I want to see those elephants while I can, and they are moving away from us. I'm sure the situation here will soon revert to normal." And he walked off in a way that shepherded his guides with him. Better to explore the park in the other direction, or he could track the little cheetah family. Once he saw Swan doing that too, but did not approach her. It was clear by now that she felt like being alone. In the town, if she came by his restaurant, she ate by herself. Warham found that a little disappointing. In the pseudo-iterative, one performs the ritual of the day, attentive to both the joy of the familiar and the shiver of the accidental. To be out at dawn was important. The sunny point in the sunline cast shadows up the cylinder, and overhead flocks of birds flew from one lake to another. The migratory birds pretended to migrate, he was told. They took off at dawn and flew around for most of the day, then came back to where they had begun. Perhaps all his movement was a similar thing. He went forward to the observation bubble when Wegener passed the famous asteroid Programming Error. Here one of the excavators had missed one of its commands. The AI error perhaps caused by the unlucky hit of a cosmic ray, some postulated. So that after coring its large iron-nickel asteroid and leaving the interior space floored by steel, the machinery had looped back on itself and begun to eat the remaining rock of the asteroid across the tube of the first cavity. Then, every time it broke through to the surface of the asteroid, it turned and dived back in, building and leaving behind more tubing as it went. After a few years, it had become clear that this process was never going to stop on its own, as the entire asteroid, considerably reduced, had ended up looking like braided steel rope tied in a knot. Some advocated letting the process go on to see what would happen, but there must have been someone who hadn't agreed with this, because an explosion with an intense electromagnetic pulse had shattered the AI and frozen the thing in the middle of a turn, leaving the excavator's snout sticking out of the side like the head of a snake. Indeed, at that point, the asteroid was a kind of Medusa's head, a pretzel sculpture that some considered beautiful and others horrifying, the very image of AI foolishness or the futility of human effort. Now Wegener flashed by it so fast that the people in the observation bubble could not blink without missing it. It grew from a dot to a basketball to a dot in the course of a single indrawn breath. There were gasps, then cheers. It was in fact a very striking accidental artwork, Warham judged, so bulging with curves that it seemed to be still squiggling, as if the head of Ouroboros were chasing a reluctant tail, or, as it occurred to him when describing it back in the kitchen, like a tangle of Klein bottles. The next day they flashed by another famous error, and more went forward to see this one than had seen programming error, which Warham found depressing. This terrarium, Yggdrasil, had suffered a catastrophic break. An unnoticed ice-filled crack had blown open, and more of an explosion than a leak. Only a few of the inhabitants had survived, something like 50 out of 3,000. It could happen to anyone who did not live on Earth or Mars. Warham did not care to look. Lists 2. Lying naked on a block of ice under a heat lamp. Spending 5 hours in a spacesuit with only 4 hours of air. Running around Mercury on the equator. Cutting a solar system diagram into the skin of her chest with a laser knife. Falling slowly, all day, down the great staircase, naked, as in Duchamp. Flying in a popper up from the Terminator into the light of a coronal flare, ejecting and crash-landing on spacesuit jets only. Sitting in a chair and staring into the eyes of people who sit down across from her for a year. Dancing on fire in a flame-resistant, clear bodysuit. Rolling bowling balls down the great staircase from the top of the dawn wall for an entire day, Pachinko Day. Spending a week in a worm box. Hanging in an upside-down, crucified position in the light of the sun when the gates of the dawn wall are opened. Sitting for a week in a pile of onions, peeling one after the next. Leaving shelter in a spacesuit with air but no heat to see how long she could stay out. 14 minutes. Leaving shelter in a spacesuit with air but no heat to see how long she could stay out while walking in partial sunlight and its radiative heating. 61 minutes. Leaving shelter in a spacesuit with heat, but only a helmet full of air, to see how long she could stay out. 8 minutes. Swan and a cat. Swan got off the Wegener feeling embarrassed and depressed by the horrid ideas of her youth. In this case, the Savannah Pampa's ascension, not to mention her own poaching in Same, caught red-handed indeed, the smart-ass. But then it got even worse when their taxi unloaded them into a terrarium headed Jupiterward, and it turned out to be the Pleistocene, another of her youthful indiscretions, an Ice Age North with any number of spavined megafauna resurrected and clomping around in pathetic mutant versions of themselves. Giant short-faced bears, looking around in open-mouthed confusion. Also dire wolves, saber-toothed tigers, American cheetahs, mastodons, and woolly mammoths, most of them only semi-genuine revivals from ancient DNA, really synthetics, birthed from elephants or lions or Kodiak bears, and thus uneducated in the ways of their kind. It was sad. Swan cursed herself and went feral to get through the remaining week to Jupiter, and almost paid for it with her life. For one thing, it was painfully cold, and then one morning she woke up in a stupidly uncomfortable perch in a tree to find it shaking under the weight of a cat climbing it, a big cat, a who-knew-what, possibly just a mountain lion, maybe a snow leopard, it had such long fur, intent to get to her, and as it was no heavier than she was, it seemed like it could climb the tree high enough to make it happen. Maybe 12 meters to the ground, terrarium spinning at 1G. For a second she cursed the long-ago shift away from Martian G in terraria, which at first had been the norm. Then fear drove all thought from her head. Get out of the nest. Get higher than a cat your own weight can get. Obviously a problem. She pulled herself up onto the branch over her, which pronged up much more vertically than her sleeping branch. The cat eyed her calmly, not moving yet. Topaz eyes and brindled long white fur, upper lip drawn back, teeth white and hungry. No malice in it. Up the vertical branch, feet deep in forks, painful twists to free herself up and up. Swaying now in the canopy, all the branches around her equally thin and flexible, some kind of oak. If she kicked it on the snout when it attacked, possibly it would miss and fall. Foreclaws would latch on to her. Her kick would have to twist away, maybe up. She tried to get higher. Couldn't. She was on the Pleistocene. She carried a stun gun. But she had left it in the nest. Shit. The cat began to shift onto Swan's branch. Quite a weight to sway it that much. "Pauline, any suggestions here?" "Scare it," Pauline said. "Adrenalate fully, then do something bizarre." Swan twisted and let go, fell feet first into the face of the cat, screaming as loud as she could. When her feet hit something else, she clasped branches to her and felt something smash into her ribs. Air knocked out of her, no more scream. She scrabbled with her feet for some purchase, found none, looked down. The cat was on the ground, looking up at her. Swan screamed again, felt the stab of a cracked rib. She changed to a raging shout, cursing the cat foully. Kill it like Archilochus. Grating, painful snarl of a voice, bitter shrieking that hurt her throat and screeched unbearably in her own ears, the sound making her aware that she had lost it. The cat heaved a heavy sigh and padded away. She climbed back to her nest and retrieved the stun gun. Getting down out of the tree hurt like hell. She avoided Warham completely after that, and by the time they were dropped off on Callisto, she had become a little fond of that stab in her side. It made her feel better. It was an expression of her grief, her anger. The moment of dread involved was not forgotten, but digested into something else, some kind of triumph. She had almost been eaten for breakfast. She had been a fool and survived yet again. How often it had happened. Surely it was a fate. Surely it would keep on happening. This is the most basic of false syllogisms, Pauline assured her when she spoke the thoughts aloud. The Jovian moons were huge, with Jupiter itself a gargantuan oil painting of over-elaborate genius, viscous blobs swirling around from one gorgeous paisley orangery to the next. Every border between the bands was a fantasia beyond compare. Swan loved the sight of it, and the city from which she viewed it wasn't bad either, the fourth ring of Valhalla, built on the eponymous rim of the great multi-ringed crater. Valhalla had 6 rings, splashed into the sides of Callisto like concentric waves on a pond after a rock is thrown in. The city was located on the top of the fourth ring, extending all the way around. Now cities were beginning on the tops of the third and fifth rings as well. It was said that they would eventually tent the entirety of Valhalla and, after that, maybe all the rest of Callisto, and it was a big world. There were even those arguing it could be properly terraformed, despite the lack of a starter atmosphere. It was one big world of 4, in fact, because all the Galilean moons were gigantic. But there was some kind of a curse on them, it seemed to Swan. One of them was almost useless. Another contested. Io orbited so far within Jupiter's ferocious radiation belts that it was never going to be occupied at all, except by a few small, hardened scientific stations. Europa, a big, beautiful ice moon, had a great depth of ice for people to delve into to escape the Jovian radiation, strong even there, wondrous ice palaces with giant Jupiter always gnarling overhead, or everyone had thought at first. But it hadn't happened, because there had proved to be aliens living in the ocean below, a complete ecology of algae, chemotrophs, lithotrophs, methanogens, scrapers, suckers, fans, scavengers, and detrivores, all swimming or crawling or holding on or burrowing in, and they created a problem. Some thought they had already contaminated this ocean by their exploratory intrusion into it, because examining it with a drill had been the Lake Vostok problem writ large. But they had done their best to sterilize the probes, and then, having discovered and sampled the full ecology, they had sealed off the whole, and now sat on the surface in scientific stations, culturing and studying their sample populations, and pondering whether they should stay or go, and if they stayed, what kind of presence they should have. Possibly the proposed ice palaces would be perfectly fine, with the life below completely sequestered by the 10 kilometers of glaciosphere that lay between the moon's surface and its ocean. On the other hand, life being life, spermatozoically wriggling into every place it could reach, contamination might almost certainly be assumed to follow any occupation of the moon. And yet, given that these creatures appeared to be cousins of theirs anyway, long separated by meteor voyage, and now already recontaminated by a visit, would living above them and continuing to be a minor contaminant clearly be such a bad thing? When there were already people out there swallowing the alien microscopic life and shooting it into their veins? And when life had been bouncing around the solar system and interacting with its cousins all along? These were open questions, interesting and vivid to the Europans and other Jovians, less so to the rest of the system. Swan remained somewhat interested from her design days, and she approved their recent decision to go ahead and settle Europa, only perching unobtrusively on top of the internal indigenous aquaria. Now she spent her time walking the high road that ran all the way round the 4th circle of Valhalla, waiting for their flight to Io. She was still avoiding Warum, who watched her these days with a look of alarmed concern that she could not stand. Jupiter overhead was its usual lurid magnificence. Possibly the Jovians were right to be so self-absorbed. They had a whole little solar system here, full of different things. Between the rings of the crater, the surface of Callisto was a vast, knobbly white plain, and Jupiter and the 3 other moons were up there performing their dance. It was a gorgeous space. But they were here to see Wang, so soon she grew impatient for the Io shuttle and tired of the view overhead. Jove squiggling its buffooneries over and over. It was not art, but chemistry, mere fractal repetition. The saving grace was that they had recently lit great gas lamps in the upper Jovian atmosphere, to better illuminate the towns located on the Galilean's Jovian sides. One could see how these painfully brilliant diamond points were distorting Jupiter's cloud tops, adding new swirls and eddies. That made it art, the whole thing a kind of mad Goldsworthy. Finally, the time came for the shuttle to Io. Swan said, "Pauline, are you going to be all right down there?" "I will be if you are. You definitely need to stay inside the Faraday cage there to stay safe. The Jovians will no doubt tell you that." And during the trip they did, at great length. In a box inside a box, like Russian dolls, they were so proud. Down then to Io, shedding a furious aurora behind their spacecraft, a blaze of transparent blue and green electric banners and flares arcing away as they flew. Io. Io, the innermost moon of Jupiter, as big as Luna. The yellow slag world, awesome upchucking of a moon's guts, regurgitation over and over, until everything more volatile than sulfur has long since burned off. Sulfur, sulfur everywhere, and nary a place to stand. 400 live volcanoes bursting through the slag like angry boils, geysering sulfur dioxide hundreds of kilometers into the air. A moon with an interior hotter than Earth's, and try putting your hand in front of the steam coming out of the volcanic vent on Nea Kameni, in the caldera of Santorini, to feel just how hot Earth is. It looks like the steam on your stovetop, but you will quickly find it is 3 times hotter. Even though you snatch your hand away instantly, your skin will blister. And Io's interior is 30 times hotter than that. It looks it, a hell world, flexed hugely in the immense tidal pull between Jupiter and Europa, almost torn apart. That's gravity at work. Then also Jupiter's radiation field is so vast and so strong that Io sizzles inside it. Even Deinococcus radiodurans perishes in it. Nothing lives on Io. Except humans, and the little suite of biota they carry everywhere they go. For it is possible to find islands of hard rock in the highlands of the enormous volcanoes, and bore into that rock and hide a little station. A cube to hold Wang's cube. Everything there must be triply protected, first by physical walls, then by a magnetic field strong enough to counteract Jupiter's radiation. But this field itself would be enough to kill, so inside that field a Faraday cage is necessary to protect you from your protection. Descend in a blue magnetic aurora, a fire of electrons. Below, the moon spreads from a ball to a plain, to a tumultuous mountainscape of overlapping volcanoes, the bulky cones hard to spot and all the overlapping swaths of yellow on tan, on white, on black, on brick, on bronze, swaths of every burnt color, but most of all yellow. Here and there scattered rings of black or red or white reveal active vents, pouring out the guts of the interior in irregular circles around the vents, but most of the patches are much less regular, and taken all together, the surface is a jumble that cannot be resolved by the eye into a topography. It is what it looks like, a molten world, a world on fire. The names humans have applied are redundant: fire gods, thunder gods, lightning and volcano gods, every combustible deity, from Agni, the Hindu god of fire, to Voland, the German blacksmith of the gods. All these names attempt to humanize the moon, but fail. Io is not a human place. The hard crust on its surface, cooled only by contact with the chill vacuum of space, is so thin that in many places it would not support a standing person. Some early explorers found this out the hard way, Walking too far away from their lander, they plunged through the sulphurous ground into red-hot lava and disappeared. We think that because we live on cooler planets and moons, we live on safer ground than that. But it is not so. Swan and Wang. The station on Io, holding Wang's cube and its support team, was located high on the flank of Ra Patera, one of the biggest mountains in the solar system. As the ferry descended, the tilt of Ra's broad apron came to seem barely off the horizontal. The ferry dropped into a gap in a concrete pad, and a roof then closed over them. From then on, they were mostly underground. Everything they could see of the moon on the station's various view screens, and through the little windows in the station's little conning tower, was part of the apron of Ra. There were several people in the station's bridge, up in the conning tower. None of them looked up at Swan and Waram, nor at Wang when he came in. Wang Wei turned out to be a round person with an innocuous manner, a real principal investigator, as Macquaret would have said, one of the system's foremost experts on cubes. Sometimes such individuals were sovereign to quite remarkable little Ruritanias. Swan wondered if Alex had been right in her notion that the solar system's balkanization was a deliberate but unconscious human reaction to cubes, some kind of resistance to their incipient power. Wang greeted Swan and Waram, and with a quick, thank you, took the envelope from Alex that Swan offered to him. It appeared he had already known about it. He read the letter in it, then plugged the tab that fell from it into the nearest desk. He stared at the desk console for a long time, reading carefully, using a forefinger to keep his place. "So sorry to lose Alex," he said to Swan finally. "Condolences from the heart. She was the hub of our little wheel, and now we spin off like broken spokes." Surprised at this, Swan said, "She told me in her note to me that I should come to you. The messages were left for me in her study, a kind of contingency plan, I guess, and part of it was this envelope for you. Yes, she told me she might do this. And you also loaded a tab into your internal cube, Alex suggests in her note here." "That's right, but my cube won't tell me about it." That was no doubt Alex's instruction. The data are specialized. What you have is a kind of backup, Wang explained apologetically. Swan glared at Wang, and then Waram, and saw that they were in cahoots, like Waram and Jeanette back on Mercury. "Tell me what's going on," she demanded. "You two were working with Alex on something." The two of them hesitated, and then Wang said, "Yes, for many years. Alex was the hub, as I said. We were working with her." "But she didn't like being in the cloud," Swan said, gesturing around her at the station. "She kept things in her head, right? But you work with cubes, isn't that right? Wang's cube, Wang's algorithm." "Yes," Wang said. Waram said, to stay off the record, Alex had to stay clear of cubes, and for that she needed a cube's help. That's just the way it is now, and she knew that. Wang nodded. "So she chose me. I can't say why. Possibly she thought I have more contact than I really do with what she used to call the League of Unaffiliated Worlds. I do have a network of contacts like that, but it's not comprehensive. No one has an accurate description of the system as it exists now." "Is that what Alex wanted?" Swan asked. Waram shook his head. "She knew the system as well as anyone could. Wang knows the unaffiliateds, but more importantly, to my mind, his cube is sequestered here. Its contact with the rest of the system is controlled by Wang. Alex liked that, because she was trying to shift all her dealings over to direct human communication. "But she left these messages," Swan said, "for if she couldn't talk. So she wanted us to talk, for you two to talk to me." Evidently. "So tell me what you're up to." The two men glanced at each other. For a long time they stared at the floor. Then Wang looked her in the eye, which caught Swan by surprise. His gaze was intense. "No one knows exactly how to deal with this situation, because it has to do with cubes, and you have a cube embedded in you. So Alex would not tell you about this part of things, and I don't want to either. Now that Alex's list of contacts is safely here, we who were working with her can try to proceed with her plans." Swan said, "So you have information from Alex, and my cube has information from Alex, but I can't have any information from Alex." Wang looked at Warham. Warham's broad face looked as if pins were being stuck into him somewhere. His pop-eyed stare, Wang's basilisk intensity. They stood there, looking at her. They didn't know what to say to her. They weren't going to tell her anything. With a sudden snort, Swan waved them away and left the room. There wasn't anywhere to go in this little station to get away, something that occurred to Swan only after she had made her exit. She badly needed to run off her anger in some hills, and here she was trapped in a cube, a box of rooms, only a few of which even had windows. Claustrophobia lay always just under her surface, and now, with her anger at the two men and her grief for Alex, and anger at Alex for keeping things from her just because of Pauline, the trapped feeling jumped her, and she banged around cursing until she went up in the conning tower to a small room with a view window and was able to slam the door and pound her fists on a table for a while. Her rib hurt quite a bit as she did so, but that was just part of the mix now. The stab of all these other feelings combined. She hurt. Then a movement outside caught her eye. She interrupted her fit and went to the window to look. Through her tears she saw the blurry, blinking image of a human figure, out on the yellow slag, walking toward the station. It moved oddly, wavering, staggering, blinking from one position to another. "Pauline, can someone walk on the surface here, outside the station?" "Their suit would have to be as protective as the station is," Pauline said. "Please, inform station security of your sighting immediately." Surely they have seen it. That suit out there may be shielded in many ways. Your visual sighting may be the only indication they have. Please hurry. Arguing with me now is untimely." Swan growled and left the room. After some hurrying around, getting lost, she came to the room Warham and she had entered first. "There's someone approaching your station on foot," she said to the startled people inside. A few of them began scanning screens very closely. Swan couldn't tell them which direction her window had been facing, and had to take them back to it, just barely recalling the way, to show them. By that time, nothing was visible on the slaggy landscape extending downhill from the station. Apparently, the people back in the control room weren't seeing anything either. "Pauline, tell them," Swan said. Pauline said, "There was something about 300 meters downslope. Footprints should still be visible. The figure was moving irregularly." Wang hurried into the room, summoned, no doubt. "Lock it down," he said curtly to his people. Ringing alarms went off in every room, painfully high and loud. Quickly the halls filled with people. Swan and Warham were hustled along a hallway to the lockdown shelter. By the time they got there, it was already crowded, and after they pushed their way in, the door was closed. Apparently everyone was accounted for. Now they were inside the smallest Russian doll of all. There were screens on one wall, and Pauline helped the station AI direct the station's surveillance cameras. Soon enough, one screen zoomed in on a view downslope. There, far down the rumpled and tilted plain of slag, a tiny figure was hopping downhill. "Not a good idea," Wang said. "The crust thins down there." And then the distant figure sank into a brief flare and disappeared. Keep looking around the station, Wang said after a shocked silence. See if there is anyone else out there, and put up a drone to have a look around for a hopper. The people in the room watched the screens in a grave silence. If the Faraday cage were to lose power, they would be cooked very quickly, every cell in them burst by Jupiter's radiation. But nothing seemed to have happened. The station's power seemed secure, and there was no one else to be seen in the surrounding area. Then there was a stir across the room. "Call from a ship requesting to land," someone said. "Who are they?" "It's an interplan ship, Swift Justice. Make sure it's really them." The image of an incoming ship was shifted to a larger screen, and everyone watched as a small spaceship flared down into the hole in the station's landing pad. Shortly thereafter, a helmeted face appeared right in front of a surveillance camera lens in the landing bay, filling the screen to provide a retinal scan, then waving and giving them a brief thumbs up. Friends, apparently. They were let in, and there in the doorway stood 3 people, helmets off, one of them a small. Swan was startled to recognize the inspector who had visited them at Macquaret's laboratory, Jean Genet. "You're late," Wang said. "Sorry," Genet replied. "We were detained. Tell me what happened." Wang made his account brief, ending, "It appears to have been a single intruder. It approached and then went downslope and fell through the crust. We haven't found any hoppers yet." Jeanette's head was tilted to the side. "It just ran downslope to its death?" "Apparently so." The inspector looked up at his companions. "We need to pull whatever remains of it out of the lava." Then, to Wang and the others, "Back, shortly. Maybe you should stay in lockdown a little longer." And the 3 of them disappeared back toward the station lock. "All right," Swan said heavily, staring hard at Warham in particular. "Tell me what's going on." "I'm not sure," Warham said. "We were just attacked." "I guess so." "You guess so?" Wang spoke while still reading their screens. "A very ineffective attack, I must say." "So who would want to attack you?" Swan asked. "And how did this Inspector Genet get here so fast? And does this have anything to do with what you were doing with Alex?" Warham said, "It's hard to tell at this point," and Swan interrupted by punching him in the arm. "Quit it," she said viciously. "Tell me what's going on." She looked around the packed room, 12 or 15 people all crowded in there, but now ostentatiously focused on their own affairs, leaving Wang and his visitors alone at a small table in a corner. "Tell me, or I'll start screaming." She let out a little shriek to show them what could happen, and people all over the room jumped and looked their way, or tried not to. Warham glanced at Wang. "Let me try," he said. "All yours," Wang said. Warham tapped on the table screen and called up a schematic of the solar system, a 3-dimensional image that seemed to float inside the table. Spheres of bright holographic colors made something like the familiar solar system orrery, though this one had many more colored spheres in it, Swan saw, and a great number of colored lines connecting these spheres. Also, the spheres were not sized in proportion to the real sizes of the planets and moons. "This image was generated from Alex's analysis," Warham told Swan. "It's an attempt to show power, and the potential for power. A kind of Menard graphic. The size of the spheres is determined by a compound function of the factors Alex considered important." Swan spotted Mercury, down by the sun, small and red. The Mondragon members were all red, making a constellation of red dots scattered through the system. All small, but there were a lot of them. Earth was huge and multicolored, a bundling of spheres, like a bunch of helium balloons tugging at a fist. Mars was a single green sphere, almost as big as Earth. Colored lines connecting spheres made webs that were dense through the system out to Saturn, sparser beyond that. "What factors?" Swan asked, trying to calm herself. She was still rattled, more by the appearance of Jeanette than by the attack. Warham said, "Accumulated capital, population, bioinfrastructure health, terraforming status and stability, mineral and volatile resources, treaty relations, military equipment. We can give you the details of the heuristic later. What you can see immediately is that Mars and Earth, considered as a collective, are tremendously larger than any other powers at this point, and China, the big pink ball, is a very big fraction of Earth's power. Venus, meanwhile, has such great potential that it's hard to represent, because at present it has nothing like the power it's going to have. Venus and China are colored pink because they both have good relations with the Mondragon. You can see that there is potential in the China-Venus-Mondragon nexus for the largest power of all. Alex often said that Chinese dominance is the default norm throughout history, except for the brief period of subjugation to Europe. That may be putting it too strongly, but the image speaks for itself concerning the current situation. Also, notice the smallness of almost all the other space settlements. Even taken together, they are still small. However, if you amp up their terraforming potential in the calculation, as I will do now, then look. Venus, Luna, the Jovian Galileans, not counting Io, Titan, and Triton get much bigger. They represent the largest opportunities for more power in space. The asteroids are for the most part filled, so in near-term potential, Venus and the big moons are the new powers. And Venus will soon be fully habitable and experiencing a growth spurt, so things are already getting strange there and destabilizing things on Earth. So what was Alex's concern? Swan asked. And what was she proposing to do about it? Warham took a deep breath, let it out. She saw an unstable system, headed for a crash unless some corrections were made. She wanted to stabilize things, and she thought the fundamental source of trouble was Earth. He stared at the image for a while, which made the point very effectively. There, in the middle of all the clear primary colors, the party balloon jumble that represented Earth was so garish it almost vibrated. So she wanted to do what? Swan asked, feeling a stab of worry. Are you saying she wanted to change things on Earth? Yes, Warham said firmly. She did. She knew, of course, that this desire is a famous mistake for spacers to make, an impossible project, sure to go wrong. But she thought we might have enough leverage by now to make a difference. She had a plan. A lot of us felt like it was a bit of the tail wagging the dog, you know. But Alex was persuasive that we would never be safe until Earth was in better shape. So we were going along with her. What does that mean? We've been stockpiling food and animals in the terraria and setting up Terran offices in friendly countries there. There were agreements. But now that's been complicated by Alex's death, because she did so much of it in person. They were verbal agreements. She didn't trust cubes, I know that. Right. Why not? Well, perhaps I shouldn't really say now. After an uncomfortable pause, Swan said, Tell me. When he raised his eyes and met her gaze, she gave him the look Alex would have given him. She could feel it coursing through her. Alex had been able to make people talk with a look. But it was Wang who answered her. It has to do with some funny stories about cubes, he said carefully. On Venus, and in the asteroid belt, those incidents are being looked into by Inspector Jeanette and his team. So, he gestured at the doorway, this may be another part of that, So until they learn more, let us leave that matter alone for now. Also, assuming your internal cube is recording all this, if you could get it to keep the recording locked, that would be best. Waram said to Wang, "Show Swan the image of the system with cube power included." Wang nodded and tapped at the table's image. This one tries to include both cubes and classical AIs. It hopes to give an image of how much of our civilization is run by artificial intelligence. Cubes don't run anything, Swan objected. They don't make any decisions. Wang frowned. Some things they do decide, actually. When to launch a ferry, for instance, or how to allot the goods and services in the Mondragon, things like that. Most of the work of the system's infrastructure, as it turns out. But they don't decide to run it, Swan said. I know what you mean, but look at the image. In this version, he explained, red designated human power, blue the power of computers, with light blue marking classical computers, and dark blue quantum computers. A big dark blue ball appeared near Jupiter, and there were other blue dots scattered everywhere, most netted in a single web. Humans appeared as clumps of red, fewer and smaller than the blue dots, with far fewer red lines between them. What's the blue ball around Jupiter? Swan asked. Is that you? Yes, Wang said. And so now someone has attacked this rather immense blue ball. Yes. Wang was frowning heavily as he stared into the table. But we don't know who or why. After a silence, Waram said, Images like this one were part of what concerned Alex. She initiated some efforts to come to grips with the situation. Let's leave it at that for now, please. I hope you understand. His froggy eyes popped more than ever with the force of his entreaty. He was sweating. Swan glared at him for a while, then shrugged. She wanted to argue, and realized again that it felt good to find something besides Alex's death to be angry at. Pretty much anything would do, but in the end, it wouldn't help. Waram tried to return the subject to Earth. Alex said we should think of Earth as our sun. We all revolve around it, and it exerts a huge drag on us. And because of the individual needs spacers have for their sabbaticals, we can't just ignore it. For any number of reasons, we can't do that, Wang pointed out. True, Waram said. So, we are determined to keep her projects going. You can help with that. Your cube now has her contact list. It'll take a big effort to keep that whole group on board. We could use your help. Swan, unsatisfied with this kind of generality, inspected the new image again. Finally, she said, Who did she work with most on Earth? Waram shrugged. Many people, but her main contact there was Zasha. Really? Swan said, startled. My Zasha? Yours in what sense? Well, we were partners once. I didn't know that. Well, Alex certainly relied on Zasha for a sense of the situation on Earth. Swan had been vaguely aware that Zasha did things with the Mercury House in Manhattan, but she had never heard Alex or Zasha speak of each other. It was another new thing to learn about Alex, and it suddenly occurred to Swan that this was the way it would happen from now on. She would not learn things from Alex, but about her. That was the way Alex would live on, and small though it was better than nothing. Better than the void, and if Zasha had been working with her. All right, Swan said. When your inspector lets us out of here, I'm going to Earth. Waram nodded uncertainly. Swan said, What will you do? He shrugged. I have to go to Saturn and report. Will I see you again? Yes, thank you. Although he looked a little alarmed at the idea. I'll soon be returning to Terminator. The Saturn League Council has been contacted by the Vulcanoids. who it turns out also had some verbal agreements with Alex. There are Vulcanoid light transfers out to Saturn in the works, and I am currently the League's inner planet ambassador, so I'll see you when you return to Mercury. Extracts 2. To simplify history would be to distort reality. By the early 24th century, there was too much going on to be either seen or understood. Assiduous attempts by contemporary historians to achieve an agreed-upon paradigm foundered, and we are no different now looking back at them. It's hard even to assemble enough data to make a guess. There were thousands of city-states out there pinballing around, each with its presence in the data cloud or absence from same, and all of them adding up to what? To the same mishmash history has been all along, but now elaborated, mathematicized, effloresced. In the word of the time, balkanized. No description can be. Instability nodes, when many pressured stresses rupture at once. In this case, the withdrawal of Mars from the Mondragon, its counter-imperial campaign on Earth, and the return of the Jovian moons to the larger interplanetary scene. As the first settlements beyond Mars, the Jovians were hampered by path dependency on earlier, less powerful settlement technology, also the discovery of life inside Ganymede and Europa, as well as Jupiter's intense radiation. Later, more powerful settlement strategies and terraforming efforts on Venus and Titan caused the Jovians to reevaluate their stations, domes, and tented Luxembourgs as inadequate. Even with Io permanently off-limits, the 3 other Galilean moons constituted together an enormous potential surface area, and it was the resolution of their inner conflicts and their common commitment to full terraformation that threw the volatiles markets into disarray and triggered the nonlinear breaks of the following 2 decades. They were now their own unavoidable experiment, and were making themselves into many things they had never been before, augmented, multi-sexed, and most importantly, very long-lived, the oldest at that point being around 200 years old, but not one whit wiser, or even more intelligent. Sad but true. Individual intelligence probably peaked in the upper Paleolithic, and we have been self-domesticated creatures ever since, dogs when we had been wolves. But also, despite that individual diminution, finding ways to accumulate knowledge and power, compiling records, also techniques, practices, sciences. Possibly smarter, therefore, as a species than as individuals, but prone to insanity either way, and in any case stuck in the moment, a moment now lost to us, when people lived in the almost forgotten technology and culture of the balkanization, the years just before 2312. Except wait, that is yet to tell. Lists 3. Alcohol, fasting, thirsting, sweat lodges, self-mutilation, sleep deprivation, dance, bleeding, mushrooms, immersion in ice water, kava, flagellation with thorns or animal teeth, cactus flesh, tobacco. Exposure to the elements, long-distance running, hypnosis, meditation, rhythmic drumming and chanting, Jimson weed, nightshade, salvia divinorum, pungent or aromatic scents, toad sweat, tantric sex. Spinning in circles, amphetamines, sedatives, opioids, hallucinogens, nitrous oxide, oxytocin, holding one's breath, jumping off cliffs, nitrites, kratom, coca leaves, cocoa, caffeine, entheogens. Ethylene, a entheogenic gas, escapes from the ground under Delphi. Swan in the dark. When they were free to leave Io Station, Swan headed to Earth. It turned out that the first transport heading down system was a blackliner. Feeling the blackness of Alex's absence inside her, Swan decided to take it. Warham saw her off with his now characteristic expression of alarm. Inside the blackliner, darkness reigned. It was as black as could be. The black one would find inside a cave deep inside the earth. The terrarium was just barely rotating, so there was very low G throughout. People, therefore, floated in the dark, naked or dressed in clothes or spacesuits. Around buildings and floating pods, a blind society bounced carefully, living in a world of sound. Bat people. Sometimes there were interactions, conversations, embraces. Sometimes one heard cries for help, and there were sheriffs on patrol to provide aid, using infrared goggles to see what was going on. But for most passengers, the point was to be blind for a while. It could be a penance. It could be a bit of mental voyaging. It could be a new kind of sex. Swan didn't know what she wanted out of it. It had sounded right for the way she felt. Now she floated in pure and complete blackness. Her eyes were open, and yet she didn't see a thing. Not her hand before her face. Not a glint of light anywhere. The space she was in seemed as infinite as the cosmos itself. Or else just a bag around her head. There were voices here and there, coming from various distances. They all sounded hushed, as if in the dark people naturally whispered. Although forward along the center line, it seemed by the faint pull of the G, there was some kind of game or sport being played, with whistles and beeps and shouts of laughter. From another direction came the sounds of guitar and oboe, playing a Baroque duet. She jetted toward it cautiously, hoping to hear it better. Halve the distance, double the sound. On the way, she passed the paired breath of a couple having sex, or so it seemed. This was a noise that could draw a crowd as much as music or sport. There had been assaults in blackliners. People had done unspeakable things, or so one heard. In fact, it was hard to believe anyone would care enough to impinge so drastically on anyone else. Why care that much? What would it do? The continuous pure dark soon began to be marked in her vision by blotches of color, then by memories of sights that seemed to be there in her eye. She closed her eyes, and colored bars redoubled, color everywhere. It reminded her of that time years before, when she had ingested the Enceladam suite of aliens, a crazy act which she usually managed not to remember. The votaries sitting around lit candles. Pauline, newly inside her, warning her not to do it. The little chalice full of Enceladuscia irwinii and other Enceladan microscopic life forms. The votary giving it to her and saying, "Do you understand?" And Swan replying that she did. The biggest lie of her life. The taste of the infusion, like blood. The heave in her stomach. The way, after a moment of blackout, the candlelight returned and grew too bright to look at. The waves on the beach roar all through her, everything becoming brilliantly stuffed with color, Saturn looking like a confection of mint and cantaloupe. Yes, a period of synesthesia, with all her senses on fire. And at one point she had had the sudden realization that she would never be the same. Infecting herself with an alien, was it wise? No, it was not. Crying out then as if poisoned, trapped in a kaleidoscope, a roaring in her ears, exclaiming over and over, "But I was Swan. I was Swan." Now she did her best to throw the vivid memory into darkness away from her. She spun weightlessly with the effort which had caused her to wrench her body into a knot. As she spun, it began to seem that the guitar and oboe she heard were actually at quite a distance from each other. Was it really a duet at all? How would that work if the two of them were half a kilometer apart? There would be a distinct time lag, each for the other. She tried to focus on them, hear if they were in concert or not. In the pure black, she would never know. Miserably, she realized that this was going to go on for as long as she was in here. No face to cling to with one's gaze, nothing at all to see. Her memory and imagination would run riot. Her starved senses left to spin hungrily, making things up. Nothing but her unhappiness for company. Pure being, unadulterated thought, revealing what the phenomenal world could hide but not change, the blank at the heart of things. Her stomach grumbled, and she ate part of her belt. She relieved herself in a bag inside her suit and cast the sealed bag toward the ground. Janitor bots would sniff it out and take it away. She kept seeing images of Alex's face, and she clung to them as precious memories she would need to hold on to forever. But they made her groan, too. She mewed like a hurt beast. She couldn't help it. "You are perhaps experiencing an episode of hypotyposis," Pauline said aloud. "The visionary imagination of things not present before the eyes." "Shut up, Pauline." Then, after a while, she said, "No, I'm sorry. Go on, please." An aporia in some rhetorics is a pretended dubitation before coming back to the attack, as in Gilbert on Joyce. But Aristotle has it as an insoluble problem in an inquiry, arising from equally plausible but inconsistent premises. He writes that Socrates liked to reduce people to aporia to show them they didn't really know what they thought they knew. The plural that Aristotle uses in his book on metaphysics is aporiae. We should first review the things about which we need from the outset to be puzzled, he writes. The word aporia was later adapted by Derrida to mean something like the blank spots in our understanding that we don't even know are there, with the idea we should try to see these. It is not quite the same idea, but joins a constellation of meanings for the word. The Oxford English Dictionary references a quote from J. Smith's Mystical Rhetoric of 1657, which says aporia refers to the problem of what to do or say in some strange or ambiguous thing. Like now. Yes, listen further. The Greek comes from not, and poros, passage. But in the Platonic myth, Pania, the child of poverty, chooses to become impregnated by Poros, the personification of plenty. Their child is Eros, who combines the attributes of its parents. Pointed out as strange here is the vision of Pania as resourceful, and prosperity as drunk and passive. That's not strange. So that although Pania is not Poros, she is also not aporia. She has been called neither masculine nor feminine, rich or poor, resourceful or without resources, and so aporia becomes even more an untranslatable term. I am an aporia, and I am in an aporia. This blackliner. Yes. All very well to talk and think. Thank you, Pauline. But at the end of it, there was still a week more to live through, and Alex's death never gone away. She was floating in the bardo, trying to think like someone unborn would think, full of dubitation, child of a poverty, would be reborn some other swan. But then later, it seemed much later, there in the suspended space of no time, banging around in her thoughts as they looped over and over, later she came to understand that when the chime in her suit rang and signaled that this trip was over, they would decant the same swan that went in, There was no escape. "Pauline, tell me more. Talk to me. Please, talk to me." Pauline said, "Max Brod once had a very interesting conversation with Franz Kafka, which he later recounted to Walter Benjamin." Extracts 3. Homo sapiens evolved in Terran gravity, and it is still an open question what effects time spent in less than 1 g will have on the individual. Decrease in bone strength from 0.5% to 5% per month in 0 to 0.1 g. Repeated exposure to gravity incidents greater than 3 g has been shown to create micro-strokes and raise the incidence of major strokes. The biomedical research community has changed its mind about these questions more than once through the years. Aerobic and resistance exercise partially compensates for physiological effects of long-term residence in moderate low G, defined as between Luna's 0.17 G and Mars's 0.38 G. But there are problems left unaddressed. Maintaining a vigorous physical life substantially mitigates. Below Luna G, physical etiolation occurs in some organs and tissues no matter how much exercise. Statistically, very significant results in actuarial tables suggests longevity beyond historical norms is impossible without frequent return not just to a 1G environment, but to Earth itself. Why this should be so is a matter of dispute, but the fact itself is very clear in the data. We propose to show 1 year in every 6 spent on Earth, with no time away longer than 10 years, greatly increases longevity. Neglect of this practice leads to a high risk of dying many decades before. Over-sterile environments cannot. The famous or notorious sabbatical has been proposed as an example of hormesis, or Mithridatism, in which brief exposure to toxins strengthens the organism against greater. Earth's continuing clutch on space-dwelling humans is physiological and will not go away unless it is fully characterized and all components of it effectively ameliorated. Inoculations of helminths, ringworm, bacteria, viruses, etc., impossible to catalog, and yet possible psychological effects also, which means extreme difficulty in defining causation or treatment. Not dissimilar to other 500-year projects in intrinsic difficulty, effects are cumulative and lead to dysfunction. Increase in longevity is a statistical fact, but no guarantee for any particular individual. Life choices shift the probabilities of. Regenerative therapies continue to improve. The biggest jump in the longevity graphs came at the start of the accelerando, and many feel this was not a coincidence. There is a surge of energy that comes when you realize you may live much longer than you had thought possible. Problems that later complicate the picture don't become evident until. The statistics are suggestive, but the causes are not yet. Life is a complex. STD, sudden traumatic death, insoluble. People should minimize their time in the lowest and highest Gs if they want to maximize their chance at newly normative, extended lifetimes, which keep getting longer. No real sense of what might be possible if improvements continue. Could we live for thousands of. People compromise, they cut corners, they want to do things, they indulge their desires, their love of adventure. To have to return to Earth, so dirty and old, so oppressive, such a failure, so much the sad planet. They swore they would live by accident, but they were young at the time. Most older spacers go home to Earth, as advised, 1 year every 7, because these are the ones living the longest, and the effect is self-reinforcing. The hunt continues for a fuller explanation. Swan and Zasha. Earth's 37 space elevators all had their cars full all the time, both up and down. There were still many spacecraft landings and ascents, of course, and landings of gliders that then reascended on the elevators, but all in all, the elevators handled by far the bulk of the Earth-space traffic. Going down in the cars were food, a crucial percentage of the total needed, metals, manufactured goods, gases, and people. Going up were people, manufactured goods, the substances common on Earth but rare in space. These were many, including things animal, vegetable, and mineral, but chiefly, by bulk, rare earths, wood, oil, and soil. The totals came to quite a flow of physical mass, up and down, all powered by the counterbalanced forces of gravity and the rotation of the Earth, with a bit of solar power to make up the difference. The anchor rocks at the upper ends of the elevator cables were like giant space liners, as very little of their original asteroidal surfaces were left visible. Their exteriors were covered with buildings, power units, elevator loading zones, and the like. They were in effect giant harbors and hotels, and as such extremely busy places. Swan passed through the one called Bolivar and settled into one of the hotel cars without even noticing it. To her, it had just been a complicated set of doors and locks and corridors, getting her into yet another set of rooms. She was resigned to the long ride down to Quito. It was an irony of their time that the trip down the elevator cable was going to take longer than many interplanetary voyages. But that's the way it was. 5 days stuck in a hotel. She spent the days attending performances of Glass's Satyagraha and Akhenaten, also dancing hard in a grueling class designed to get people toughened up for 1G, which sometimes hit her pretty hard. Looking down through the clear floor, she got familiar again with the great bulge of South America, gaining definition below them, blue oceans to each side, the Andes like a brown spine, the little brown cones of the big volcanoes, bereft of all their snow. It was almost an ice-free planet now, with only Antarctica and Greenland holding on to much, and Greenland going fast. Sea level was therefore 11 meters higher than it had been before the changes. This inundation of the coastline was one of the main drivers of the human disaster on Earth. They had immensely powerful terraforming techniques off-planet, but here they usually couldn't be applied. No slamming comets into it, for instance. So they bubbled their shipwakes with surfactants to create a higher albedo, and had tried various levels of sulfur dioxide injected into the stratosphere, imitating volcanoes. But that had once led to disaster, and now they couldn't agree on how much sunlight to block. Much that people advocated, and many of the smaller projects that were in action already, cut against other proposed or ongoing projects. And there were still powerful nation-states that were also corporate conglomerates, the two overlapping in Keynesian disarray, with a residual but powerful capitalist system ruling much of the planet, and containing within it its own residual feudalism, there to fight forever against the serfs, meaning also against the horizontalized economy emerging within the Mondragon. No, Earth was a mess, a sad place, and yet still the center of the story. It had to be dealt with, as Alex had always said, or nothing done in space was real. In Quito, Swan took the train to the airport and got on an airplane flight to New York. The Caribbean's cobalt and turquoise and jade were brilliantly vivid. Even the brown underwater outline of drowned Florida had a jasper sheen, the stunning gloss of Earth itself. A much steelier ocean crashed whitely into Long Island as they descended over it, bumping and slipping in the air. Then they were landing on a runway, somewhere on the mainland north of Manhattan, and at last she was out of the various travel containers, the rooms and vehicles and corridors and hallways, and under the open sky. Simply to be outdoors in the open air, under the sky, in the wind. This was what she loved most about Earth. Today puffy clouds were massed overhead at about the 1,000-foot level. Looked like a marine layer rolling in. She ran out into some kind of paved lot filled with trucks and buses and trolley cars, and jumped around screaming at the sky, then kneeled and kissed the ground, made wolf howls, and, after she had hyperventilated a bit, lay on her back on the pavement. No handstands. She had learned long before that handstands on Earth were really hard, and her rib still hurt. Through gaps in the cloud layer, she could see the light but dark blue of the Terran sky, subtle and full. It looked like a blue dome flattened at the center, perhaps a few kilometers above the clouds. She reached up for it, although knowing, too, that it was just a kind of rainbow made it glorious. A rainbow that was blue everywhere and covered everything. The blue itself was complex, narrow in range, but infinite within that range. It was an intoxicating sight, and you could breathe it. One was always breathing it, you had to. The wind shoved it into you. Breathe and get drunk. Oh my, to be free of all restraint, minimally clothed, lying on the bare surface of a planet, sucking in its atmosphere as if it were an aqua vitae, feeling in your chest how it kept you alive. No Terran she had ever met properly appreciated their air, or saw their sky for what it was. In fact, they very seldom looked at it. She collected herself and walked over to the dock. A big, grumbling water ferry took on her and many others, and after negotiating a crowded canal, they were out in the Hudson River and going down to Manhattan. The ferry moved into a dock on Washington Heights, but Swan stayed on it as it plied its way down the Hudson side to Midtown. A few parts of Manhattan's grounds still stood above the water, but most of it was drowned. The old streets, now canals, the city an elongated Venice, a skyscraper Venice, a super Venice, which was a very beautiful thing to be. Indeed, it was an oft-expressed cliché that the city had been improved by the flood. The long stretch of skyscrapers looked like the spine of a dragon. The foreshortening effect as they got closer made the buildings look shorter than they really were, but their verticality was unmistakable and striking, a forest of dolmens. Swan got off the ferry at the 30th Street Pier and walked on the broad catwalk between buildings to the High Line extension, where people filled the long plazas stretching north and south. Manhattan on foot. Workers pushing narrow handcarts on crowded skyways, connecting island neighborhoods suspended between skyscrapers at differing heights. The rooftops were garnished with greenery, but the city was mostly a thing of steel and concrete and glass and water. Boats burbled about on the water below the catwalks, in the streets that were now crowded canals. All the aerial plazas and catwalks were jammed with people, as crowded as ever, people said. Swan dodged between the bodies of the crowd, working the border between the two directions of traffic, glorying in all the faces. They were just as heterogeneous as any space crowd, but the people were very much closer to an average size, rather short at that, with many fewer smalls and talls. Asian faces, African, European, everyone but Native Americans, as she always thought in Manhattan. Talk about invasive biology. A building she passed had pumped out its old floor and now operated down there in a kind of big bathtub of air. She had heard that submarine and intertidal real estate was booming. Some spoke of pumping out the subway system, which still worked wherever it had run above ground. Below her the slop of water threw up a big ambient sound. Human voices and water splashing, and the cries of gulls back on the docks, and the rush of wind through the canyons of buildings. These were the sounds of the city. The water below was completely chopped up with intersecting wakes. Behind her, Down the avenue to the west, mirror flakes of broken sunlight bounced on the big river. This was the thing she loved. She was outdoors, truly in the open, standing on the side of a planet, in the greatest city of all. She hopped down some stairs and got on a vaporetto going down 8th Avenue. The ferry was a long, low-slung thing, with seats for about 50 people and room for another 100 to stand. It stopped every few blocks. She hung over the rail and gazed up and down the canal, a river canyon with buildings for canyon walls, very Futurismo in appearance. She got off at 26th Street, where it was bridged by a long esplanade, extending east all the way to the East River. Lots of the east-west streets had overhead platforms like this, and the crowded canals under them were shaded almost all day long. When the sunlight slanted through slots, it laid a bronze glaze on things, and the blue water turned pewter. The New Yorkers did not seem to notice this effect, but on the other hand, there were 20 million people living here despite the flood, and Swan thought that beauty was not completely irrelevant to the phenomenon, even if people chose to keep mum about it. Tough guys. It made her laugh. Swan was not a tough guy, and not a New Yorker, and this place was astonishing, and she knew the locals knew it. Talk about landscape art. The geography of the world is unified only by human logic and optics, she chanted. By the light and color of artifice, by decorative arrangement, by ideas of the good, the true, and the beautiful. You could sing Lowenthal's entire oratio on the catwalks of Manhattan, and no one would care. She moved into the sun whenever she could. That was the direct radiation of soul, slamming into her naked skin. It was amazing to stand in the light of the sun without dying of it. This was the only place in the solar system where that could happen. The bioshell surrounding a star was as thin as a soap bubble. Thickening the life bubble, maybe that was the human project. That they had pulled the bubble out around Mars was a remarkable thing. If they pulled it inward to Venus, even more so. This, however, would always be the sweet spot. No wonder the mystics of this old world, stunned by all life's changes. Metamorphosis suited Earth, and never stopped. The great flood had become a fortunate fall, had brought on an exfoliation into a higher state. The world had been watered, flowers popping out of the leafy branch. She was back. The Mercury House was down by the Museum of Modern Art. Many of the museum's paintings were now on Mercury, only copies left behind, and in an unusual gesture, a room here was devoted to mercurial art. The group of 9 was prominently displayed, of course. It was a little too much sun and rock for Swan, and she always found it odd to see canvas used as the medium, a bit like looking at scrimshaw or other antique exotica. When you had the world and your body as canvases, why deal in squares of wallpaper? It was peculiar, but as a result perhaps interesting as well. Alex and Macquarid had held a reception for the 9 once, and Swan had met many of them and enjoyed talking to them. Up on the roof patio of the Mercury House building, maybe 30 stories above the water, she found a number of mercurials gathered at the bar. Most of them wore exoskeletons or body bras, which, whether hidden by clothing or not, were evident to Swan by the way the people wearing them stood, resting comfortably, slightly off true, as if in water. The ones without were more or less heroically erect, holding off the weight of the earth with a strained look. Swan felt a little that way herself. No matter what you did, 1G imposed itself on your attention for a while. Their New York office was headed by an ancient Terran named Milan, who had a sweet smile for everyone. "Swan, darling, so good of you to come." "Oh, my pleasure. I love New York." "Well, bless your ignorance, child. I'm glad you like it, and I'm glad you're here. Come meet some of my new people." So Swan met some of the local team and endured their condolences about Alex and gave them a brief, inaccurate account of her trip to Jupiter. They had ideas about the Mondragon above and beyonds that they shared with her. When they were done, Swan said to Milan, "Is Zasha still around?" "Zasha will never leave this town," Milan said. "You must know that. Haven't you been to Z's latest scheme? It's on one of the Hudson piers." So Swan took the ferry back up 8th Avenue, got off, and climbed stairs until she reached a catwalk she could take west. With all the old piers 11 meters underwater, a new set had to be built. Some were old ones salvaged and stilted. Others had been built anew, sometimes using the drowned ones as foundations. Smaller floating docks filled gaps and were attached to piers or nearby buildings at what used to be their 4th floors. Some of these docks were mobile and became like barges as they moved around. It was a tricky shoreline. Some of the submerged docks now held aquaculture pens, and Swan's old partner, Zasha, apparently now ran a farm on one of these piers, growing various Piscean drugs and bioceramics while also doing things for the Mercury House, and for Alex. Swan had called ahead, and Zasha appeared at the fence that cut a floating dock off from the big plaza complex west of Gansevoort Street, at the south end of the High Line. After a brief hug, Z led her to the end of the dock and then out on the Hudson River in a boat, a smooth little hummer that soon had them mid-river. Everything on the water moved at a watery pace, including the water itself. The Hudson River here was wide. The entire city of Terminator would have fit in New York Harbor. Bridges were visible all over the place, including one on the distant southern horizon. There was so much water Swan could hardly believe it. Even the open sea did not seem to have so much, and yet it was not even a very big river compared to the really big ones. Earth! Zasha was observing the scene with a contented expression. Banks of windows at the tops of the highest skyscrapers blazed with reflected sunlight, and all the buildings glowed. Skyscraper Island. It was the classic Manhattan look, unlikely and superb. "How are things with you?" Swan asked. "I like this river," Zasha said, as if it were a reply. "I motor up to the top of the island, or even to the Palisades, and then just float on down, throw a line over, hook the most amazing stuff sometimes." "And at Mercury House?" Zasha frowned. "Spacers are getting blamed for a lot these days. The people down here are resentful. The more we help, the more resentful they get. However, their capital funds keep on investing in us." "As always," Swan said. "Yes, well, perpetual growth. But nothing lasts forever. The solar system is just as finite as Earth." "Do you think it's filling up, hitting carrying capacity?" "More like investment return peak. But people may be feeling pinched by it. Anyway, they're acting like they're pinched." Zasha's boat drifted in the ebb tide until it passed the Battery, and the view to the Brooklyn shore opened up. The skyscrapers at the foot of Manhattan looked like a cluster of giant swimmers, gathered knee-deep to charge into cold water. Between buildings the water sheeted like glass, and the canals were filled with little boats, the harbor bay too, although not as densely. At any given moment, hundreds of watercraft were visible. They could see up both rivers, the Hudson and the East, and between those ran the smaller, straighter rivers of the streets, all under a cloudy sky. A Canaletto vision. Cloud reflections whitened the bay's watery sheen. It was so beautiful that Swan felt like she had been cast into a dream, and she reeled a little with the boats rocking. "Feeling the G?" Zasha asked. "I am, kind of. Want to spend the night at my place? I'm getting kind of hungry." "Sure, thanks." Zasha piloted the boat west across the river, to a channel on the Jersey side that led west. It was hard to tell if it was a canal or a creek. Inland, the waterway opened up to the north, and Zasha turned up that way and docked at a wooden pier sticking into what looked like a shallow lake. Whole neighborhoods sloped right down into water. The east side of North America had always been a drowned coastline, but now more than ever. A walk up a rise under a violent sunset sky, which was tastelessly mashing orange and pink together. At times like these, it was the eastern sky that really put on a show. Subtler but more glorious, but no one looked that way. Zasha's place was a tiny squat next to a line of trees, as handmade and run down as any favela or shanty town Swan had ever seen. "What is this place?" "Part of the Meadowlands. And you're free to make your own home here?" "As if. Actually, my rent is stupendous, but Mercury House gives me a little supplement to keep me out here away from them. Hard to believe. Anyway, it's fine. I like my commute." Swan sat gratefully in a beat-up armchair and watched her old partner putter about in the gloom. It had been a long time since they had banged around the solar system, building terraria and raising Zephyr. It had even been a long time since Zephyr had died, and they had never gotten along very well, separating soon after Zephyr went off. Still, Swan recognized the way Zasha hovered over the stove, waiting for the teapot to boil, harboring a secretive knowing look she also recognized. She said, "So did you work with Alex?" "Well, sure," Zasha replied, glancing at her briefly. "She was my boss, so you know how that goes." "What do you mean?" "I mean, she loved you and took care of you, and you did exactly what she wanted you to." Swan had to laugh. "Well, yes." She thought it over, ignoring the pain. "Somehow she conformed herself to what you needed, helped you to get what you needed." "Uh-huh, I know what you mean." "But listen, now she's gone, and she left me a message. Basically, she used me as a courier to Wang on Io, and also dumped something into Pauline. It was all in case something happened to her, she said." "What do you mean?" Swan described the visitation from Alex's ghost, the envelopes, her trip out to Jupiter, and the interloper on Io. Zasha said, "I heard about that. I didn't know you were there." Frowning at the teapot, face blue in the stovetop glow. "What were you and Alex working on?" Swan asked. "And why didn't she tell me about it in this message she left? It's like I was just a courier for her, and Pauline some kind of safe deposit box." Zasha didn't reply. "Come on, tell me," Swan said. "You can tell me. I can take it from you. I'm used to you telling me how bad I am." Zasha expelled a breath, poured 2 cups of tea. Steam in gloom, catching light from somewhere. Z handed her one, then sat down on a kitchen chair across from her. Swan warmed her hands on her cup. "There's stuff I can't talk about." "Oh, come on." "And stuff I can." She got me involved in a group that is hunting down some odd cubes. That's been interesting. But it was something she wanted kept confidential, along with some other things she had going. So maybe she thought that you aren't very good at keeping things confidential. But why would she think that? But even Zasha knew of 3 or 4 examples of Swans being indiscreet, and Swan herself knew of several more. Those were accidents, Swan finally added, and not very big accidents either. Zasha sipped the tea cautiously. "Well, but maybe they seem to be becoming more frequent. You're not the same person you used to be, you have to admit. You've stuffed your brain with augmentations." "I have not." "Well, 4 or 5. I didn't like it right from the beginning. When you grow the religious part of the temporal lobe, you can turn into a very different person, not to mention risking epilepsy. And that was only the start. Now you've got the animal stuff in there. You've got Pauline in there, recording everything you see. It's not insignificant. It can do damage. You end up being some kind of post-human thing, or at least a different person. Oh, come on, Z. I'm the same as I always was. And everything you do can damage you. You can't let that stop you. Everything I've done to myself I consider part of being a human being. I mean, who wouldn't do it if they could? I would be ashamed not to. It isn't being post-human, it's being fully human. It would be stupid not to do the good things when you can. It would be anti-human. Well, Zasha said, you did those things, and you immediately stopped designing terraria. I was done. We were past the design phase anyway. They were just going to build more of the same, and a lot of what we did was stupid anyway. We shouldn't have been making ascensions at that point. We needed to get the traditional biomes past the extinction. We still need that. I don't know what we were thinking, frankly. Zasha was surprised at this. I like the ascensions. They help genetic dispersion. Too much so. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, I wanted to try different things. And I did. You became an artist. I was always an artist. I just changed the media. And hardly even that. Just a focusing in. It was what I wanted. Come on, Zasha. I'm just living a human life. You refuse these opportunities, that doesn't make you more human, it just makes you regressive. I don't go anywhere near as far as some people. I don't have a third eye, and I don't break my ribs when I have an orgasm. I just what? I don't know. Try things that sound good. And have they all worked out for you? Swan sat there in the gloom, somewhere in New Jersey. Outside was the open air of Earth. No. Long pause. In fact, I've done worse things than what you know about, if you want to know the truth. Zasha stared at her. I'm not sure I do. Ha ha. And Alex knew about it too, now that I think of it, because I told Macquarid about it. He wouldn't automatically tell her. I didn't ask him not to. Well, Zasha said. So maybe she knew. Something worse than animal brains? Something worse than a cube in your skull? Never mind, I don't want to know. Maybe Alex did, and maybe she had stuff that she didn't trust me with. That she needed to keep to herself. And here you are, kind of a mess. I am not a mess. Though her rib did hurt, squeezed by her indignation, and she was full of grief for Alex, and now a little angry at her too. Seems like you're saying you are messed up, Z observed. You've had 5 or 6 or 7 brain tweaks over the years, a cube in your head, in fact, whatever was fashionable at the time. Yeah. Well, think about it. Swan put her teacup on the table. I think I'll go out for a walk. Good. Don't get lost. I'll cook up something while you're out. Say about 45 minutes. Swan left the hut. Outside the door, she took her slippers off and stuffed them into her pocket, dug her toes into the dirt and wriggled them around, leaned over from the waist like a dancer and dug her fingers in, put hands to face and breathed. Dirt, the ultimate ambrosia, tasted like muddy mushrooms. It was after sunset. There was an asphalt road running next to a marsh, green and yellow, the wind bouncing the reeds out there. She walked on the dirt by the side of the road and looked at the marsh and the sky. On the other side of the road, some old buildings were nestled under a stand of trees. Rows of old apartment blocks beyond. Croak of frog. She sat on the edge of the marsh and saw the black dots half in and half out of the water under her. A chorus of frogs, croaking. She listened for a while, watching the marsh and the wind, and heard suddenly that they were performing a call and response. If one frog said ribbit, then all the others would repeat it for a while, up and down the road, for as far as she could hear, until in a momentary pause one croaked robot, and they would all repeat that for a while. Then it changed to limit, and off the others went, as if speaking to her like some Greek chorus, transmogrified to frogs. So many limits, so many robots. The lump nearest her contributed only once in a while, puffing under his chin briefly, then croaking. Otherwise it was perfectly still, except for a little shift of the eyeballs she could see in the dusk, a liquid blink, always alert. Romper, it croaked in a pause, and Swan exclaimed, "Good for you," and said it with them for a while. October on the northern hemisphere of Earth, so glossy and full, all her body-planet interfaces humming. Suddenly life in space seemed a stark nightmare, an exile to the vacuum, everyone locked in sensory deprivation tanks, separate, virtual, augmented. Here the real was real. Ropper, 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 ropper. The moment itself, robbed from them as it happened. Here she was, passing through a space, flit of the now, dusk in a marsh, in a transient universe, so strange, so mysterious. Why should anything be like this? The wind was cool, the clouds had a little twilight left in them, looked like rain. The leaves of the thorny vine on the ground were as red as maple leaves. The marsh was like a person out there, breathing. Crows flew over, cawing, headed into the town and its heat islands. Swan knew a little of the crow language. They would say to each other, "Caw, caw, caw," as now, just chatting, and then one would shout a word out so clearly that it had become an English word, "hawk," and they would scatter. Of course, the word crow also came from their language. In Sanskrit, they had it as kaga, imported words from another language. There were some people standing by the buildings next to the trees. They were small somehow, weighted down. Could this be so close to the great city? Was it indeed part of the city, part of what made it work, not just the wetlands, but the legions of poor, marginal people, living in the half-drowned ruins? The weight of the planet began to drag her down. Those people over there were like figures out of Bruegel, people from the 16th century, bowed down with time. Maybe these were the people living a real life, and what she did in space, nothing more than the dilettantism of a Gaga Oristos. Maybe what she really needed to do was to live here and build things, maybe houses, little but functional, a different kind of Goldsworthy. Under the sky, in the full light of the sun, the utter luxury of the real, the only real world, Earth, heaven and hell both, natural heaven, human hell. How could they have done such a thing? How could they have not tried harder? Maybe they had. Maybe the trying included the flight to space, as some kind of desperate hope. Cast from Earth, as if in a seed pod, out to where one was sure to freeze and rot and turn back into soil. This dirt by the side of the road. She lay on it, avoiding the thorny vine, squirmed around as if to burrow into it, a spacer fucking the dirt. They must see that all the time, not be impressed anymore. Those poor lost people, they must think. Because there was nothing like this in space, not really. Not the wind and the big sky over her, almost night now, with moisture that was not yet cloud. Oh, how could they have left? Space was a vacuum, a nothingness. They had inhabited it only by deploying little rooms, little bubbles. The city and the stars, sure, but it wasn't enough. There needed to be a world in between. This was what city people forgot. And indeed off in space they had better forget. or they would go mad. Here one could remember, and yet not go mad. Not exactly. But how sad it was. Grubby, tawdry, beaten down, pitiful, sad to distraction, to a stabbing despair. That they had let it come to this. That she had done what she had done to herself. Even Zasha thought she had gone too far, and Z was a very tolerant person. Would have stayed with her, maybe, if she hadn't gone off. And now she was no longer the person Zasha had parented a child with. She could feel that, even though she didn't know exactly what had changed. Unless it was the Enceladon bugs in her. In any case, a strange person. A person for whom the only place that made her truly happy also made her deeply sad. How was she to reconcile this? What did it mean? She sat up, sat there on the dirt, feeling it lumpy under her. She saw a motion from the corner of her eye and tried to leap to her feet, misjudged the G and crashed back down. She peered into the gloom. A face. 2 faces. Mother and daughter. Here it was such a clear thing. It looked like parthenogenesis. Moonlight just now breaking over the sky glow of the city. The younger stepped toward Swan, said something in a language Swan didn't recognize. "What is it?" Swan said. "Don't you speak English?" The woman shook her head, said something more. She looked around her, called quietly behind her. 2 more figures appeared next to her, taller than her and broader. 2 young men. They leaned over and muttered to the daughter. "You have antibiotics?" one of them said. "My cuz is sick." "No," Swan said. "I don't carry those on me." Although possibly her belt had something, she wasn't even sure. They took a step closer. "Who are you?" one said. "What are you?" "I'm visiting friends," Swan said. "I can call them." The young men approached her, shaking their heads. "You're a spacer," the first speaker said, and the other added, "What you doing here?" "I have to go," Swan said, and started for the road. But the 2 of them grabbed her by the arms. Their grips were so strong that she didn't even try to jerk free. "Hey!" she said sharply. The first speaker called out toward the dark behind the 2 women. "Kieran! Kieran!" Soon another figure appeared out of the dark, another young man, the tallest yet, but willowy. The 2 holding Swan had grips that felt to her like something they had done before. The new young man was startled at the sight of Swan, and said something sharp to the 2 holding her, in a language she didn't recognize. A quick, urgent conversation passed between them. This Kieran was not pleased. Finally, he looked at Swan. "They want to keep you for money. Give me a second here." More urgent talk in their tongue. Kieran appeared to be making them nervous or defensive. Then he approached and took Swan by the upper arm, squeezing once, as if to send a message, and gestured the others away with a flick of his head. He was telling them what to do. The other 2 finally nodded, and the one who had spoken first said to her, "Back soon." Then the first 2 slipped away into the night. Swan looked Kieran in the eye, and he grimaced and let go of her arm. "Those are my cousins," he said. "They had a bad idea." "A stupid idea," Swan said. "They could have just asked me for help." "So what did you tell them?" "That I would keep you here while they got their mother's car. So now I think you should get out of here." "Come walk me back," Swan said. "I want you along, in case they come back." His eyebrows shot up his forehead, and he regarded her closely. After a while, he said, "All right." They walked quickly on the road. "Will you get in trouble for this?" Swan asked at one point. "Yes," he said gloomily. "What will they do?" "They'll try to beat on me, and tell the old guys." Her arms were still burning where they had been gripped, and her cheeks were hot. She regarded the gloomy youth walking next to her. He looked good, and he had, without a moment's hesitation, removed her from a bad situation. She recalled how sharp his voice had been when he'd spoken to his cousins. "Do you want to leave?" "What do you mean?" "Do you want to go into space?" After a pause, he said, "Can you do that?" "Yes," she said. They stopped outside Zasha's, and Swan looked him over. She liked the look of him. He looked at her with an expression curious, wondering, eager. She felt a shiver run down her. "My friend who lives here is a diplomat for Mercury, so come in if you want. We can get you up there if you want," she said, looking skyward briefly. He hesitated. "You won't get me in trouble?" "I will get you in trouble. Trouble in space." She started toward Zasha's, and after a moment, he followed her. She opened the door. "Zasha," she said. "Just a sec," Zasha called out of the kitchen. The boy was staring at her, clearly wondering if she was on the level. Swan said, "They called you Kieran?" "Yes, Kieran." "What language were you speaking?" "Telugu. South Indian." "What are you doing here?" "We live here now." So he was already an exile, and there were all kinds of immigrant residency requirements on Earth. Possibly he was not in compliance. Zasha appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, washcloth in hand. "Uh-oh. Who's this?" "This is Kieran. His friends were kidnapping me, and he helped me to escape. In return, I told him I would get him off Earth." "But no." "But yes. So, here we are, and I need to keep my word." Zasha looked at Swan skeptically. "What is this, Stockholm Syndrome already?" Z glanced at the youth, whose gaze was fixed on Swan. "Or Lima Syndrome?" "What are those?" Kieran said without shifting his gaze. Zasha made a little grimace. "Stockholm Syndrome is where hostages become sympathetic to their captors and advocate for them. Lima Syndrome is where the kidnappers become fond of their victims and let them go." "Isn't there a ransom of Red Chief Syndrome?" Swan said sharply. "Come on, Z. I told you he rescued me. What syndrome is that? I want to repay a favor, and I need your help. Quit trying to take over the situation like you always do." Zasha turned away with an annoyed look, thought it over, shrugged. "We can get him off if you really want it. I'll have to do it through a friend who helps me with this kind of thing. He's at the Trinidad-Tobago elevator. It's a hawala. We have a kind of pass-through agreement, although after this I'll owe him, meaning you'll owe me." "I always owe you. How will we get to Trinidad?" "Diplomatic pouch." "What?" "Private jet. We'll have to get a worm box, too." "A what?" "We have a system. It's always supposed to be a box of soil or worms, and there's an understanding that it doesn't get inspected." "Worms?" Kieran said. "That's right," Zasha told him with a grim little smile. "I'm going to get you off planet because of Miss Stockholm here, but given the circumstances, we have to do it off the record. That takes using the systems we have, so you might have to go up in a big box of worms, all right? Are you going to be okay with that?" "No problem," said Kieran. Extracts 4. At the end of the period of planetary accretion, about 4.5 billion years ago, there were more planets than there are now, all slung around by close calls and orbital resonances, and pulled together by gravity, so that they sometimes collided. They had been doing it for 1 billion years to get to this point, and this was the last stage of that process of accretion. During this period, every one of the inner planets took at least one very big hit. A planet called Theia grew at Earth's L5 point, until it was about the size of Mars, then drifted into a collision with Earth. It hit at a 45-degree angle, at something less than 4 kilometers per second, not fast in astronomical terms. Thea's iron core plunged in and merged with Earth's core, and Thea's mantle and some of Earth's mantle were thrown into orbit. The angular momentum imparted by the hit spun Earth to a 5-hour day. 2 moons accreted from the ejected material rather quickly. Estimates range from a month to a century. Eventually, the smaller moon splatted onto the larger one, leaving behind the jagged mountains on the anti-Terran side of the resulting moon, Luna. Around the same time, a small planet about 3,000 kilometers in diameter struck Mars and created the Borealis Basin, which is basically Mars's northern hemisphere, still 6 kilometers lower than the southern hemisphere. Venus was struck by a Mars-sized planet, creating a moon like Earth's, called Neith. 10 million years later, another impactor gave Venus its slow retrograde motion. This change in rotation slowed Neith and caused it to plunge back into Venus and merge with it. Mercury was struck by a protoplanet half its size, at such a speed and angle that Mercury's mantle was stripped off and cast throughout Mercury's orbit. Ordinarily, Mercury would have swept these pieces back up, but in the 4 million years this process would have taken, most of the material was pushed outward by solar radiation and thus never made it back to Mercury. About 16 quadrillion tons of Mercury's crust eventually ended up on Earth, and more on Venus. In the end, only the heaviest 70% of Mercury remained, essentially the planet's core, thus the Mars G for a diameter smaller than Titan's. Somewhat later, the young Jupiter and Saturn fell into a 1-to-2 orbital resonance, with Jupiter spinning through 2 of its years for every 1 of Saturn's. This created a very powerful combined gravity wave, swinging around the solar system at varying strength, depending on where the 2 giants were in relation to each other. This new wave, at its strongest, caught Neptune, which had grown just outside Saturn, and threw it away from the Sun. Neptune flew out past Uranus, pulling Uranus outward, too, also onto its side. Only at that point did the 2 smaller gas giants end up in the orbits they now occupy. Inside Jupiter's orbit, meanwhile, that same Jupiter-Saturn resonance wave caught asteroids and threw them like pinballs all over the system in the period called the Late Heavy Bombardment, 3.9 billion years ago. All the inner planets and moons were pummeled with impacts, to the point where the surfaces of these planets often were seas of molten rock. The era of big hits, the Late Heavy Bombardment. Never let it be said that the great merry-go-round is entirely fixed and regular in its motion, that it doesn't sometimes resemble more a swirl of bumper cars. Gravity, mysterious gravity, immutably following its own laws, interacts with matter, and somehow the result is complex motion, invisible waves slinging rocks this way and that. What if human history has such invisible waves? Because ultimately the same forces apply. What big hits made us what we are? Will some new resonance create a wave and throw us in a new direction? Are we entering our own late heavy bombardment? Kieran and Swan. From the moment Kieran saw the woman his cousins had grabbed, everything changed. She was old, tall, good-looking. She moved as if she were swimming. He knew immediately that she was a spacer, and that kidnapping her was a terrible idea. After that, everything went a bit too fast for him actually to be deciding what to do. This is what happened to him when he was in a pinch. He watched himself do what he did from just behind and to one side. People said he was cool, but really he was slow. And yet good things still seemed to happen. Her hair was black. She looked Chinese or Mongol. Her eyes were brown, with a little blue patch at the bottom of one eye. And really it was her eyes that captured him. Some kind of coincidence. The girls back home had those same dark eyes with luminous whites in a dark face. It was very compelling to him. She had looked to him the moment he had taken her arm, to show how much she wanted to be free. A very passionate look, as if she knew what being held captive was like, and was afraid. It shocked him how expressive her face was, how firmly she grabbed his attention. Her friend Zasha had called it Lima syndrome. Maybe so. Maybe now he was an incompetent Peruvian. But he was going to space. That meant leaving, but he could send money back to his relatives. They were tired of putting him up anyway. He could go and see what he had always dreamed of seeing, which is really just anywhere, but space in particular, ever since he was a small boy. Mars, the asteroids, anywhere out there. Everyone heard stories. The woman drove them out to Newark. Jammed in the little seat behind them, he began to realize it was really happening. Something, anyway. His idiot cousins were not going to be able to find him and beat him. A new life. He began to quiver slightly, as if he were the hostage who had been kidnapped. In a way, it was almost true. Captured by a look, stuffed into the back seat of a car. They came to an airport that did not look like Newark. They drove out to a hangar and were escorted up a stand of stairs into a small jet. He had never been in anything like it, and was impressed by its speed as they took off. They gave him a window seat, and he watched Manhattan below, like a great ship of light. Off they went into the night. Eventually he leaned his head on the window and fell asleep. Later he woke with a stiff neck, watched the ocean get closer. The jet landed on a green island with reddish soil. Out into a pungent evening, humid air like mid-August in Jersey, almost like his childhood home in Hyderabad. Rice fields. Childhood memories sparked out of what he saw and smelled, and again he walked as if a little beside himself. He was very distracted as they entered a building. Mercury House, a sign said. Inside they took him to a big room where immense white plastic tubs like those used in industrial kitchens were being sealed and loaded onto a pallet. "All right, young man," said Swan's friend Zasha, clearly still a little disgusted to have to be doing this for Swan. "In you go. Put on this spacesuit first, then the helmet. After that we're going to cover you in dirt and worms, and up you go." To Swan, "My friend won't inspect the boxes that have my sign on them. He's got the next shift." "Why the worms?" "It's a way to show I'm not using it casually. I only send up a couple people a year like this, and naturally he gets favors back from me." "What about the AI inspections?" "What about them? We do a lot of stuff outside that system." Zasha grinned fiercely at her. "This is a Hawala elevator. The whole thing is set up to skip certain scans." Then Kieran was in a crinkly one-piece and had a helmet on and was breathing cool, coppery air. They helped him in and laid him out in the tub as if in his coffin, and a wriggling mass of worms and black dirt was dumped over his body and face. He was going to leave Earth buried in worms. "Thank you," he called out to the woman and her friend. It was a long trip. Kieran lay there, thinking. He could feel the worms writhing all over him. When he freaked out and hyperventilated, the helmet and suit seemed to be able to take it. Eventually, he always had to calm back down. There were water and food tubes that would come out of the neck of the suit to where he could suck on them, and though the food was a paste, it was very sustaining. He was not too cold or too hot. The sensation of movement over him was disconcerting, sometimes horrible. This must be what it was like to be dead and buried. The worms would eat you, or it was like the purification rites in certain festivals. In the Durga Puja, for instance, in which you were steeped in ash or manure until it was time for the cleansing. He liked that holiday. So here he was. As he had to eat and drink, then shit and pee, all in this suit, he was for the moment pretty much like the worms. We are poor, forked worms on this earth, his grandfather used to say. Birds pick us off. As time passed, he went entirely weightless. He had heard it took 5 days to ascend. It seemed longer. He began to get bored. When he felt a jolt upward, and then light flooded the dirt and the lid disappeared, he struggled up as carefully as he could, thinking the worms in the box were fellow travelers who deserved no harm. "Careful!" he commanded the people helping him out of the box, and Swan laughed at him. She led him to a little bathroom. Once out of his suit, he showered. In the hot water, he thought, "Ah, yes, this is the cleansing." Next came the purification. What would it be? Was this woman who had seized him a manifestation of Durga, mother of Ganesh, also sometimes manifested as Kali? "You look good," Swan said when he emerged from the bathroom. "Not too traumatic?" Kieran shook his head. "Time to think. Where to next?" Again she laughed. "The ship is going to Venus," she told him. "I'm on my way to Mercury, so I'll drop you off." Kieran said, "Isn't Venus a Chinese place?" "Yes and no," Swan said. Kieran persisted. "So I become Chinese?" "No. There are all kinds of people there. My friends will give you an ID. After that, anything can happen, but Venus is a good place for you to start." They were traveling in a terrarium called the Delta of Venus, an asteroid dedicated to growing food for Earth. Mostly enhanced rices, but also other crops that liked it warm and wet. The internal gravity felt like Earth. Kieran couldn't detect the famous Coriolis push to the side. They spent their days out in the upcurving fields, working alongside water buffalo, tractors, canal boats, and many other workers, most of them passengers. After an hour, the work became hard on the back, and as the passengers, some of them only a little taller than the rice sprouts, while others were taller than giants, which was at first startling to see, sloshed up and down the rows, they talked to pass the time. Complaint and desire to be elsewhere were natural themes. "I'm festivaled out. I've tried them all. The only place terraforming matters is on Earth, and they're terrible at it. It's all turning out to be face business. We could have taken the Grinwald or gone mountain climbing. The Munch, the Eiger, the Jungfrau, they've reproduced every damn crack. I'd rather go in an aquarium and swim around, live with a mermaid for a week." Beach worlds were wonderful, all agreed. With Earth's beaches gone, the ones inside aquaria were much beloved. Others advocated cloud forest worlds. These were visits to arboreal heaven and an earlier stage of primate life. Such bliss to be a monkey. Someone said, or a bonobo. I wish I had gone on a sex liner. This broke a little dam of reticence and brought the talk immediately around to sex on those sex liners, which were often designed to look like Caribbean resorts. Dionysian dances, perpetual tantric orgies, kundalini panmixia, everyone had a story. One of them said mournfully, "I could have spent the whole trip in a touchy-feely box, and here I am wielding a hand hoe." Touchy-feely box? Kieran couldn't help asking. You get in a box that has holes cut in it about as big around as your hand, and then people reach in the holes and do what they want. I'm surprised people would do that. Lines always seem pretty long, for both inside and outside. I should have thought of the worms that way, Kieran said to Swan. Could have been happy all the way up that elevator. I'd rather be in here than in one of those, someone else called. Farms are sexy, all this fertilizer. Many groaned at this. It was not a joke that resonated. Someone else said, "Last time I was on a sex liner, this group of bisexuals ran out to the pool, about 20 of them, all with the biggest tits and cocks you ever saw, and all of them with erections, and they got in a circle, one behind the next, and plunged into the one in front of them, and away they went. It was like when you see insects clumping together on a summer day, keep fucking till they fall to the ground." This brought on quite a silence, until someone said heavily, "Wish I had seen that," which got the others laughing or loudly protesting that any such image had ever been put in their heads. "I'm just saying," the witness insisted. "These things happen. It's a regular sport." And it seemed to Kieran that after all the talk about sex liners, the rice planting hurt less. And when these people were done for the day and back at the dorm, it seemed like the farm might turn into a sexy place after all. There was a look in people's eyes Kieran thought he recognized. Extracts 5. Take raw Venus. CO2 atmosphere of 95 bar. Temperature at surface would melt lead, hotter even than Mercury's bright side. A hellish place. On the other hand, 0.9 G, and just a tad smaller than Earth. 2 continental rises on the surface, Ishtar and Aphrodite, Earth's sister planet. There's real potential here for a great new creation. Take 1 Saturnian ice moon, Dione will do fine, dismantle with von Neumann self-replicating excavators, cutting it into chunks about 10 kilometers on a side. Attach mass drivers to the chunks and send them down to Venus. While doing this, build a round sunshield of lunatic aluminum, very thin material, only 50 grams per square meter, and yet still totaling 3 by 10 to the 13th power kilograms, the largest thing ever built by humans. Concentric strips give the sunshield flexibility and allow it to tack up into the solar wind to hold its position at the L1 point, where it will shadow Venus entirely. Deprived of insulation, the planet will cool at a rate of 5K a year. After 140 years, the CO2 atmosphere will have rained and snowed to the surface and frozen as a layer of dry ice. Scrape all the dry ice that landed on Ishtar and Aphrodite down to the lowlands, being careful to keep a smooth surface. While clearing off the continents, release another suite of von Neumann self-replicating chemical factories designed to break oxygen out of the frozen CO2. These will create 150 millibars of oxygen for the atmosphere in about the same time it takes for all the CO2 atmosphere to freeze. A purely oxygen atmosphere would be too flammable, so add a buffer gas, preferably nitrogen, to make a more stable mix. Titan may be oversubscribed for its excess nitrogen, so be prepared to seek substitutions. Argon mined on Luna would also serve in a pinch. When you have the oxygen you want, and the dry ice all flat on the lowlands, cover the dry ice with foamed rock, so that the CO2 is a completely sequestered feature of the lithosphere. Now take the chunks of Dione you have been saving and crack them against each other in the oxygen and buffer atmosphere at the correct height to create steam and rain. This will add back to the planet some heat, which at this point has been taken below the human-friendly range. Possibly some light can be let through the sunshield if needed to help heating. It will only take 2 years for the greater part of the impact water to rain and snow onto the surface, so be ready to work fast. The water on the surface after this Dione infusion will be equal to about 10% of Earth's water. It will be fresh water, salt to taste. The water will cover 80% of Venus, which is much flatter than Earth, to an average depth of 120 meters. If deeper seas are preferred, but also a maximum amount of land, consider digging an oceanic trench with some of the Dione impactors. Remember, this will complicate the CO2 sequestration if you choose to do it, so make adjustments accordingly. If it is done carefully, however, Venus could ultimately end up with about twice the land surface that Earth has. At this point, 140 years freezing and preparation, 50 years scraping and poaching, so be patient. You might think that the planet is ready for biological occupation, but remember, combining the Venusian year of 224 days with its daily rotation period of 243 days, you get a screwball curve, retrograde motion, sun rising in the west, in which the solar day for any particular point on the planet is 116.75 days. Tests have long since determined that that's too long for most Terran life forms to survive, tweaked or not. So, at this point, two main options have been identified. First is to program the sun shield so that it lets through sunlight to the surface and then blocks it off again, flexing like a circular Venetian blind to make a more Terran rhythm of night and day. This would make it easy on the new biosphere, but would require that the sun shield work without fail. The second option would call for another round of impactor bombardments, this time striking the surface of the planet such that their angular momentum spins the planet up to something like a 50-hour day, which is considered within the tolerance limit for most Terran life forms. The problem with this option is the way it would delay occupation of the planet's surface by its release of a considerable amount of the sequestered dry ice under the foamed rock layer. Biosphere establishment would have to be put off for another 200 years, effectively doubling the time of terraformation. But there would be no further reliance on a sun shield, and a properly constituted and maintained Venusian atmosphere could handle full sunlight without greenhousing or other spoilage. Which option you choose is your preference. Think about what you want in the end, or, if you don't believe in endings, which process you prefer. Kiran and Shukra. A few days later, they were approaching Venus. Kiran was pleased to see Swan joining him on the ferry ride down. She wanted to talk to a friend. She would introduce Kiran to him, then be on her way. There were no space elevators on Venus, because the planet rotated too slowly for such a system to work. So their ferry sprouted wings, and as they tore down through the atmosphere, the windows torched yellow-white. They landed on a huge runway next to a domed city, then got into a subway car and came up from that short ride into the city. There they found what seemed like the entire population in the streets. Kiran followed Swan through the crowds, and in a side street they went up some stairs into a little mercury house set over a fish shop. They dropped off their bags, then went back out to join the crowd. The faces of the city were mostly Asian. People shouted, and in the din no one could hear well, so they shouted even louder. Swan looked at Kiran and grinned at his expression. "It isn't always like this," she shouted. "Too bad," Kiran shouted back. Two big ice asteroids were apparently headed for a collision at the upper edge of the new Venusian atmosphere, roughly above the equator. This city, Colette, was 300 kilometers north of the collision, and would therefore be quickly enveloped in a downpour. The rain would not stop for a couple of years, Swan said, after which they would let a little light through their sunscreen and have more ordinary weather. But first, the big rain. Crowds stood around them waiting for it, singing and cheering and shouting, and right at midnight the southern sky lit up white, then incandescent yellow, then all the reds ever seen. The inside of the city looked briefly like they were seeing it in the infrared. The noise of the cheering was stupendous. Somewhere a brass band was playing. Kiran spotted the musicians on risers across the square. Several hundred trumpets, French horns, baritones, trombones, tubas, all the euphoniums, everything from miniature cornets to alp horns, playing immense dissonant chords that blatted in the air and shifted ceaselessly toward harmonies that never came. Kieran didn't know whether to call it music. It sounded like they played without a plan. The effect was to make people shout and howl, leap and dance. They were making their sky. Within the hour, a wild rain had erased the stars and was drumming onto the dome as if trying to wash it away. They might as well have been at the bottom of a waterfall. The city's lights bounced off the dome glass and came back somehow liquefied so that shadows ran over people's faces. At some point, Swan squeezed Kieran's upper arm in a manner very like the way he had hers the night they had met. He felt the pressure. He knew what she meant. His blood burned up and down from the spot she held. "All right already," he shouted to her. "Thank you." With a little smile, she let him go. They stood in the streaming light, the dome a dim, milky white over them. The roar of voices was like waves breaking on a beach of cobbles. "You'll be all right?" she said. "I'll be fine. So now you owe me." "Yes, but I don't know what I can give you in return." "I'll think of something," she said. "For now, I'll introduce you to Shukra. I worked for him a long time ago, and now he's moved into some very high circles here. So if you work for him and do your best, and he likes you, then you'll have your chance. I'll give you a translator to help you." Back in Colette's Mercury house, they ate a breakfast. Then Swan took Kieran across town to meet her friend Shukra. He proved to be a middle-aged man, with a round, cheerful face under a shock of white hair. "Sorry about Alex," he said to Swan. "I enjoyed working with her." "Yes," Swan said. "Seems like everyone did." She introduced Kieran. "I met this young man when I went out to Jersey, and he got me out of a mess. He wanted a job, and I thought he might be someone you could use." Shukra heard this impassively, but Kieran could see from the bunching of his eyebrows that he was interested. "What can you do?" he said to Kieran. "Construction, retail, janitorial, bookkeeping," Kieran said, "and I can learn fast." "You'll need to," Shukra said. "I've got jobs that need doing, so we'll get you into something." "Oh," Swan said, "and he needs papers." "Ah," Shukra said. Swan met his gaze without flinching. Now she was going to owe him, Kieran saw. "If you say so," he said at last. "You are my black swan. I'll see what I can do." "Thanks," Swan said. After that, she needed to get out to the spaceport to catch her flight. She took Kieran aside and briefly hugged him. "I'll see you again." "I hope so," Kieran said. "It will happen. I get around." She smiled briefly. "Anyway, we'll always have New Jersey." "Lima," he said. "We'll always have Lima." She laughed. "I thought it was Stockholm," and gave him a kiss on the cheek and was gone. Extracts 6. The economic model of the space settlements developed in part from their origins as scientific stations. In this early model, life in space was not a market economy. Once you were in space, your housing and food were provided in an allotment system, as in Antarctic scientific stations. What markets existed tended to be private, unregulated individual enterprises in non-essential goods. Capitalism was in effect relegated to the margin, and the necessities of life were as shared commons. Exchange between Earth and individual space colonies was on a national or treaty association basis, thus a kind of colonial model, with the colonies producing metals and volatiles, knowledge useful for Earth management and later on food. Once the space elevators were in place, first at Quito, 2076, traffic between Earth and space increased by a factor of 100 million. At that point, the solar system became accessible. It was too big to inhabit rapidly, But the increasing speed of space travel meant that over the course of the 22nd century, the entire solar system came within easy reach. It is not a coincidence that the second half of this century saw the beginning of the accelerando. The space diaspora occurred as late capitalism writhed in its internal decision concerning whether to destroy Earth's biosphere or change its rules. Many argued for the destruction of the biosphere as being the lesser of two evils. One of the most influential forms of economic change had ancient origins in Mondragon. Euskadi, a small Basque town that ran an economic system of nested co-ops organized for mutual support. A growing network of space settlements used Mondragon as a model for adapting beyond their scientific station origins to a larger economic system. Cooperating as if in a diffuse Mondragon, the individual space settlements, widely scattered, associated for mutual support, and supercomputers and artificial intelligence made it possible to fully coordinate a non-market economy, in effect mathematicizing the Mondragon. Needs were determined year to year in precise demographic detail, and production then directed to fill the predicted needs. All economic transactions, from energy creation and extraction of raw materials, through manufacturing and distribution, to consumption and waste recycling, were accounted for in a single computer program. Once policy questions were answered, meaning desires articulated in a sharply contested political struggle, the total annual economy of the solar system could be called out on a quantum computer in less than a second. The resulting cube-programmed Mondragon, sometimes called the Albert Hahnel model, or the spuffordized Soviet cybernetic model, could be, if everyone had been working in a programmed Mondragon, all would have been well, but it was only one of several competing economies on Earth, all decisively under the thumb of late capitalism, still in control of more than half of Earth's capital and production, and with its every transaction tenaciously reaffirming ownership and capital accumulation. This concentration of power had not gone away, but only liquefied for a while, and then gelled elsewhere, much of it on Mars, as genie figures for the era clearly reveal. In residual emergent models, any given economic system or historical moment is an unstable mix of past and future systems. Capitalism, therefore, was the combination or battleground of its residual element, feudalism, and its emergent element, what? With the success of the Martian Revolution and the emergence of its single planet-wide social democratic system, the gates were open for the rest of the solar system to follow. Many space settlements remained colonies of Terran nations and combines, however, so the ultimate result was a patchwork of systems somewhat resembling anarchy. Much of the space economy came to be dominated by a league of settlements called the Mondragon Accord. The Accord was renewed at a conference every 5 years, and annually the Accord's AIs called out its economy, thereafter correcting it frequently, several times a second. The longer the Mondragon Accord went on, the more robust it got. Confident in the Accord's support of the necessities, individual settlements' enterprise markets made more and more side deals, the so-called above and beyonds, all working on the margin, if not for Mars and its... As feudalism is the residual on Earth, capitalism is the residual on Mars. The margin itself grows with prosperity, resulting in increasing sophistication and culture. The existence of the marginal economy, semi-autonomous, semi-unregulated, resembling anarchy, filled with fraud, double-dealing, and crime, delighted all free marketeers, libertarians, anarchists, and many others, some enjoying the bonobo barter, and others the machismo of a Wild West, and wealth beyond need. Marginal capitalism is a tough guy sport, like rugby or tackle football, suitable mostly for people slightly overdosed on testosterone. On the other hand, with some rule and attitude changes, it has proven it can be an interesting game, even beautiful like baseball or volleyball. It is a valid project at the margin, a form of self-actualization, not to be applied to the necessities, but on the margin a nice hobby, even perhaps an art form. Confining capitalism to the margin was the great Martian achievement, like defeating the mob or any other protection racket. Warham and Swan. Warham was back in Terminator before Swan returned from Earth. At that point the city was sliding over the immense plain of Beethoven Crater, and Warham screwed his courage to the sticking point, and when she got into town, asked Swan if she wanted to go out with him to a facility in the west wall of Beethoven to hear a concert and catch up on things. As he made the call, he had to admit, nervous. Her quicksilver manner left him uncertain what to expect. He could not even predict whether he would be going out to Beethoven with her or with Pauline. On the other hand, he liked Pauline, so hopefully it would be all right either way, and with luck, Swan would no longer be so intent to learn all there was to know about Alex's plans concerning the cubes. That Inspector Jeanette had made very clear they had to keep from her. In any case, the chance to hear some Beethoven was enough to spur him on. He made the call, and Swan agreed to go. After that, Warham looked up the program for the performance they were to attend, and was excited to see it was a triple bill of rarely played transcriptions. First, a wind ensemble playing a transcription of the Appassionata piano sonata, then Beethoven's Opus 134, which was his own transcription for two pianos of his Grosse Fugue, for string quartet, Opus 133. Lastly, a string quartet was to play a transcription of their own for the Hammerklavier sonata. Brilliant programming, Warham felt, and he joined Swan at the south lock of Terminator with an anticipation so strong that it overwhelmed the uneasiness he felt, both about her and about being outside Terminator, on the surface of Mercury. Necessary movement westward. Well, this was always true in some sense, he told himself, and focused his thoughts on the concert. Maybe there was no real reason for concern. It was interesting to think that he might be irrationally afraid of the sun. At the little museum in the west wall of Beethoven, he was astonished to see that they were almost the only people in the audience, aside from the musicians not playing, who sat in the front rows to listen. The facility had an empty main room that would have held a few thousand people, but happily this concert was in a side hall with just a couple hundred seats, arced around a small stage in Greek theater style. Acoustics were excellent. The wind ensemble, slightly outnumbering its audience, rollicked its way through the finale of the Appassionata in a way that made it one of the greatest wind pieces Warham had ever heard, fast to the point of effervescence. The transcription to winds made it a new thing, in the same way that Ravel had made Mussorgsky's pictures at an exhibition a new thing. When they were done, two pianists got up, and sitting at grand pianos snuggled into each other like two sleeping cats. They played Beethoven's own Opus 134, his transcription of his Grosse Fugue. They had to pound away like percussionists, simply hammering the keys. More clearly than ever, Warham heard the intricate weave of the big fugue, also the crazy energy of the thing, the maniacal vision of a crushing clockwork. The sharp attack of struck piano keys gave the piece a clarity and violence that strings with the best will and technique in the world could not achieve. Wonderful. Then some other transcriber had gone in the opposition direction, arranging the Hammerklavier sonata for string quartet. Here, even though 4 instruments were now playing a piece written for one, it was still a challenge to convey the Hammerklavier's intensity. broken out among two violins, viola, and cello, it all unpacked beautifully. The magnificent anger of the first movement, the aching beauty of the slow movement, one of Beethoven's finest, and then the finale, another big fugue. It all sounded very like the late quartets to Warham's ear, thus a new late quartet, by God! It was tremendous to hear. Warham glanced around at the audience and saw the wind players and the pianists were standing on their feet behind the chairs, bouncing, swaying in place, faces uplifted and eyes closed, as if in prayer, hands sometimes spastically waving before them, as if conducting or dancing. Swan, too, was back there dancing, looking transported. Warham was very pleased to see that. He was out there himself in the space of Beethoven, a very great space indeed. It would have been shocking to see someone immune to it. It would have put her outside his zone of sympathy or comprehension. Afterward, as an encore, the musicians announced they wanted to try an experiment. They separated the two pianos, and the string quartet then sat between them in a circle facing inward. Then they reprised the two big fugues, all playing at the same time. The two pieces overlapped with the wrong instruments applied to each, increasing the cognitive confusion, and the quiet parts in each came at the same time, in an urgent eye of the storm, revealing the structural similarity of the two monsters. When both returned to their main fugues, the 6 instruments sawed or pounded away in their own worlds, lashing out 6 different tunes in a crisscross fury, with messianic crashes. They ended together, somehow. Warham wasn't certain which of them had been extended or curtailed to make that happen, but in any case they finished together, with a big crash, and everyone there, already on their feet, could only clap and cheer and whistle. "Wonderful," Warham said afterward. "Truly." Swan shook her head. "Too crazy at the end, but I liked it." They stayed around to join the congratulations and the discussion among the musicians, who were as interested as could be in what it had sounded like from the outside. More than one said they had been able to focus only on their own parts. Someone played back a recording made of it, and they listened along with the rest until the musicians began to pause the recording and discuss details. "Time to get back to Terminator," Swan said. "All right. Thanks ever so much for this. It was very fine." "My pleasure. Listen, do you want to walk back over to the city tracks? It's nice after a wild concert like this one. They've got suits here we can use. It gives you a chance to walk it out a little." "But do we have time?" "Oh, yes. We'll get to the platform well ahead of the city. I've done this before." She must not have noticed his discomfort at being out on the surface of Mercury. Well, so he had to agree, even though every other member of the audience, and the musicians too, took the tram back, on which they were almost certainly continuing the interesting discussion of the concert, of transpositions in Beethoven and so on. But no, a walk on a burned world. When their borrowed spacesuits had confirmed integrity, they exited the hall's airlock and headed back north toward Terminator's tracks. Beethoven Crater had as smooth a surface as he had seen on Mercury. Little Bello was under the horizon to the east. Warham walked along nervously. Their headlamps illuminated long ellipses of black desert. Fines lofted from the fronts of their boots and drifted back to the baked ground behind them. Their boot prints would last for 1 billion years, but they were on a track of prints, and the damage to the surface had long since been done. Flanking the dusty trail, the knobby granulated rock caught their headlamps' beams and reflected them in little diamond pricks of light that looked like frost, though they must have been minute crystal surfaces. They passed a rock with a cocopelli painted on it. The figure appeared to be holding a telescope rather than a flute, and was pointing the glass to the east. For a while Warham whistled the theme of the Grosse Fugue, half-speed, under his breath. "Do you whistle?" Swan asked, sounding surprised. "I suppose I do." "So do I." Warham, who did not think of himself as someone who whistled for others, did not continue. They topped a small rise, and before them lay Terminator's tracks. No city in sight yet. One had to assume it was still over the horizon to the east. The nearest track blocked the view of most of those paralleling it on its other side. It was made of a particular kind of tempered steel, he had heard, and gleamed a dull silver in the starlight. Its underside stood a few meters above the ground. The thick pylons supporting it were set every 50 meters or so. A loading platform abutted the outer track to the northwest of them, he was happy to see. The tram from the concert was already there. Sunlight pricked a high point on the west wall of Beethoven. Everything in the landscape was lit by that burnished cliff edge. Dawn was on its way, slow but sure. When it came over the eastern horizon, Terminator would make a grand sight. Possibly that was the dome of the globe already visible as a curved glint. A stupendous flash of light blazed up from the tracks where the loading platform had been. A blood-red after-image split his vision in two halves. As it was pulsing back to a less vivid vertical blob, rocks began crashing down around them, kicking up puffs of dust that moved like splashed water. They both cried out, although Warham had no idea what either said. Then Swan was crying, "Get down! Guard your head!" and tugging at his arm. Warham kneeled next to her and put an arm around her shoulders. She seemed to be trying to put her arms over his helmet while ducking hers against his chest. Looking over her, he saw that the tracks where the platform had been had disappeared in a big ball of dust, and the very top of the dust cloud was now high enough to be up in the sunlight. The brilliant yellow of the sunlit part of the cloud illuminated the land around it like a beacon of fire. The land at the foot of the cloud was glowing with a light of its own. It appeared to be in a pool of smoking lava. "A meteor," he said stupidly. Swan was talking on the common band. A few more rocks fell on the land around them, invisible until announced by an explosion of dust. It looked like the land was exploding, as if mines were going off. Occasionally, a falling rock was hot and looked like a shooting star. Some ember blinks were still up there, flying among the stars. They would get hit, or they wouldn't. An awful feeling. Guarding their helmets did not seem like it was going to do much good. Dust flew up over them, fell back to land in lazy sheets and veils, gray topped by yellow, but when the top of the dust cloud fell back below the horizontal beams of approaching sunlight, they were plunged into the darkness of mercurial night, with only the distant lit crater wall to illuminate them with its reflection. Red bars still pulsed vertically in the middle of Warham's sight. It seemed much dimmer than it had before. "There's a group of sunwalkers just south of here, up under the crater wall," Swan said grimly. She asked a question on the common band. "One of them's been hit, and they need help. Come on." He followed her away from the tracks, feeling blind and confused. Was it a meteor strike? Looks like it. Although the tracks have a detect and deflect system, so I don't know what happened. Come on, we've got to hurry. I want to get back to the city. It's... Oh... She groaned as the realization appeared to strike her that the city was doomed. "No!" she cried as she dragged him southward. "No, no, 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 no!" Over and over as they stumbled along. Then, how could it be? He couldn't tell if it was a rhetorical question. "Don't know," he said. She tugged at him, and he kept his eyes on the ground to keep from kicking a rock and falling. Rocks littered the land. He tried to remember what he had seen. Had it been a flash? From above? Hadn't it risen? No, a downward motion. He closed his eyes, but the red bar and light red clouds still bounced around on the black backdrop of the insides of his eyelids. He opened his eyes, glanced at Swan. Later, perhaps, they could review her cube's visual record, assuming it kept one. She was muttering now in the irritated tone she seemed to use only when addressing it. She led him around a hillock, and when they had cleared it, they spotted a group of 3 people in spacesuits, all 3 walking, which was good to see, but with one holding one arm with the other hand and walking awkwardly as a result. The other 2 flanked this one, helping or trying to. "Hey!" Swan said on the common band, and they looked up and saw them approaching. One waved. Swan and Warham joined them a few minutes later. "How are you?" Swan said. "Happy to be alive," said the one holding an arm. "I got hit on the arm." "I can see. Let's get back to the city." "What happened?" "A meteor hit the tracks, it looked like." "How could that be?" "I don't know. Come on." Without further discussion, the 5 of them began walking at speed toward the tracks, striding along in a Martian lope that made the best of the local G. Warham was all right at it because of his time on Titan, which was about half as heavy as this, but similar enough. Together they bounded down the mild slope, angling eastward to intercept the city as soon as possible. There was a strange keening in Warham's ear, an animal moan of distress. At first he thought it was the hurt Sunwalker, but then realized it was Swan. Of course it was her city, her home. They came over a rise that gave them a view of the top half of the city's dome, bulging over the horizon like the blue bubble of a pocket universe. The city appeared to be moving still. "The tracks ahead of it are damaged," he said. "Yes, of course." "Is there a way for it to get past a section of broken track?" "No. How would that work?" "I don't know. I'm just wondering. It seems like most support systems try to avoid criticalities." "Of course. But the tracks are protected. There's an anti-meteor system." "It must not have worked?" "Apparently not." Again she cried out, a piercing sound in his ear, even when damped by his suit's intercom. The Sunwalkers were chattering among themselves, sounding worried. "What will we do when we get to it?" Warham asked on the common band. Swan stopped groaning and said, "What do you mean?" "Are there lifeboats? You know, rovers, to drive to the nearest spaceport." "Yes, of course." "Enough for everyone?" "Yes." "And are there spaceships enough at the nearest spaceport? Enough for the whole population of Terminator?" "There's shelter in all the spaceports, enough to hold a lot of people, and vehicles to go west to the next ones. And some hoppers can handle being on the bright side." As they hurried across the black, rubbly plain, Terminator slowly hove up over the horizon. The upper half of the interior of the Dawn Wall was now visible, looking much steeper than it really was, all whitewashed walls and trees. A thick bar of green marked the treetops of the park. Extending forward from the trees were the crops of the farm. A snow globe on silver tracks, headed to its doom. They could see no people in the city, even though it was now looming above them. Certainly no one was on the terraces of the Dawn Wall anymore. It looked abandoned. And there was no way to get up into it. The platform had been in the impact zone. Everyone who had been at the concert must have been killed. Inside the city they could see a trio of deer, buck, doe, fawn. Swan's cries pitched up an octave. "No! No!" It was strange to be standing there, looking up at the empty city's Mediterranean calm. Swan ran under the tracks to the north side of the city, and the rest of them followed. From that side they could see a little convoy of ground vehicles far to the north and west, rolling away from them through the break in Beethoven's northwest wall. The cars were fast, and soon over the horizon. "They've left," Warham observed. Yes. "Pauline?" "I suppose we could walk to the spaceport?" Warham said, worried. Swan was talking to her internal cube, however, and Warham couldn't follow the gist of the exchange. Her tone of voice was utterly caustic. She broke off that argument and said to him, "The cars aren't coming back. The city will stop automatically when it hits the break in the tracks. We have to leave. Every 10th platform has elevators that go down to shelters under the tracks, so we have to get to one of those." "How near is the closest one to the west?" "About 90 kilometers. The town just passed one back to the east." 90 kilometers? "Yes. We'll need to go east. It's only 9 kilometers. Our suits will handle the sunlight for the time it will take us." Warham said, "Maybe we could walk the 90. "No, we couldn't. What do you mean?" "I think we could. People have done it. Athletes who have trained for it have done it. I do enough walking to know, and maybe I could do it, but you couldn't. You can't do it by willpower alone, and this sunwalker is hurt. No, listen. We'll be all right going into the sunlight. It's just the corona we'll be exposed to, and no more than an hour or a little more. I've done it often." "I'd rather not." "You have no choice. Come on, the longer we dither, the longer we'll be exposed." That was true. "All right then," he said, and felt his heart pound inside him. She turned around, held out her arms up to the city, groaned like an animal. "Oh, my town, my town. Oh, we'll come back. We'll rebuild. Oh." Behind the glassy face mask, her face was wet with tears. She noticed him watching her and swung a hand back as if to strike at him. "Come on. We have to go." She gestured to the 3 sunwalkers. "Come on." As they started running east, Swan howled over the common band, a sound like an alarm siren that had done its duty but continued on in the emptiness after a disaster. The figure running before him did not seem capable of generating such a terrible sound, which stuck him like pins in the ears. A lot of animals had no doubt been left behind inside. The whole little terrarium, a community of plants and animals, and she designed such things, and this one was her home. Suddenly her howl made it clear to him that saving the humans of the place was not really enough. So much got left behind. A whole world. If a world dies, its people don't matter anymore. So the howl seemed to say. Dawn kept coming, as always. Now this was an interesting matter. Could he modulate his fear, rein it in, and use it to impel him at the optimum pace for the quickest arrival at the platform out there to the east, in the raw light of daybreak? And did that pace match the pace that was going to be set for him by the person he was following? For Swan was moaning still, crying and cursing, keening in a rhythm that was keyed to her running. She bounced forward on the impact of her strides, perhaps helpless to go slower, and yet she was moving faster than he could match. He had to give ground and keep to his own pace, and hope that he would at least be able to keep the distance close enough that he wouldn't lose her over the horizon. Although of course the tracks would lead him right to the platform, so even if she disappeared over the horizon, that should not matter. And yet he did not want to lose sight of her. The 3 sunwalkers were already a considerable distance ahead of her, even the one with the hurt arm, so maybe the unhappy noise she was making was in fact slowing her down. The land dipped and rose here in such a way that he could see many kilometers to the north, and the highlands in that direction were now all ablaze with sunlight. That lit part of the landscape threw a light over the shadowed terrain they ran in, and Warham saw rumples in the land, and the rubble on it, better than he had ever seen anything before, not just on Mercury, but anywhere. Everything looked coated by a layer of friable powder, no doubt the result of the daily bake and freeze. The light from the north grew so bright he had to look away to preserve his vision for the dark places underfoot and before him. Ahead the moaning silhouette bounded against the stars. He forced his breath into a rhythm with his feet, watched the ground he was running on, focused on a rapid, efficient gait. 1/3 G could be deceptive, being neither light nor heavy. It had the potential for speedy running, but a fall was not a trivial thing, especially in this situation. Swan was on home ground and did not appear to be thinking of him at all. He ran on. Normally the distance involved would be for him a matter of about 45 minutes of running, he reckoned, depending on terrain. That was long enough to call for restraint from full speed, even for runners. Was she going out too fast? He saw no signs of deceleration. On the other hand, she was not getting farther ahead, and he was now in a pace he thought he could sustain. It was neither fast nor slow. He huffed and puffed, watched the ground carefully. Quick glances showed Swan always well short of the horizon. It was all going to work out. Then he stumbled and had to catch himself up by way of some desperate windmilling of the arms, after which he kept his head down and focused on the ground more than ever. It was one of those moments when the shock of the unexpected throws one into a different space. He could see Swan's boot prints superimposed on the palimpsest of earlier prints. Her stride was shorter than his. He flew over her steps, even though he was losing ground on her. The sunwalkers were halfway over the horizon. Swan's moaning still filled his ears, but he refused to let himself turn down the volume or turn it off. Then the sun blinked over the horizon, and again he felt his heart pounding. At first, licks of orange fire popped over the horizon and disappeared. The corona was hotter than the actual surface of the sun by a great deal, as he recalled. Magnetic surges, bowing up in characteristic loops of fire, rising majestically over the horizon and hanging there before blasting off to one side or the other. The sun's flames, in effect, flying up in stupendous explosions, guided by the magnetic fields that roiled in the burn. He ran on, looking down at the ground, but the next time he glanced up, most of the horizon ahead of him was orange. The sun itself, its orangeness stuffed and writhing with bubbles and banners of yellow. To stop it down to something his eyes could handle, his faceplate had to render the rest of the cosmos black. The horizon was the only thing that could be clearly picked out. A line out there not very high, not smooth, various hills and dips that bounced and blurred. Swan stood out blackly, a runner imago, her silhouette thinned by white light pouring around her. The ground underfoot was now a salt and pepper pattern, impossible to read, aching white and deep black, all jumbled together so that the white parts pulsed and shimmered in his vision. He had to trust it was flat enough to run, because it didn't look like it. And then, after another while, it became a black chipped white that looked flat as a sheet. They were out in full day. He began to sweat. Probably this was just fear, and the sudden helpless acceleration in his pace. His suit began to hum audibly in its effort to cool him, a slight but terrible sound. His sweat would slide down his flanks and legs and collect at a seal above the boots. He didn't think enough could collect to drown him, but he wasn't sure. The black flicker of Swan in the sun had become a sort of spectre of the Brocken, exploding in and out of existence in vibrant pulses. He thought he saw her look over her shoulder at him, but he did not dare wave to her lest he lose his balance and fall. She seemed short, and suddenly he saw she was visible now only from the knees up. The horizon was about as far away as it would be on Titan. That meant he was probably only 5 or 10 minutes behind her. Then the platform top appeared over the horizon, just to her left, next to the southernmost track, and he quickened his pace yet again. In any physical endeavor, a little kick at the end could usually be found. This time, however, it seemed he was truly stretched to his maximum. Indeed, it very quickly turned into something more like a desperate attempt to hold what speed he had. He was gasping, and he had to force himself to a breath pattern in a rhythm coordinated with his pounding, heavy legs. 1 gasp for 2 strikes. It was very frightening to look up and see almost the whole visible stretch of the eastern horizon topped by the corona. The slight curve of it seemed to suggest it would eventually fill most of the sky, as if what was rising before them was some kind of universal sun. Mercury looked like a bowling ball rolling into that light. His sweat now filled his suit to his thighs, and he wondered again if he could drown in it. But then again he could drink it and save himself. Happily, his air supply was still cool in his face. His faceplate polarization shifted, and the texture of the sun through the black glass of his faceplate articulated into thousands of tongues of flame. Big fields of tendrils moved in concert, whole regions swirling like cat's paws on water. It looked like a living being, a creature made of fire. The platform was a block of black in the black. Swan, a black movement beside it. He reached her, stopped, gasped for a while with his hands on his knees, his back to the sun. Her keening had stopped, although from time to time she still moaned. The sunwalkers apparently had already taken the elevator down. She was waiting for it to come back up. "I'm sorry," he said when he could speak. "Sorry, I'm late." She was looking at the sun, now 4 fingers high over the jagged black horizon. "Oh my God, look at it," she said. "Just look at it." Warham tried, but it was too bright, too big. Then a loop of the corona flew hugely higher than any they had yet seen, as if the sun were trying to reach out and burn them with a touch. "Oh no!" Swan cried out and pulled Warham over to her and against the door, moving to his son's side and pulling him down to shield him with herself, punching elevator buttons over his shoulder and cursing. "Come on, hurry!" she yelled. "Oh, that's a big flare. That's bad. By the time you see one of those, it's already zapped you." Finally, the elevator doors slid open, and the 2 of them rushed in. The doors closed. They felt the elevator car drop. When Warham's faceplate and eyes had adjusted to the ordinary light, he saw that Swan's face under her faceplate was wet with tears and snot. She sniffed hard. "Damn, that was a big flare," she said, wiping her face. When the elevator stopped and they got out, she said to the sunwalkers, "Any of you have a dosimeter on you?" One of them replied as if quoting, "If you want to know, you don't want to know." She looked at Warham, her expression grim in a way he had never seen. "Pauline," she said, "find the dosimeter in this suit." She listened for a while, then clutched her chest, staggered down to one knee. "Oh shit," she said faintly. "I'm killed." "How much did you get?" Warham exclaimed, alarmed. He checked his wrist pad. It showed a radiation spike of 3.762 sieverts, and he hissed. They would be needing a lot of DNA repair the next time they got their treatments, if they could make it. He repeated his question, "How much did you get?" She stood up and would not look at him. "I don't want to talk about it." "That was quite a slice of the sun," he said. "It's not that," she said. "It was that flare. Bad luck." The sunwalkers nodded at this, and Warham felt a little queasy jolt slither down his spine. They were in a lock. The elevator doors closed behind them. The door on the other side of the lock slid open, followed by a little whoosh of air. They went into a low room of some considerable size, with several doors and passageways leading out of it. "Is this a refuge?" Warham asked. "Do we have to stay here through the Brightside crossing? Can we?" "This is part of a whole system," Swan explained. "It was built to help with the construction of the tracks. Every 10th platform has a unit like this under it, and there's a utilidor that connects them all, a work tunnel. The sunwalkers were already checking some of the cabinet doors on one wall." "So we could hurry underground in this tunnel and catch up to the night side? Get to help?" Yes, but I wonder if the part under the meteor strike is still passable. I guess we can go see. It's all heated and aerated? Yes. After some people died when they came down to take shelter, the stations have been made minimally survivable. Actually, I think you have to re-aerate the utilidor section by section as you go along. It's like turning on the lights. One of the sunwalkers gave a thumbs up, and Swan took off her helmet, and Warham did too. "Do either of you have radio comms?" one of them asked. "Ours aren't working, and we're thinking maybe the sun fried them, and the phone here isn't working. We won't be able to tell people we're down here." "Pauline, are you all right?" Swan said aloud, and fell silent. "How is your cube?" Warham asked after a while. "She's all right," Swan said dismissively. "She says my head served as good insulation for her." "Oh, dear." They followed the sunwalkers down the hall, took stairs down to a set of large rooms below. The biggest room down there contained a scattering of couches and low tables, and the long bar of a communal kitchen. Swan introduced herself and Warham to the three sunwalkers, who were people of indeterminate age and gender. They nodded politely at Swan's introduction, but did not identify themselves. "How is your arm?" Swan asked the hurt one. "It's broken," the person said simply, and held it out a little. "Clean hit, but the rock was small and just falling, I guess, tossed up in the big hit." Now it seemed to Warham that this one at least was young. "We'll wrap it," one of the others said, also young. "We can try to straighten it, and then wrap it with a support, no matter how straight it is." "Did any of you see the meteor strike?" Swan asked. They all three shook their heads. All young, Warham thought. These were the kinds of people who walked around Mercury right before sunrise, torching themselves with solar visions, although apparently Swan was also one of them, the young in spirit, then. "What are we going to do?" he asked. "We can take the utilidor west till we get to the next spaceport on the night side," one of them said. "Do you think the utilidor is still passable under the hit?" Swan asked. "Oh," the one said, "I didn't think of that." "It might be," said the one with the broken forearm. The third one was looking in cabinets against the wall. "You never know." "I doubt it," Swan said, "but I guess we can go look. It's only 15 clicks away." "Only 15?" Warham didn't say. They stood there looking at each other. "Well, shit," Swan said. "Let's go take a look. I don't want to just sit here." Warham suppressed a sigh. It was not as if they had a great number of choices, and if they could get through to the west and hurried, they could catch up to the night, and hopefully the spaceport where the people from Terminator had gone. So they went to a door at the west end of the room and went through it into a passageway, lit dimly by a string of overhead lights that were part of the ceiling. The walls of the tunnel were raw faces of rock, in some places cracked, in others bare walls with drill bit marks angling upward on their left and downward on their right. They hiked west at a good clip. The one with the broken arm seemed to be the fastest of them all, although one of the other sunwalkers stuck close by the hurt one. No one spoke. An hour passed. Then, after a short rest sitting on some cubicle blocks of rock in the tunnel, another hour. "Did your Pauline get an image of the strike?" Warham asked Swan when they were walking again. The utilidor was wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk abreast, as the sunwalkers were proving ahead of them. "I've looked, but it's just a flash to one side, only a few milliseconds of light before the explosion upward and out, coming down fast and hot. But why hot? There's no atmosphere to heat it, so that doesn't make sense. It kind of looks like it came from, I don't know, somewhere else, from some other universe." "Seems like some other explanation will be forthcoming," Warham could not help saying. "Well, you explain it," she said sharply, as if speaking to her cube. "I can't," Warham said calmly. They walked on in silence. Presumably at some point they were walking underneath the city. Above them, Terminator would be burning up in the day's rain of light. Then the tunnel ahead of them appeared to end. They had all put their helmets back on, as it was the easiest way to carry them, and now they shone their helmets' headlamps into the darkness before them. A mass of rock rubble filled the tunnel, floor to roof. It was cold here, and suddenly Swan said, "We'd better seal our helmets," and her faceplate slid down. Warham did the same. They stood there looking at the blockage. "All right," Swan said grimly. "Can't go west. We'll have to go east, I guess." "But how long will that take?" Warham said. She shrugged. "If we sit here, it will be 88 days till sunset. If we walk, it will be less." "Walk around half of Mercury?" "Less than half, because we will be walking and the planet will be rolling. That's the point. I mean, what else are we going to do? I'm not going to sit here for 3 months." She was almost in tears, he saw. "How far is it again?" he asked, thinking half of Titan as he said it. His stomach contracted within him. "About 2,000 kilometers. But if we walk east at, say, 30 kilometers a day, we shorten the wait time to something more like 40 days, so we can cut it in half. That seems worth it to me. And it doesn't have to be continuous walking. I mean, it's not like the sunwalkers. We walk a day's worth, eat, sleep a night, then walk again. Set a daily schedule. If we hiked for 12 hours out of every 24, that would be a lot, but it would save even more days." "What, Pauline?" "Can you turn up Pauline's voice again?" Warham requested. "I don't want to now. She says 12-hour days of walking would shorten our time down here by around 45 days. That's enough for me." "Well," Warham said, "that's a lot of walking." "I know, but what are you going to do? Sit here for over twice as long?" "No," he said slowly. "I guess not. Although really it would not be so very long. A rereading of Proust and O'Brien, a few times through the ring cycle." His little wristpad was very well stocked. But the way she stood there looking at him, these were not thoughts he felt comfortable expressing. "I'll turn up Pauline," she said, as if giving him something in exchange for his agreement. "Solvitur ambulando," Pauline said, Latin for "it is solved by walking." "Diogenes of Sinope." "Thus you prove motion is real," Warham supposed. "Yes." Warham sighed. "I was already convinced." Back at the first underground station, they took stock. The 3 sunwalkers were perfectly happy to walk for 6 or 7 weeks. It was very like their usual mode of existence. Their names were Tron, Tor, and Nar. They were gender nondescripts as far as Warham was concerned, and seemed to him very young and simple. They lived only to hike around Mercury. They seemed to know nothing more than that, or perhaps they didn't speak much to strangers. But what they did say seemed childlike to him, or provincial in the extreme. There were whole terraria filled with such folk, of course, but he had gotten used to thinking of the Mercurials as highly sophisticated, steeped in history and art and culture. Now he was learning that it was not universally true. He realized he had thought sun-worshippers would be followers of the various early solar religions of ancient Egypt, Persia, the Inca, but no, they just liked the sun. It looked like they were going to have to spend a couple of nights sleeping on the floor of the unimproved tunnel in between each way station. "Every 3rd day," Swan said, "we can resupply. It sets a good goal." "We might even be able to go farther," Tron said shyly. Tron was the one with the broken arm, so Warham refrained from mentioning that, for him personally, 33 kilometers a day might prove enough, or too much. That he might be the drag on this group was discouraging. In any case, Swan was overseeing the filling of backpacks she had found in the emergency supply cabinets, their spacesuit helmets, some emergency air, water bottles, food, air mattresses, a little pot and stove. A roll of aerogel blankets, not very warm-looking, but the utilidor would stay at this temperature, Swan said, and it was pretty warm. So, tunnel walk. possibly similar to spelunking expeditions of long duration. Little headlamps were included in the packs, too, although for now they were not necessary, as the ceiling held a warm square of yellow-white light every 20 meters or so, illuminating the rough rock of the utilidor very well. They were about 15 meters underground, Swan said. The tunnel had been drilled through bedrock, or regolith, with a heat finish that had imparted frequent swirls and dashes of mineral color, reminiscent of the cut surfaces of certain meteorites. In some stretches, silver curves lay over pewter, then jet black. The floor had been chipped to a texture that made for a good grip underfoot. The tight curve of Mercury meant that the most distant overhead lights merged into a single bar of light. It was as if they could see the arc of the planet, which Warham found vaguely encouraging. He was finding the idea of 33 kilometers a day for more than 40 days in a row daunting. Must recall they were down around the 45th latitude south here, so the distance was not as far as it would have been if they were on the equator. Sometimes Terminator's tracks went even farther south, as he recalled. Things could be worse. So, walk for an hour, in a tunnel that changed very little and only in iterative ways. Stop, sit on the ground, rest for a while, then walk an hour more. At the end of 3 hours, stop and eat. Already that interval felt very long, something like a week or more in ordinary human time, in the time of thinking. But they did that 3 times before stopping to eat a larger meal, then slept for 8 or 9 hours. Hour, hour, hour. Hour, hour, hour. Hour, hour, hour. The sensation of lengthening time grew very strong in Warham. Why it should feel so long was hard to tell. The repetition of the elements of the day, he would have thought, might streamline and thus speed the hours, but no. Instead, it was protraction, a very pronounced feeling of protraction. At the end of each day, as he settled down, footsore and exhausted to sleep, he could stretch out on his air mattress and say, 1 down, 37 to go, or even 33 to go, and feel a little stab of despair. Every hour felt like a week. Could they endure it? The sunwalkers usually hiked a bit ahead, and by the time Warham and Swan joined them at a stop, they were always prepping tea. Then, well before Warham was ready to get up and go again, the young Fearles were off, almost apologetically, with a nod and a wave. His days, therefore, were spent mostly with Swan. She was clearly not happy at the prospect of this hike, even though it was her idea. She was doing it only because the alternative was worse in her estimation. It was something to be endured, in misery mute or voluble. Some days she went ahead, some days fell behind. "I'm going to get sick at some point," she said once. It became clear to Warham that she liked the situation even less than he did, far less than he did, as she told him herself. She hated it, she said, suffered from claustrophobia, could not stand to be indoors, needed copious daily sunlight, needed lots of variety in her daily routines and in her sensory stimuli. These were necessities, she told Warham, and in no uncertain terms. "This is so horrible," she exclaimed often, making the word an emphatic 3 syllables with fore and aft stresses. Horrible, horrible, horrible. "I won't be able to make it." "Let's talk about something else," Warham would suggest. "How can I? It's horrible." Endless repetition of these points would still occupy only the first hour of their 12-hour day of walking and rests. After such a first hour, Warham would usually decide it was appropriate to point out that they need to talk about something else if they were to avoid undue repetition stress on both their parts. Tired of me already? Swan concluded from these observations. Not at all. Vastly entertained, even interested. But this motif of the unhappy voyage of necessity, it's limited. It's played out. I want a different story. That's lucky for you, because I was going to change the subject. Lucky for me indeed. She trudged on ahead of him. There was no reason to hurry to say the next thing. They had all day. Warham watched her walk ahead of him. Her stride was graceful and long. She was in her home G and sinuous, efficient. Very quickly she could get well ahead of him. She did not seem ill yet. From behind he sometimes heard her having conversations with her cube. For whatever reason, she had shifted Pauline's voice to exterior audibility. Maybe she was keeping that little promise to him. The conversations between the two almost always sounded like arguments. Swan's voice was clearer and more hectoring, but Pauline's alto, slightly muffled by Swan's own skin, was somehow mulishly contentious as well. Depending on how one programmed them, cubes could be real fiends for argument, quibblers to the highest degree. Once Warham caught up enough to be able to eavesdrop on them, and came in on something that had been going on for a while. Swan was saying, "Poor Pauline. If I were you, I would be so sad. I feel so sorry for you. It must feel terrible to be nothing but a packet of algorithms." Pauline said, "This is the rhetorical device called anachoenesis, in which one pretends to put oneself in the place of one's opponent." "No, not at all," Swan assured her. "I really am sympathetic. To be so few qubits, to be just algorithms grinding it out, I mean, considering that, you do very well." Pauline said, "This is the rhetorical device called synchoresis, in which one makes a concession before renewing the assault." "Maybe you're right. I don't really know why I thought you were stupid, given the huge power of these arguments of yours. And yet, this is both sarcasm and aporia in the bad sense I mentioned before, of a momentary expression of doubt, often faked, before renewing the attack. And this is the defense called casuistry, where when you've got nothing you retreat into a cloud of verbiage. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just smart consciousness and stupid consciousness. That would explain a lot." Pauline did not seem to be deterred. "Happy to submit our speech acts to a double-blind study to see if any distinctions at all can be made between yours and mine." "Really," Swan said, "are you saying you can pass a Turing test?" "It depends on who's asking the questions." Swan laughed scornfully, but she really was amused. Warham could hear it. So at least the cube was good for that. The two of them swapped the lead every half-hour, just to mark time and change the view, such as it was. They did not always talk. It would have been impossible, he thought. In any case, they hiked in silence for many minutes at a time. Over them, the tunnel light seemed to move independently backward, as if they walked at the top of a vast Ferris wheel, and only just kept pace with the backward sweep of the wheel. At the end of an hour, Warham's feet were sore, and he was happy to sit down. They used their aerogel sleeping pads as cushions to sit on. Meals came from foil envelopes found in the emergency gear at the stations, and were bland for the most part. After a while, they mostly only wanted to drink water, though there were some powders to mix in if one wanted. In general, their rests were about half an hour long. Any longer and Warham began to stiffen up, and Swan became fretful, and the sunwalkers would get too far ahead, so Warham would heave himself to his feet and take off again. "Do you think any of these stations have walking poles in them?" "I doubt it. We can look at the next one. Maybe something could be used as canes." After a time of silence, she would sometimes snap, "All right, tell me something. Tell me about yourself. What's your first memory?" "I don't know," Warham said, trying to locate it. "My first memory," she said, comes from a time that my parents tell me I was 3. My parents were part of a house that decided to move to the other side of the city. I think we were trading places north to south in order to look at the other half of the countryside as we passed by it. Or maybe they just told me that. So a bunch of carts were there, and both houses were moving stuff back and forth. Everything my family owned could fit on the back of one battery cart and 2 hand carts. My mother took me back inside when the place was emptied, and it scared me. I think that's why I remember it. My room looked much smaller when it was empty, and that seemed backward and scared me, like the world had shrunk. We fill rooms to make them bigger. Then we went back outside, and the other image that sticks with me, along with the empty room, was all the stuff in the bed of the cart, and everyone standing by it at the curb, under a set of trees. Above some trees I could see the dawn wall. She hiked on for a time in silence, and Warham felt the empty grumble in his stomach that marked another mealtime's approach. "By now, that's all burned down," she said. But now her voice was unusually calm. She was no longer grieving in the same way, it seemed. When the sun got high enough that the city was out of the shade of the dawn wall, she added, it would go quick. "I know the tracks don't melt on the bright side," Warham said. "Anything else?" "The city infrastructure will be fine," she conceded. "The shell, some metals, ceramics, mixes of the two, glassy metals, and then just ordinary tempered steel, stainless steel, austenite steel. We'll see. I suppose it will be interesting to see what it looks like when night falls on it again. Everything will have burned away except the frame, I guess. As soon as the sun hit, the plants would begin to die. They'll be dead by now, all the plants and animals, even the bacteria and such. We'll have to rebuild it." "Maybe," he said. "What do you mean?" "Well, I think they'll want to understand what happened to the tracks, and feel they are in a position to stop it happening again, or else build to a different design. Free the city from its tracks, maybe, and roll over the landscape on wheels." "That would require some locomotion," she pointed out. "As it is, the expansion of the tracks drives the city forward." "Well, it will be interesting to see what happens then." Warham hesitated. It would be pointless to rebuild and then have a recurrence. If it was a low-likelihood accident, then a recurrence wouldn't be likely. I was under the impression that all such happenstances were already guarded against. "Me too. Are you suggesting that it was some kind of attack?" "Yes. Well, I've been thinking about that, anyway. I mean, consider what happened to us on Io." "But who would want to attack Terminator?" she demanded. "Attack it and yet miss it by a few kilometers, killing the town but leaving the people alive?" "I don't know," Warham said uneasily. "There's been talk about the conflict between Earth and Mars, how it could even lead to war." "Yes," she said. "But the talk always goes on to declare this impossible, because everyone is so vulnerable. Mutual assured destruction, as always." "I've always wondered about that," Warham admitted. "What if a first strike is made to look like an accident, and is so successful that no one knows who did it? And meanwhile the victim is mostly vaporized. A scenario like that might make one think there is not any certain mutually assured destruction." "Who would feel that way?" Swan asked. "Almost any power on Earth could make the calculation. They're safer than any of us. And Mars is notoriously self-absorbed, and also can't be punctured with a single dart. No, I'm not convinced there can't be a power out there that harbors a feeling of invulnerability, or an anger so great they don't care about consequences." "What could that be, though?" Swan said. "What causes that kind of anger?" "I don't know. Say food, water, land, power, prestige, ideology, differential advantage, madness. These are the usual motives, aren't they?" I suppose. She sounded horrified that he could make such a list, as if this were not part of mercurial discourse, although really it was simply Machiavelli or Aristotle. Pauline would know the list. Anyway, he went on, I'll be very interested to find out what people are saying when we get out of here. Only 30 days to go, she said grimly. One step at a time, he said gamely. Oh, please, take it like that and it's eternity. Not at all, but I will desist. After a while, he said, Interesting how a moment comes when you feel hungry. You didn't before, and then you do. That's not interesting. My feet are sore. That's not interesting either. Each step is a little pain, or every other. Plantar fasciitis, I reckon. Would you like to take a rest? No, they're only sore, not hurt, and they get warmed up, then tired. I hate this. And yet, here we are. The hour of walking passed. The rest period passed. The next hour passed. The rest following that passed. The tunnel stayed always the same. The stations every third night were almost the same, but not quite. They ransacked these places, looking for something different. Up at the top of the elevator shafts, in each station lay the surface, exposed to the full mercurial sun and approaching 700K on surfaces struck by light. There being no air, there was no air temperature. At this point, they were under Tolstoy crater, more or less. Pauline was managing their navigation, such as it was, by a sort of dead reckoning. Down here, her little radio, too, was out of touch. The station phones never worked. Swan guessed they were elevator phones only, or else the whole system had broken in the impact, and because of the ongoing situation with Terminator's population, and the fact that the crushed part of the tunnel was now out in the sun, no one was available to fix it. Hour after hour they walked. It was easy to lose track of days, particularly since Pauline would keep track. The pseudo-iterative was less pseudo than ever. This was the true iterative. Swan walked before Warham, her shoulders slumped like those of a mime, portraying dejection. Minutes dragged until each one felt like 10. It was an exponential expansion of time, a syruping of protraction. They would therefore live 10 times as long. He cast about for something to say that would not irritate her. She was muttering at Pauline. I used to whistle when I was a kid, he said, and tried a single tone. His lips felt thicker than they had when he was young. Oh, yes, tongue higher against roof of mouth. Very good. I would whistle the melodies from the symphonies I liked. Whistle then, Swan said. I whistle too. Really? He said. Yes, I told you. But you first. Do you do Beethoven, like what we heard at that concert? I do, kind of. Just some of the tunes. Do that, then. There had been a period in Warham's youth when every morning had to begin with Beethoven's Eroica, the breakthrough Third Symphony, announcement of a new age in music and indeed in the human spirit, written after Beethoven learned that he was going deaf. So Warham whistled the 2 commanding notes that started the first movement, and then whistled the main line, at a tempo that fit with his walking pace. That wasn't so hard to do, somehow. As he whistled along, he was never sure he was going to remember the passage that came next. Yet by the time he got to the point of change, the next one followed inevitably from it, and flowed from him quite satisfactorily. Somewhere in him these things remained. The sequence of long, elaborate melodies flowed one to the next, in just the compelling logic of Beethoven's own thinking. And this sequence consisted of one stirring, inevitable song after another. Most of the passages should have been stranded by counterpoint and polyphonies, and he jumped from one orchestral section to another, depending on which one seemed the main line. But it had to be said that even as single tunes, inexpertly whistled, the magnificence of Beethoven's music was palpable in the tunnel. The 3 sunwalkers drifted back, it seemed, to hear it better. After the first movement was over, Warham found the other 3 movements came as fully to him as the first, so that by the time he was done, it had taken him about the same 40 minutes that an orchestra would have taken with the real thing. The great variations at the finale were so stirring that he almost hyperventilated in the performance of it. "Wonderful," Swan said when he was done. "Really good. What tunes. My God, do more. Can you do more?" Warham had to laugh. He thought it over. "Well, I think I could do the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 9th. Also some bits of the quartets and sonatas, maybe. I'd lose the thread in a lot of those, I'm afraid. Maybe not in the late quartets. I've lived to those sweet things. I'd have to try and see how it went." "How can you remember so many?" "For a long time, that's all I listened to." "That's crazy. All right, try the 4th then. You can take them in order." "Later, please, I have to rest. My lips are already destroyed. I can feel them twice as big. They're like a big old gasket right now." She laughed and let him be. An hour later, however, she brought it back up, and sounded like she would be very discouraged if he didn't do it. "All right, but do join me," he said. "But I don't know the tunes. I don't really remember the stuff I hear people play." "That doesn't matter," Warham said. "Just whistle. You said you did." "I do, but it sounds like this." She whistled for a while. A glorious burble of music, exactly like some kind of songbird. "Wow, you sound just like a bird," he said. "Very fluid glissandos, and I don't know what's, but just like a bird." "Yes, that's right. I have some skylark polyps in me." "You mean, in your brain?" "Bird brains. Put into your own?" "Yes. A Lauda arvensis. Also some Sylvia borin, the garden warbler. But you know that birds' brains are organized on completely different lines than mammal brains." "No. I thought everyone knew that." "Some cube architecture is based on bird brains, so it got discussed for a while." "I didn't know." "Well, the thinking that we mammals do in layers of cells across our cortex, birds do in clusters of cells, distributed like bunches of grapes." "I didn't know that. So you can take some of your own stem cells and introduce skylark song node DNA into them, and then you can introduce it through the nose to the brain, and it makes a little cluster in the limbic system. Then when you whistle, the cluster links into your already existing musical networks. All those are very old parts. They're almost like bird parts of the brain already, so the new ones get hooked in, and off you go." "You did this?" "Yes." "How did it feel?" For answer, she whistled. In the tunnel, one liquid glissando led to another, bright birdsong, there in the tunnel with them. "Amazing," Warham said. "I didn't know you could do that. You should be the one whistling, not me." "You don't mind?" "On the contrary." So she whistled as they walked along, sometimes for the full hour between breaks. Her burble shifted through all kinds of phases and phrases, and it seemed to Warham these were so various they must be the songs of more than 2 species of bird. But he wasn't sure, as it occurred to him also that she might be as vocally limited by her body as any bird, so these could perhaps be just the variety of songs that a real songbird sang. Glorious music. It was somewhat like Debussy at times, and of course there were Messiaen's specific imitations of birds. But Swan's whistling was stranger, more repetitive, with endless permutations of little figures, often repeating in insistent ostinato trills that got their hooks into him, sometimes to the point of irritation. When she stopped, he could still call to mind some of her tunes. Whales had songs, of course, but birds must have been the first musicians. unless dinosaurs too had made music. He seemed to recall something about big hollows in certain hadrosaur skulls, inexplicable except as sounding devices. The sound one of those would have made was interesting to try to imagine. He even hummed a bit, testing how it would feel in his own big barrel of a chest. "So, was that the bird, or you?" he asked when she took a pause. "We are the same," she said. After a while, she said, "Mozart's pet starling once revised a phrase he wrote. The bird sang it after he played it on the piano, but changed all the sharps to flats. Mozart described it happening in the margin of the score. That was beautiful, he wrote. When the bird died, he sang at its funeral and read a poem to it, and his next composition, which the publisher called a musical joke, had a starling style." "Nice," Warham said. "It's true that birds always look intelligent." "Not doves," she said, but then in a dark tone. "You can either have high specific intelligence or high general intelligence, but not both." Warham didn't know what to say to that. The thought had turned her suddenly grim. "Well," he said, "we should whistle together. So we'll have both?" "What?" "Never mind." "All right." So he went back to the eroica, and this time she whistled along, in an avian counterpoint or descant to the melodies. Her parts fit his in the manner of internal cadenzas or jazz improvisations, and at Beethoven's more heroic moments, which came pretty frequently, her additions rose to a furious pace of invention, sounding as if the bird inside her had been driven into a fit by Beethoven's audacity. They whistled some very stirring duets. It definitely passed the time in ways that it hadn't passed before. You needed the gift of time, he thought, to explore a pleasure like this. He could go through all the Beethoven he knew, and after them the 4 symphonies of Brahms, so noble and heartfelt, also the last 3 symphonies of Tchaikovsky, all the great parts of the soundtrack of his oh-so-romantic youth. Meanwhile, Swan was up for anything, and her augmentations added a wild Baroque or avant-garde touch to the tunes, additions that often amazed him. The piercing quality of her sound must have carried a long way up and down the tunnel, and sometimes the sunwalkers would slow down and walk just ahead of them, bouncing in time to the music, even whistling themselves inexpertly but enthusiastically. The finale of Beethoven's 7th was particularly successful with them as marching music, and when they got up after a rest to take up their walking again, the sunwalkers often requested the horn cry that began Tchaikovsky's 4th, then its first theme, so full of the feeling that there was a fate ruling them now, a fate dark and grand. At the end of one of their shared performances of Beethoven's 9th, they all shook their heads in wonder, and Nar turned back and said, "Sirs, you certainly are good whistlers. What tunes!" "Well," Warham said, "those are Beethoven." "Oh, I thought they called it whistling." "We thought you were making them up," Tron added. "We were impressed." Later, when the 3 youths had gotten ahead, Warham said, "Are all the sunwalkers like that?" "No," Swan said, annoyed. "I told you, I'm a sunwalker myself." He did not want her annoyed. "Tell me, do you have anything else interesting added to your brain?" "I do." She still sounded sour. "There's an earlier AI, from when I was a child, put in my corpus callosum to help deal with some convulsions I was having, and a bit of one lover. We thought we'd share some of our sexual responses and see where that led us, which was nowhere, as it turned out, but I presume that bit is still in there. And there's other stuff, too, but I don't want to talk about it." "Oh, dear. Is it confusing?" "Not at all." Grimmer and grimmer she sounded. "What, don't you have anything in you?" "In a way. I suppose everyone does," he said reassuringly, though in fact he had seldom heard of a brain with as many interventions as hers. I take some vasopressin and some oxytocin, as recommended. Those both come from vasotocin, she said authoritatively. There's just one amino acid of difference between the three, so I take the vasotocin. It's very old, so old it controls sex behavior in frogs. My. No, it's just what you need. I don't know. I feel fine with oxytocin and vasopressin. Oxytocin is social memory, she said. You don't notice other people without it. I need more of it. Vasopressin, too, I suppose. The monogamy hormone, Warham said. Monogamy in males, but only 3% of mammals are monogamous. Even birds do better than that, I think. Swans, Warham suggested. Yes, and I am swan, second swan, but I'm not monogamous. No? No, except I'm faithful to endorphins. He frowned, but assumed she was joking and tried to go along. Isn't that just like having a dog or something? I like dogs. Dogs are wolves. But wolves are not monogamous. No, but endorphins are. He sighed, feeling he had lost her point, or that she had. It's the touch of the beloved that stimulates endorphins, he said, and left it at that. You couldn't whistle the end of the Moonlight Sonata. That night, as they slept in the tunnel on their little aerogel mattresses under their thin blankets, he awoke to find that Swan had moved and was sleeping against him back to back. The resulting flood of oxytocin relieved his sore hips a little. This was how one could read it. Of course, the urge to sleep with someone, the pleasure in sleeping with someone, was not exactly synonymous with sex, which was reassuring. Across the floor, indeed, the three fearals were curled together like kittens. The tunnels were warm, often too warm, but right on the floor it got cold. Very faintly he heard her purring. Feline genes for same. Yes, he had heard of it. People said it felt very good, very like humming. Feel pleasure. Purr. Feel better. A positive feedback into more pleasure. Loop, 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 all at the pace of breathing it sounded like when he listened to her. A different kind of music. Although he knew very well that sick cats sometimes purred at a momentary relief, or even as if hoping to feel better, trying to jump-start the loop. He had lived with the cat who had done that near its end. A 50-year-old cat is an impressive creature. The loss of this ancient eunuch had been one of Warham's first losses, so he remembered its purr near the end as particularly pitiful, the sound of some emotion too crowded to name. A good friend of his had died purring, so now this purr from Swan gave him a little shiver of worry. Down the tunnel after a sleep, groggy and dim, the morning hour, whistle the slow movement from the Eroica, Beethoven's funeral music for his sense of hearing, written as it was dying inside him. We live an hour, and it is always the same, he recited. Then the slow movement of the first of the late quartets, Opus 127, variations on a theme, so rich, as majestic as the funeral march, but more hopeful, more in love with beauty. And then the third movement that followed was so strong and cheerful, it could have been a fourth movement. Swan gave him a black look. "Damn you," she said, "you're enjoying this." His bass croak of laughter felt good in his chest, a little hadrosauric. Danger to him was like wine, he growled. "What's that?" "The Oxford English Dictionary, or that's where I saw it. You like quotations. We have come a long way. We have a long way to go. In between, we are somewhere." Come on, what's that? A fortune cookie? Reinhold Messner, I believe. He really was kind of enjoying it, he had to admit. Only 25 more days, more or less. It wasn't such a big number. He could endure. It was the most iterative, pseudo-iterative he would ever live, thus interesting, as a kind of limit case of what he supposedly wanted, a reductio ad absurdum, and the tunnel was not so much a matter of sensory deprivation as it was sensory overload, but in very few elements. The walls of the tunnel, the lights running along its ceiling fore and aft for as far as they could see. But Swan was not enjoying it. This particular day seemed worse than any before, in fact. She even slowed down, something he had never seen before, to the point where he had to slow down a bit to keep from getting well ahead of her. "Are you all right?" he asked, after waiting for her to catch up. "No. I feel like crap. I guess it's happening. Do you feel anything?" In fact, Warham was sore in his hips, knees, and feet. His ankles were all right. His back was all right once he got walking. "I'm sore," he admitted. "I'm worried about that last solar flare we saw. By the time you see one of those, there's faster radiation that's come off the snap. I'm afraid we might have gotten cooked. I feel shitty. I'm just sore, but then you covered me at the elevator. It probably hit us differently. I hope so. Let's ask the Fearles how they feel." They did at the next stop, where by the looks on their faces the Sunwalkers had waited long enough to be concerned. Tron said, "How goes it?" "I'm feeling sick," Swan said. "How are you three feeling?" They looked at each other. "All right," Tron said. "No nausea or diarrhea? No headaches or muscle soreness? No hair coming out?" The three Sunwalkers looked at each other, shrugged. They had gone down the elevator earlier. "I'm not very hungry," Tron said, "but the food isn't very good." "My arm is still sore," Nar offered. Swan looked resentfully at them. They were Sunwalkers, young and strong. They were doing what they did all the time, except underground and widdershins. She looked at Warham. "What about you?" Warham said, "I'm sore. I can't go much faster than I already am, or longer, or something will break." Swan nodded. "Same for me. I may even have to slow down. I feel bad. So I wonder if the three of you should hurry on ahead, and when you get to the sunset, or run into people, you can tell them about us." The Sunwalkers nodded. "How will we know when we're there?" Tron asked. "In a couple of weeks. When you come to stations, you can go up in the elevator and have a look." "All right." Tron looked at Tor and Nar, and they all nodded. "We'll go get help." "That's right. Don't go out so fast you hurt yourselves." After that, Warham and Swan walked on their own, an hour walking, a half-hour sitting, over and over for 9 times, then a long meal and a sleep. An hour was a long time. 9 of them with their rests felt like a couple of weeks. They whistled from time to time, but Swan was not feeling well, and Warham did not want to do it on his own unless she asked him to. She stopped and fell back in the tunnel from time to time to relieve herself. "I've got the runs," she said at one point. "I've got to empty my suit." After that she only would say, "Wait a minute," and then after 5 or 10 minutes catch up to him again, and on they would go. She looked desiccated. She became irritable and often spoke viciously to Pauline, and sometimes to Warham too, querulous, disagreeable, unpleasant. Warham would get annoyed with how unfair she was, how pointless the unpleasantness she created out of nothing, and he would hike along speechlessly, whistling dark little fragments under his breath. In these moments he struggled to remember a lesson from his creche, which was that with moody people you had to discount the low points in their cycle, or it would not work at all. His creche had numbered 6, and 1 had been moody to the point of bipolarity, and in the end this had been what caused the group to semi-disband, Warham believed. He himself had been one of those least able to see that person in their whole amplitude. 6 people had 30 relationships in it, and Heck's wisdom had it that all but 1 or 2 of these had to be good for a creche to endure. They hadn't even come close to that, but later Warham had realized that the moody one in the upper half of his cycle was one of the people he most missed out of the group. Had to recall that and learn from it. Then a time came when 10 minutes passed with Swan back down the hall, and she didn't return, and then he thought he heard a groan. So he went back and found her sprawled on the floor, semi-conscious at best, with her spacesuit down to her ankles, and her excretion obviously interrupted mid-course. And she was indeed groaning. "Oh no," he said, and crouched by her side. She had her long-sleeved shirt still on, but under it her flesh was blue with cold on the side that had been on the ground. "Swan, can you hear me? Are you hurt?" He held up her head. Her eyes were swimming a little. "Damn," he said. He didn't want to pull her spacesuit up over the mess between her legs. "Here," he said. "I'm going to clean you up." Like anyone, he had done his share of diaper changes on both babies and elders and knew the drill, and one pocket of his suit had his toilet tissues. He himself had had to deploy them in a hurry a few times recently, which now worried him more than it had. And he had water, and even some moist pads and foil packets, courtesy of his suit. So he got them out and shifted her legs around and cleaned her up. Even with his eyes averted, he could not help seeing in the tangle of her pubic hair a small penis and testicles, about where her clitoris might have been, or just above. A gynandromorph. It did not surprise him. He finished cleaning her up, trying to be meticulous but fast, and then he pulled her arms over his shoulders and lifted her. She was heavier than he would have thought, and pulled up her spacesuit and got the top part around her waist and sat her back down on the ground, got the arms of the suit onto her. Happily, a suit's AI worked Jeeves-like to help the occupant into it. He considered her little backpack, there on the ground. It had to be taken. He decided to put it back on her. With all that arranged, he lifted her up and carried her before him in his arms. Her head lolled back too far for his liking, and he stopped. "Swan, can you hear me?" She groaned, blinked. He got his arm behind her neck and head and hefted her up again. "What?" she said. "You passed out," he said, "while you were having the runs." "Oh," she said. She pulled her head upright, put her arms around his neck. He started walking again. She was not that heavy, now that he had her help in holding her. "I could feel a vasovagal coming on," she said. "Am I getting my period again?" "No, I don't think so. It feels like it. I'm cramping. But I don't think I have enough body fat to do it." "Maybe not." Suddenly she jerked in his arms, pulled away to look at him face to face. "Oh my. Hey, look. Some people don't like to touch me. I have to tell you. You know those people who ingest some of the aliens from Enceladus?" "Ingest?" "Yes, an infusion of that bacterial sweet. They eat some of the Enceladans. It's supposed to be good for you. I did that a long time ago. So, well, some people don't like the idea, don't even like to be in contact with the person who's done it." Warham gulped uneasily, felt a jolt of queasiness. Was that the alien bug, or just the thought of the bug? No way to tell. What was done was done. He could not change it. "As I recall," he said, "the Enceladan life suite is not regarded as being particularly infectious." "No, that's right, but it is conveyed in bodily fluids. I mean, it has to get into your blood, I think, although I drank mine. Maybe it only has to get into the gut." "That's right. That's why people worry, so—" "It'll be all right," Warham said. He carried her for a while, aware that she was inspecting his face. Judging by what he saw in the mirror when he shaved, he did not think there would be much to see. Without intending to, he said, "You've done some strange things to yourself." She made a face and looked away. Moral condemnation of other people is always rather rude, don't you think? Yes, I do, of course. Though I notice we do it all the time. But I was speaking of strangeness only. No condemnation implied. Oh, sure. Strangeness is so good. Well, isn't it? We're all strange. She turned her head to look at him again. I am, I know that. In lots of ways. You saw another way, I suppose, glancing at her lap. Yes, Warham said, although that's not what makes you strange. She laughed weakly. You've fathered children? He asked. Yes. I suppose you think that's strange, too. Yes, he said seriously. Though I'm an androgen myself, and once gave birth to a child. So, you know, it strikes me as a very strange experience, no matter which way it happens. She pulled her head back to inspect him, clearly surprised. I didn't know that. It wasn't really relevant to one's actions in the present, Warham said. Part of one's past, you know. And anyway, it seems to me most spacers of a certain age have tried almost everything, don't you think? I guess so. How old are you? I'm 111, thank you. What about you? 135. Very nice. She shifted in his arms, lifting a fist in a mime of threatening him. By way of a riposte, he said, Do you think you can walk now? Maybe. Let me try. He put her feet down, pulled her upright. She leaned against him. She hobbled along for a bit, holding his arm, then stood straight and proceeded on her own, slowly. We don't have to walk, you know, he said. I mean, we can get to the next station and wait there. Let's see how I feel. We can decide when we get there. Warham said, Do you think it was the sun that made you sick? Because I must say, for being in MG, I'm feeling very sore in my joints. She shrugged. We took a shot big enough to kill our comms. Pauline says I took 10 sieverts. Wow. The LD-50 was about 30, he thought. My wrist pad would have flagged it if I'd taken that much. I checked and it was only up 3. But you covered me while we were waiting for the elevator. Well, there was no reason both of us should take a full hit. I suppose. But we could have taken turns. You didn't know about the flare. What's your lifetime total? I'm at around 200, he said. They all relied on the DNA repair component of the longevity treatment to stay in space as much as they did. Not bad, she said. I'm at 5. She sighed. This could be it. Or maybe it just killed the bacteria in my gut. I think that's what's happened. I hope. Although my hair is falling out, too. My joints are probably just sore from all the walking, Warham said. Could be. What do you do for aerobics? I walk. That's not much of a test of your aerobic system. I huff and I puff as I walk and I talk, trying to distract her. Another quote? I think I made that up. One of my mantras for the daily routine. Daily routine. I like routine. No wonder you're happy in here. It's true that there is a routine here. They trudged down the tunnel in silence for a long time. When they got to the next station, they declared it a day and settled in to rest a few extra hours, as well as sleep through their night. Once Swan walked back down the tunnel to do something, then returned, and she fell asleep and seemed to sleep well without purring. The next morning she wanted to carry on walking, declaring she would go slow and be careful, so off they went. The lights kept appearing ahead out of the distant floor, then up and over them in their long arc. The effect was as if they were always about to walk downhill. Warham tried to keep sight of one particular light, but could not be sure he had kept track of it from its first appearance to overhead. It could be some kind of unit, the view to horizon, multiplied how many times he was not quite sure. "Can you ask Pauline to calculate our view distance to the horizon?" he asked at one point. "I know it," Swan said shortly. "It's 3 kilometers. "I see." Suddenly it didn't seem to make much difference. "Shall we whistle?" Warham asked after they had walked in silence for half an hour. "No," she said. "I'm all whistled out. Tell me a story. Tell me your story. I want to hear more things that I don't know about you." Easy enough, to be sure, although suddenly he could not think exactly how to start. "Well, I was born 111 years ago, on Titan. My mother was a womb man who came originally from Callisto, a third-generation Jovian, and my father was an androgen from Mars, exiled in one of their political conflicts. I grew up mostly on Titan, but it was very constrained in those days, a matter of stations and just a few small domes, so I also lived in Herschel for some years as I went to school, then also on Phoebe, and one of the polar orbiters, and then, recently, Iapetus. Almost everyone in the Saturn system moves around to get a sense of the whole, especially if you're involved with the civil service. Do many people do that? Everyone has to do the basic training and give a certain amount of time to Saturn, as they say, and they may also get drafted in the lottery for some position in the government. Some get drafted and grow to like it, and then do more. That's what I did. One of my last mandatories was on Hyperion, and it was very small, but I really grew fond of that place. It was so strange. There's that word again. Well, life is strange, or so it seems to me. He's saying, people are strange when you're a stranger, and then cut it short. Hyperion is truly strange. It's apparently the remnant of a collision between 2 moons of about equal size. What's left looks like the side of a honeycomb, and the ridges bracketing the holes are white, while the powder filling every hole about halfway is black. So when you walk the ridges, or float over that side of the moon, it is very like some supremely bold work of art. "A big old Goldsworthy," she said. "Sort of. And it's an easy place to disturb by one's presence, so it's been a question how to set up a station, even whether to set one up, and how it should be run if one is put there permanently. Having helped with that, I have the sense of being a curator or something." "Interesting." I thought so. So I went back to Iapetus, which is also a superb place to live. It's kind of a pulling back, and at an angle, to give you a better view of the whole system, and of why it should evoke such feeling. There I studied terraforming governance, and the diplomatic arts, such as they are. The honest man sent by his country to lie for it. Oh, I would hope that is not an accurate description of a diplomat. It's not mine, and I hope not yours. I don't think we get to choose what words mean. No? I think we do. Only within very tight limits, she said. But go on. Well, after that I went back to Titan and worked on the terraforming there. In those years I had my children. With partners? Yes. My creche had 6 parents and 8 children. I see them all from time to time. It's almost always a pleasure. I try not to worry about them. I love the kids. I remember parts of their lives they don't remember themselves. I think that's of more interest to me than to them. That's all right. Memory is a haunting. You remember times you liked, and you want something like them, but you can only get new things, so I try to want what I get. It isn't obvious how to do it. You get into your 2nd century and it gets hard, I think. It was never not hard, she said. True. This world is very mysterious to me. I mean, I hear what people say about the universe, but I don't know how to put it to use. To me it sounds meaningless, so I agree with those who say we have to make our own meaning. The concept of the project I find useful. something you do in the present, and can remember doing in the past, and expect to do in the future in order to create something. A work of art which need not be in the arts per se, but something human, worth doing. That's existentialism, yes? Yes, I think that's right. I don't see how you can avoid it. She thought about it. The light gleamed off her black hair in white streaks. Tell me about your creche. How did that work? On Titan there would be groups of people around the same age who were educated together and worked together. Smaller cohorts would band together out of these to raise children. Usually it was in groups of half a dozen or so. There were different ways to structure them. It depended on compatibilities. There was a feeling at the time that pair bonds didn't have enough people in them to endure over the long haul, that they succeeded less than half the time, and children needed more, so there would be some larger number. Almost everyone thought of it as a child-raising method and not a lifelong arrangement, thus the name creche. Eventually there were a lot of hurt feelings involved. But if you're lucky, it can be good for a while, and you just have to take that and move on when the time comes. I still stay in touch with them. We're even still a creche, but the kids are grown, and we very rarely see each other. I see. A long time of silent walking passed, and Warham was feeling rather companionable and not too sore. Then Swan said vehemently, I can't stand it in here. There's no chance of changing. It's like a prison or a school. Our submercurial life, he said, just a little offended, as he had been enjoying himself. On the other hand, she was ill. It will soon enough come to an end. Not soon enough. She shook her head gloomily. They walked on, hour after hour. Everything stayed the same. Swan walked better than she had right after her collapse, but she was still slower than she had been before it. It didn't matter to Warham. He liked the slower pace, in fact. He was still quite sore in the mornings, but did not seem to be getting any worse, nor did he feel weak or nauseous, though he was on the lookout for symptoms in an uncomfortable way. He felt queasy a lot. Swan had pulled off all the hair on her head, leaving a fair number of scabby patches. What about you? He said at one point. Tell me more about you. Did you really lie naked on blocks of ice for hours at a time? Did you cut orreries into your skin and make patterns of blood on you? She was walking ahead of him, and now she hesitated, then stopped and let him take the lead. I don't want to shout back at you, she said as he passed her. And yes, she said as they carried on, I did do those things, and other kinds of Abramoviches. The body is very good material for art, I think, but that was mostly when I was in my 50s. What about before? I was born in Terminator, as I said. It was just being constructed, and I was a kid in the farm when they were still putting in the irrigation systems. It was a big deal when the soil arrived. It came out of big tubes like wet cement, only black. I played in there with my mother while they were getting the first crops and the park plants started. It was a great place to be a kid. It's hard to believe that it'll all be dead when we come up. I'll have to see it to believe it. Anyway, that's where I grew up. The past is always gone, Warham said, whether the place is still there or not. Maybe for you, oh sage one, she said. I never felt that way. Anyway, after that I lived on Venus for a while, working for Shukra. Then I designed terraria. Then I moved into making artworks, working with landscapes or bodies. Goldsworthy's and Abramovich's still very interesting to me, and how I make my living. So I'm out and about, following commissions. But I keep a room in Terminator. My parents both died, so my grandparents, Alex and Macquaret, were kind of like my parents. You couldn't have made any critique of pair bonding by looking at those two. Poor Macquaret. No, I know, he said. It was child-rearing I was talking about. That seems to take more than 2 people. You must have learned that too. She shot him a glance. One of them is out there somewhere. The child I had with Zasha died. I'm sorry. Yes, well, she was old. I don't want to talk about that right now. In fact, she was slowing down and seemed to him hunched over. He said, "Are you all right?" Feeling weaker. "Do you want to stop and rest?" No. On they struggled, in silence. He helped her through 1 hour, supporting her as she walked with one of his arms around her back and under her far arm, pulling up. After the rests, she struggled up and continued walking, and would brook no argument against it. When they got to the next station, he looked around in every cabinet and closet in the place, and in the last closet he checked, but it was always the last one when you found something, there was a little 4-wheeled pushcart with a bar on one end that rose to chest height. Otherwise it was a flatbed, set just above wheel height, the bed 1 meter by 2, and the 2 swiveling wheels opposite the bar. "Let's put our backpacks on here, and I'll push them," he suggested. She gave him a look. "You think you can push me around? It would be easier than carrying you, if it came to that." She dumped her backpack on the cart, and the next morning took off ahead of him. At first he had to hurry, then he caught up with her, then he slowed down, as she did. Hour after hour, without discussing it, she would sometimes sit on the cart. Up on the surface over them passed the craters and scarps, named after the great artists of Earth. They went under Zhao Chan, Philoxenus, Rumi, Ives. He whistled Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean, which Ives had incorporated so memorably into one of his wild compositions. He thought of Rumi's I Died as Mineral, and wished he had it memorized better. I died as mineral, and rose as a plant. I died as plant, and was born an animal. When did I ever lose by dying? Who is that? Rumi. More silence. Down the big curve of the tunnel. The walls here were cracked, and it looked like they had been heat-treated more than usual to fuse them to impermeability. Crazed glazes of black on black. Cracklure to infinity. She groaned and stood up from the cart and walked back to the west. "1 moment. I have to go again." "Oh, dear. Good luck." After a long while, he heard a distant groan, maybe even a forlorn help. He went back down the tunnel, pulling the cart with him. She had collapsed again with her suit down. Again he had to clean her up. She was a little more conscious this time and looked away, even at one point batted weakly at him. In the middle of his work she looked at him blearily, resentfully. "This isn't really me," she said. "I'm not really here." "Well," he said, a little offended, "I'm not either." She slumped back. After a while she said, "So nobody's here." When he was done and she was dressed again, he got her on the cart and pushed her forward. She lay there without a word. In the next break, he got her to drink some water dosed with nutrients and electrolytes. The cart, as she said at one point, was beginning to resemble a hospital bed. From time to time, Warham whistled a little, usually choosing Brahms. There was a stoic resolution at the heart of Brahms' melancholy that was very appropriate now. They still had 22 days to go. That evening they sat there in silence. The scene devolved into the desultory animal behaviors that often followed such little crises. The turned heads, the preparations for sleep pursued abstractedly, dull aching drop into sleep, that unseen refuge. Here the pseudo-iterative needed to be held to as a comfort. Lick one's wounds. All these things had happened before and would happen again. One morning she got up and tried to walk, and after 20 minutes she sat back on the cart again. "This is worrisome," she said in a small voice. "If enough cells were busted." Warham didn't say anything. He pushed her along. Suddenly it occurred to him that she could die in this tunnel, and there was nothing he could do about it, and a wave of nausea passed through him, making him weak in the legs. A stay in a hospital could have done so much. After another long silence, she said in a low voice, "I suppose I used to enjoy risking death. The jolt of the fear, the thrill when you survive. It was a kind of decadence." "That's what my mom used to say," Warham said. "Like horror stories, where you try to shock yourself awake or something. But all that stuff is wrong. Say you attend the death of a person and help them out. All the images you see are out of horror stories. You see that those images came from where you are, but you stay anyway, and after a time you see that's just the way it is. Everyone goes there. You help, but really you can't help. You just sit there. And eventually you're holding the hand of a dead person. Supposedly a nightmare. Bones thrust up out of the ground to clutch you and so on. And yet in the actual act, perfectly natural. All of it natural." "Yes," Warham said, after she had stopped for a while. She heard him and went on. "The body tries to stay alive. It's not so. It's natural. Maybe you'll see it now. First the human brain dies, then the animal brain, then the lizard brain, like your roomie, only backward. The lizard brain tries to its very last bit of energy to keep things going. I've seen it. Some kind of desire. It's a real force. Life wants to live. But eventually a link breaks. The energy stops getting to where it needs to be. The last ATP gets used. Then we die. Our bodies return to Earth, go back to being soil. A natural cycle. So..." She looked up at him. "So what? Why the horror? What are we?" Warham shrugged. "Animal philosophers. An odd accident. A rarity. Or common as can be, but—" She didn't continue. "Dispersed?" Warham ventured. "Temporary? Alone. Always alone. Even when touching someone." "Well, we can talk," he said hesitantly. "That's part of life, too. It's not just lizard stuff. We throw ourselves out and span the gap sometimes." She shook her head sadly. "I always fall in the gap." He said, nonplussed. "That would be bad. But I don't see how that could be right, given what you've told me, and what I've seen of you. It's how it feels that matters." He thought about that for a while. The lights passed them overhead. He pushed her on the cart. Was that right? Was it how you felt about what you did that made it good or bad, rather than what you did, or what others saw? Well, you were stuck in your thoughts. The current medical definition of the term neurotic was simply a tendency to have bad thoughts. If you had that tendency, he thought, looking down at Swan's bare, scaly head, if you were neurotic, then the material to work with would be nearly infinite. Was that true? Well, here they were, little spins of atoms which felt inside that something mattered. Even while looking out at the stars, even inside a tunnel that looped downward forever. Then the spin would decohere and collapse. So faced with that, good thoughts or bad thoughts? He whistled the beginning of Beethoven's Ninth, thinking to drag her through her black mood and out the other side, by way of the old maestro's deepest tragedy, the Ninth's first movement. He shifted ahead to the repeated phrase near the end of the movement, the one that Berlioz had thought proof of madness. He repeated it. It was the simple tune he had used for walking uphill all his life. Now they were walking downhill, at the top of a great circle, but it fit his mood perfectly well. He kept on whistling the 8 notes over and over, 6 down, 2 up, simple and clear. Finally Swan, sitting below him on the cart, her back against the bar he held, facing forward, spoke again, but slurring her words a bit, and talking as if to Pauline. "I wonder if people know we're alive. You can never tell. It meant everything at the time, but then the time changed, and you changed, and they changed, and then it's gone. She doesn't have anything to say to me." Long pause. Warham said, "Who was your child's father? You had one each way?" "Yes. I don't know who the father was. I got pregnant on Fasnacht, when everyone is in masks. Some man I like the look of. She knows who it is. She had him traced." "You like the look of a masked person?" "I did. The look of what you might call his demeanor." "I see. I wanted to keep it simple. It was a conventional practice at the time. Now I wouldn't do it that way. But you never know until it's too late. You develop a folie à deux for a few years. It's very intense, but it's a folly, and after you come out you can't look back at it without feeling— you have to wonder whether it was a good thing or not. You miss it, but you regret it too. It's stupid. I keep on doing things, but I still haven't figured out what to do." "Live and make art," he said. "Who said that?" "You did, I thought." "I don't remember that. Maybe I did. But what if I'm not a very good artist?" "It's a long-term project, and some people are late bloomers. Is that what you're saying?" "Yes, I suppose. Something like that. You keep getting chances." "Maybe. But you know, it would be good to be making progress somehow, not making the same mistakes over and over." "Spirals," he suggested. "Spiral up, doing the same things at a higher level. That's the art of it, no matter what you do. Maybe for you. But there's nothing unusual about me." "I beg to differ." "No, nothing unusual. Principle of mediocrity." "You're an advocate of that?" "An exemplar of it. The middle way, middle of the cosmos, but only just as much as anyone else. A strange feature of infinity. We're all in the middle somehow. Anyway, it's a view I find useful. I use it to work on things, to structure my project, so to speak. Part of a philosophy." "Philosophy?" "Well, yes." She fell silent at the thought. "Maybe we missed it," Swan said one day as she walked behind him. "Maybe we walked all the way under the bright side, and the night side too, and are back under the sun again. Maybe we've lost track of the time or the distance. Maybe you've screwed us with your ineptitude just like Pauline." "No," he said. She ignored him and muttered about things that could have gone wrong while they had been underground. It unreeled into quite an amazingly long list. Gothically inventive. They could have gotten disoriented and were now actually walking west. They could have gotten into another utilidor, angled toward the North Pole. Mercury could have been evacuated, and them the only ones left on the planet. They could have died in the sun, and the first elevator taken them down to hell. Warham wondered if she was serious, hoped she wasn't. There was so much that made her unhappy. Circadian rhythms. Possibly she was walking when she should be sleeping. Many years before, he had learned you could not trust anything you thought between 2 and 5 a.m., In those dark hours the brain was deprived of certain fuels or functions necessary for right mentation. One's thoughts and moods darkened to a sometimes fugalan black. Better to sleep, or, failing that, to discount in advance any thought or mood from those hours, and see what a new day brought in the way of a fresh perspective. He wondered if he could ask her about this without offending her. Possibly not. She was irritable already and seemed miserable. "How are you doing?" he would ask. "We never get anywhere." Imagine that we were never getting anywhere, even before we came to this place. No matter where we move, we have never gotten anywhere. But that is so wrong. God, I hate your philosophy. Of course we've gotten somewhere. We've come a long way. We have a long way to go. Oh, please. Fuck you and your fortune cookies. Here we are now. It's too long, too long. Think of it as an ostinato passage, stubbornly repetitive. But then she fell silent, and then began to moan, almost a hum, a sound she was unaware that she made, little miserable grunts. Someone crying. "I don't want to talk," she said when he asked again. "Shut up and let me be. You're worthless to me. When things get tough, you're worthless." That night they reached another elevator station. She stuffed food in her as if sticking batteries in a machine. After that she muttered again, wandering in ways he couldn't follow, possibly talking to her Pauline. On it went, a muttering in his ear. They performed their ablutions back down the tunnel without incident, and then lay down on their pads and tried to sleep. The muttering continued. After a while she whimpered herself to sleep. The next morning she wouldn't eat, or talk, or even move. She lay on her side in a catatonic fit, or a syncope, or simply paralysis. "Pauline, can you talk?" Warham asked quietly, when Swan would say nothing. The slightly muffled voice from Swan's neck said, "Yes." "Can you tell me about Swan's vital signs?" "No," Swan said from nowhere. "Vital signs available to me are nearly normal, except for blood sugar." "You need to eat," Warham said to Swan. She did not respond. He spooned some electrolyte water into her mouth, patiently waited for her to swallow. When she had taken in a few deciliters without drooling too much of it away, he said, "It's noon up there. Up above us, on the surface, it's noon. Middle of the bright side crossing. I think we need to take you up to have a look at the sun." Swan cracked an eyelid and looked up at him. "We need to see it," he told her. She shoved her torso off the floor. "Do you think?" "Is it possible?" Warham asked in reply. "Yes," she said after thinking it over. "It is. We can stay in the shade of the tracks. It's less bad at noon than in the morning or afternoon, because the photons come straight down and fewer hit your suit. We shouldn't stay out for long, though." "That's all right. You need to see it, and now's the time. Noon on Mercury. Come on." He helped her up. He found their helmets and carried them into the elevator car, went back and picked up Swan, took her to the elevator. Up they went, and he got her helmet on and sealed it, checked her air, did the same for himself. The suit showed all was well. The elevator car came to a halt. Warham felt his pulse pounding in his fingertips. The elevator door opened at the upper platform, and the world went white. Their faceplates adjusted, and a basic black and white sketch of a world appeared before them. To the left and slightly below were the city's tracks, glowing a deep incandescent white. To the right, Mercury's noontime landscape extended to the horizon. In the absence of an atmosphere, there was only the land itself to take the blow of sunlight. It was glowing white-hot. His helmet's tint had shifted so hard that the stars were no longer visible in the sky. It was a white plain, topped by a black hemisphere. The white was lightly pulsing. Swan walked out the door onto the platform. "Hey!" Warham said, and went out after her. "Get back in here." How would we see the sun in there? Come on, it will be all right for a while. The platform must be 700K like everything else. Your boot soles are completely insulated at that temperature. Amazed, Warham let her go. She tilted her head back to stare at the sun. Warham couldn't help following her glance. A stunning blast. Fearfully, he looked down again. The after-image was there to contemplate, a circle both white and red at the same time, giant in his vision. The Dahlgren sun, real at last. Clearly, his faceplate was filtered to an almost completely polarized black opacity, and yet the land was still white, etched with tiny black lines. Swan was still looking up. Dying of thirst, she now drowned in the torrent. Following her example, breaking out all over in a sweat, he glanced up again. The surface of the sun was a roiling mass of white tendrils. It bounced as if throwing off thermal waves. Then he realized it was his heart bouncing him, bumping his body hard enough to make his vision jostle. Writhing white circle in a starless charcoal sky. White banners flowing over themselves everywhere in the circle. The movement suggestive of some vast living intelligence. A god. Sure, why not? It looked like a god. Warham dragged his gaze away and took her arm. Come on, Swan. Back inside now. You've gotten your infusion. Wait, just a second. Swan, don't do this. No, wait. Look, down there by the track. She pointed. Something's coming. And there was, out of the east, on the smoothed ground just outside the outermost track, a small vehicle was approaching them. It stopped at the foot of the platform stairs, and a door in the side of the vehicle opened. A figure in a spacesuit appeared, looked up at them, waved them down. Could our sunwalkers have sent people out to get us? Warham asked. I don't know, Swan said. Has there been enough time? I don't think so. They descended the stairs, Warham holding Swan by the arm. She seemed pretty solid on her feet, rejuvenated perhaps by the sight of the noon sun, or the prospect of rescue. They got in the car's lock, and when it had closed on them, they were admitted to the interior, and in a sizable compartment could take off their helmets and talk. Their rescuers were full of amazement. They had been making a bright-side crossing at speed, they said, and had no expectation whatsoever of seeing anyone standing on one of the platforms, and looking straight up at the sun, no less. How the hell did you people get there? What are you doing? We're from Terminator, Warham explained. There are 3 more of us down there, a bit farther along to the east. Aha! But how did you— Well, look, let's get going. You can tell it to us while we drive. Of course. Here, sit down by the window, then take a look. It's beautiful out there. The vehicle began to move. They passed by the station they had stood on. They were being rescued. Swan and Warham stared at each other. Oh no, Swan said faintly, as if they had tripped into an unexpected disaster, as if she were going to miss the second half of their walk. That made him smile. Lists. 4. Sanguine, choleric, phlegmatic, melancholic, introverted, extroverted, ambiversion, surgency. Stable, labile, rational, irrational, neurotic, schizoid, paranoid, hebephrenic, manic-depressive, anal-retentive, obsessive-compulsive, psychotic, sadistic, masochistic, repressed, dissociated, bipolar, schizophrenic, schizotypal, psychopathic, sociopathic, megalomaniacal, depressed, antisocial, histrionic, anxious, dependent, passive-aggressive, narcissistic, solipsistic, dysthymic, borderline personality, multiple personality, crazy, sane, normal, eccentric, autistic, Asperger's, shy, genius, retarded, Apollonian, Dionysian, idealists, artisans, rationalists, traitors, guardians, conscious, unconscious, ego, id, superego, archetypes, shadows, animus and anima, psychasthenia, happy, sad, cheerful, mournful, post-traumatic, adjusted, openness, conscientiousness, agreeableness, doer, thinker, monkeys and pumpkins, impulsive, contemplative, selfish, proud, greedy, slothful, lustful, envious, angry, clear, stupid, smart, quick, slow, empathetic, sympathetic, distant, trusting, suspicious, either or, this or that, take your pick, all of the above, taxonomies, typologies, categories, labels, systems, 3,000 years, Broca's aphasia, Wernicke's aphasia, hyperhippocampal, amygdala deficient, serotonin sensitive, enhanced firing in right temporal lobe knot 12A, overactive thalamus, retinotopic distortions.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents 2312, written by Kim Stanley Robinson, read by Sarah Zimmerman. Inspector Jean Genet. Inspector Jean Genet, longtime senior investigating officer for interplanetary police, liked to get up in the morning and go for a walk to some corner coffee bar with a terrace or sidewalk, and there sip a big unsweetened Turkish coffee and read Passepartout as it displayed the latest news from around the system. After that, Jeanette liked to continue walking in whatever city that morning happened to bring, eventually getting to work at the local Interplan office, invariably a small set of rooms near the government house. Interplan was unfortunately not a universally acknowledged police agency, but rather something in the nature of a semi-autonomous, quasi-governmental treaty monitor, so their work was often compromised, and Jeanette could sometimes feel like a private agent or an NGO gadfly, but they had good data. Jeanette liked to walk around in that data. The office was fine, colleagues stalwart, data important, but the walking itself was crucial. It was while walking that the inspector experienced the little visions and epiphanies that, when they came, constituted both the solution to the problem and the best moments in life. This could sometimes happen at the office, while looking at new stuff or at things in the archives to check a hypothesis that might have occurred over coffee. Their graphics rooms were always very powerful spaces of representation, with three-dimensional and time-lapsed virtual flows of real interest and beauty. Of course, it was true that standing in clouds of colored dots and lines sometimes only added to one's confusion, but other times Jeanette would see things in the representations and then go back out into the world and notice things no one had noticed before, and that was very pleasing. That was the best part. Getting some consequent action out of the insights achieved was never quite as much fun. More often than the inspector would ever confess to any single person, it had been necessary to make deals in some poorly defined space, anarchy, one might call it in a bad mood, to bring certain findings to any kind of action in the world. But so far no crushing blame had rebounded on Interplan's head, and in business like theirs, That was all one could ask for. As senior investigator, Jeanette could usually choose what cases to pursue, but of course the destruction of Terminator trumped all that kind of thing, commanding immediate attention from everywhere in the solar system. Also, since Terminator was part of the Mondragon, and Interplan was more closely associated with the Accord than with any other political entity, it was natural to get involved. Besides, there had never been a case quite like it. To have Mercury's only city torched. But there was a phosphor being built, its tracks in the mercurial north. Have to look at that. Wouldn't be the first time that real estate conflicts led to arson. Naturally, the whole solar system was transfixed. It was not clear what had happened, or how, or why, or by whom, and people loved this kind of thing, and were demanding answers. There would in fact be competing investigations into the incident. But the Lion of Mercury had been a good friend of the inspectors, and when the lion cubs had managed to regather after the evacuation and assert mercurial authority over the investigation, they had asked Jeanette to take charge. There was no question of declining such a request, which, it seemed, could also serve as a way to further the projects one had been pursuing with Alex and Warham. Indeed, the inspector felt that the destruction of Terminator so soon after the attack on Io and the death of Alex might be part of a pattern. The autopsy had confirmed that Alex's death had been the result of natural causes, but there remained a nagging ambiguity in Jeanette's mind, for some natural causes could be pushed to happen. It was while beginning the trip to Mercury, walking across the concourse of the spaceport to the gate for the ferry, enjoying the sight of people making their way to their gates with their usual unconscious skill, that the solution to the problem of the attack on Terminator all at once came to the inspector. The vivid image was like the single thing that remains caught from a dream, and it created any number of useful research lines to follow on the flight down system, but most of all a feeling of certainty that was very nice. It relieved what could have been quite a worry. By the time the inspector got to Mercury, the refugees from Terminator had either taken refuge in shelters or been Dunkirked off-planet. The death toll was at 83, most from health events or accidents with suits and locks, the usual emergency collection of mistakes and equipment failure and panic. Evacuations were notoriously one of the most dangerous of human activities, worse even than childbirth. Given that, and the fact that Terminator itself was still out there broiling on the bright side, the investigation was only just getting underway. It had been determined that the cameras for that stretch of track had been destroyed by the impact, along with a platform called Hammersmith, where it was feared a concert party had perished. On the other hand, Terminator's orbital meteor defense system had provided its records for the relevant time, and neither radar, visual, nor infrared records showed any meteor prior to the hit. Satellite visuals of the impact showed no remains of an impactor. Attack from the fifth dimension, as people were saying. Jeanette, having seen the solution to this aspect of things, decided it was possible that pretending ignorance might allow time for the perpetrator to slip, and would also suppress copycat crimes. So the inspector said nothing about that, and remained in a room in the Rilke spaceport, interviewing witnesses. A big flash of light. Ah, thank you. Time to put in a heads-up to Wang, perhaps, to run some feasibility studies on Jeanette's solution to the mystery. News came that 2 more refugees had been plucked off the bright side, and one of them turned out to be Alex's granddaughter, the artist Swan Er Hong. To be rescued out in the middle of the bright side seemed odd, and the inspector went to see them at the hospital in Schubert. Swan lay in a bed, hooked up to a couple of IVs, very pale, apparently recovering from radiation sickness caused by a coronal flare that had struck just before she and her companions had gotten underground. Jeanette climbed onto the chair next to her bed, dark rings around her red-rimmed brown eyes. Warham, having accompanied her in the trek in the Utilidor system, was sitting on the other side of the bed. Apparently he had not gotten as sick. He did look quite weary. Swan registered Jeanette's presence beside her. "You again," she said. "What the fuck?" She glared at Warham, who blanched a little to see it, even raised a hand to ward off her gaze. "What are you two up to?" she demanded. Jeanette turned on Passepartout, a cube like an old wristwatch, and said, "Please don't be upset. I am Inspector General of the Interplanetary Police, as I told you when we met before. I was worried to learn of Alex's unexpected death, and although that appears to have been a natural event, I have been continuing to look into a number of untoward events that may be connected. You were close to Alex, and you were there to witness the assault on Io, and now you were here again when Terminator was attacked. It may be a coincidence, but you can see why we continue to run into each other." Swan nodded unhappily. Warham said, "Did you ever find out anything about the remains of the figure that fell into the lava on Io?" "Let's discuss that later," Jeanette said with a warning look at Warham. "For now, we need to focus on the destruction of Terminator. Do you two mind telling me what you saw?" Swan sat up and described the strike, then their return to the city and their realization that they had missed the evacuation, then their run east to the nearest track platform and their descent into the Utilidor. Warham merely nodded in confirmation from time to time. This took a few minutes. After that, Swan's account of their time in the Utilidor was very brief, and Warham did not elaborate or nod at anything. 24 days could be a long time. Jeanette looked back and forth between them. Neither of them had seen much at the time of the blast, it was clear. "So, is Terminator still burning?" Swan said. "Strictly speaking, the burning is done. It is now incandescing." She turned away, face scrunched in a knot. In their final transmissions, the cameras and AIs left behind in Terminator had recorded the city igniting in the sunlight, burning, melting, exploding, and so forth, until the recording instruments had failed. It had not been a general inferno, but rather a patchwork of smaller fires, starting at different times. Some heat-resistant AIs were still transmitting data, documenting what happened as everything heated to 700K. A collage of all those images gave a good impression of the incineration, though it seemed pretty clear that Swan would not want to see it. But, in fact, she did. When she composed herself, she declared, "I want to see it all. Show me everything. I need to see it. I intend to make a pennant somehow, a memorial. For now, tell us what you know. What happened?" The inspector shrugged. "The city's tracks were impacted by something. The site itself is still out on the bright side, and until sunset arrives, a thorough investigation can't be made. The impactor was invisible to your meteor defense systems, which should not be possible, and it massed many thousands of kilograms. Some people are saying it must have been a comet strike. I prefer to call it the event. It still isn't established for sure that it wasn't an explosion from below." "Like a mine planted under it?" Warham asked. "Well, some satellite photos do make it look more like an impact event. But then questions arise." The inspector's wrist cube spoke in a clear sing-song. "You've got a visitor named Macquaret." "Tell him where we are," Jeanette said to it. "Ask him to join us." Swan's cheeks had turned hectic. "I want to see Terminator," she announced. "It might be possible to visit briefly in a protected vehicle, but little can be done there now. The crews on site are mostly taking shelter in the shade of it. Sunset reaches that longitude in about 17 more days." Then Macquaret came into the room, and Swan cried out his name and reached out for a hug. "We thought you were dead," Macquaret exclaimed. "That whole concert party disappeared, and we thought you were with them, and then the evacuation was chaos, and we thought you were killed." We got down into the utilidor, Swan said. Well, people checked down there, but they didn't see anyone. We decided to hike east, to get it over with faster. I can see how you would do that, but you should have left a note. I thought we did. Really? But never mind. You're so thin. We need to get you to the lab to have a really thorough look at you. Macquarit circled the bed and gave Warham a brief hug, too. Thank you for getting my Swan home. We hear you took care of her down there. Jeanette saw that Swan did not look entirely happy at this description. Warham said, We all helped each other. Indeed, we look forward to seeing the young sunwalkers we were down there with. Macquarit said, They're in the process of retrieving them now, and I hope they'll be fine. A fair number of sunwalkers have been picked up. Ours